Home Before Dark, Carolina Moon, written by Christy Barritt, narrated by Caroline McLaughlin. Chapter 1. 2 weeks earlier. Don't cry, Daleigh. Whatever you do, do not cry. Despite her determination, tears weighted her eyelids. Her throat burned. Her head throbbed. Daleigh was going to cry, whether she liked it or not. I should be able to have your car fixed for you by tomorrow. A deep masculine voice approached from the office of Vern's Auto Repair. Daleigh heard the catch in his voice and knew she'd startled him with the red splotches staining her face. She'd never been a pretty crier. She sucked in a deep breath and raised her chin, trying to pull herself together. The scent of motor oil and exhaust fumes mingled under her nose. Something about the smell calmed her heart for a moment. Daleigh ran her hands through her long hair. She'd barely had energy to wash it this morning. It had air-dried and she'd skipped any makeup, knowing she'd cry it off at the funeral. No doubt her skin looked chalky white next to her brown hair, especially when compared to the tans of the many people living under the Hertford, North Carolina sun. She cleared her throat and met the mechanic's gaze. "Tomorrow, you say?" Blue eyes studied her as the man wiped his hands on a dirty rag. "I've got to send for parts," he said. "The check engine light came on because your alternator's going bad." Her dad would have been able to fix her car for her. He could fix anything, but not anymore. 3 hours ago, she'd gazed at his kind face for the last time. Now he was growing colder, alone in a casket beneath the ground. He'd fallen on the pier outside his home, hit his head, and Daleigh's sister had found him 2 hours later. It had been too late. Hot tears flowed down Daleigh's cheeks, despite her resistance. The mechanic shifted from foot to foot, shoving his grease-stained hands through his brown hair. "I'm real sorry about your dad, ma'am." "And I'm sorry I'm crying in front of a complete stranger." Only he wasn't a complete stranger. She had seen him at the funeral. He'd been dressed up there, wearing a suit and tie. She would have never guessed he worked at this garage. She'd pegged him as a businessman. The man waved his hand, signaling there was no reason to explain. "I'll do a job that would make your dad proud, Daleigh." Daleigh wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'd appreciate that." "Here." The mechanic started to hand her his rag, but stopped and stared at the grease stains across it. "On second thought, let me get you something a little cleaner." She watched him walk away and shifted her attention to the garage around her. Bins were marked where tools belonged, and the floor looked freshly swept. Another mechanic fiddled with an engine in the corner, the sharp clink of metal against metal sounding as he leaned over his work. Country music whined in the background, crying about lost love and a good hunting dog. Her eyes rested on her dark red Toyota Corolla. Her beloved car looked like a patient going in for surgery, the hydraulic lift an operating table. Her dad had helped her pick out that car 3 years ago. Tears threatened to fall again. She should leave and come back later when she was more composed. She started to turn when the mechanic appeared with a wad of toilet paper. "I thought we had tissues. I hope this will do." He held out his offering with an apologetic frown. She accepted it and patted her eyes. Her vision cleared a moment, and her eyes wandered to the name embroidered onto his shirt. "Ryan. That's right. Just let me know when it's ready. You know where I'm staying." "The house at the corner of town." She nodded. "With the Fitzpatricks, my sister and brother-in-law. You have my cell phone, though, if you need to reach me." She had to remember to turn it on, however. She'd been avoiding calls from more than one person, not to mention Vince, her on-again, off-again boyfriend, who couldn't make time in his schedule to come to the funeral. "Got it. And Daleigh, I meant what I said about being sorry about your dad. He was a good man." Her eyes met his, and she attempted a smile. "Thanks." She fled before the poor man had to see any more of her breakdown. She stepped out onto the sunny sidewalk, her vision still blurry with tears. Thankfully, the garage wasn't too far from where she was staying, just across the street and down 2 blocks. Dabbing her eyes with the soggy toilet paper, she stumbled toward the curb. The tears had fallen a little too strongly today. Perhaps she'd bottled them up too long, and if she were honest with herself, She'd admit that she'd mourned for more than the loss of her father. She cried over losing the one person in her life who'd accepted her just as she was. She cried over losing an irreplaceable link to her whirlwind childhood. She cried over losing the one person who knew and understood her. A hand clamped around her arm, jerking her backward, just as a car zoomed past. Her heart quickened as she realized she'd nearly stepped into the path of an oncoming vehicle. "How about if I walk you home?" Ryan's sun-kissed face came into view. He'd just saved her life, at the very least, saved her a painful trip to the hospital. She was in no state to be navigating the relatively quiet streets of picture-perfect Hertford. She needed to be home, and quick. "No, really, I'll be fine." She glanced down the street. The block seemed so long and her destination so far away. Her emotions were making her head swirl, making her feel like she should lie down and drink some water. An escort home wasn't a bad idea. "Well, all right, if you wouldn't mind, I'm not quite feeling like myself." Ryan extended his arm, and Daleigh accepted it. No matter that she didn't know this man. As they crossed the street, springtime sunlight warmed her. Daleigh lifted her face, hoping it would heat her clammy skin, but it didn't work. She felt chilled to the bone and empty. Ryan cleared his throat. "I'm a big fan of your music. I have all 3 of your CDs." 3 CDs. Would there be a 4th? Not according to Vince. Not unless she agreed to put in more time on the road. Her body drooped at the thought. Was that going to be her future? A nomad with no place to call home, a gypsy with no roots. She remembered Ryan's compliment and mumbled thanks. Ryan slowed for a step. "Losing a loved one makes you feel like part of your soul has been ripped out." His voice sounded compassionate and warm, with a touch of grief. "You sound like you know." She glanced up at his comforting presence and sniffed. "People say it gets easier with time, but I'm not sure I believe them. All I feel is this hole in my heart. I can't ever imagine it healing or life feeling normal. Even though I only saw my dad a few times a year, somehow I know that nothing's ever going to be the same." He shrugged. "Life isn't ever the same, but it does go on. Your days will get easier, even though it might not feel like it now. I know your dad is in a better place." Heaven. Her relationship with God had been so rocky lately. Sure, she still went to church, unless she was on the road, but even then, she mostly just went through the motions. Her relationship with God had faded, along with her assertiveness. Still, the thought of heaven made her smile. "I can imagine my dad up there writing a book about the angels, how they socialize, their history, what dynamic pulls them all together." She drew in a breath. "You probably know he taught sociology over at the university. But it was more than a job. He was a true sociologist. He studied people wherever we went." Ryan chuckled. "That sounds like your dad." Daleigh stopped in the middle of the cracked sidewalk. She shielded her eyes from the blinding sun as she looked up at Ryan. "I didn't realize you knew him. I mean, I saw you at the funeral, but this is a small town, so I figured everyone came to show their respect." "You're right. Most people in Hertford do know each other. That's the best thing about a small town." Daleigh grimaced. "Or the worst thing." "True enough. I was blessed to know your father, though. He always made me think about things in a different light." As they walked down the tree-lined street, Daleigh felt a special connection with Ryan just knowing her father had befriended him. "What did he make you think about?" He laughed. "What didn't he make me think about? How I view work, life, my faith, the future. Your father was very wise. He'd always stop at the garage during his daily walk. He even showed me a thing or two about fixing cars." Daleigh smiled. Cars had been her dad's hobby. He loved fiddling around under the hood. Daleigh's boots thunked against the sidewalk as they passed a mix of weathered and restored Victorians. The town tucked into the curl of a river that wound around quaint shops and luxury homes along Main Street. Some houses were lined with white picket fences. Most had inviting porches and tidy yards. Nameplates dedicated to the original homeowners graced the flower beds. Her dad always said the town had charm. At the end of the street, the massive Victorian her sister called home stood proudly, ivy creeping up the sides of its white wooden siding. Daleigh released Ryan's arm and turned to him. A nearby weeping willow danced in the wind, its shadow splaying across his face. "Thanks again, Ryan. You've been a lifesaver. Literally." He tilted his head and offered a boyish yet compassionate grin. "No problem. I'll let you know as soon as your car is ready. I can even bring it by for you." She raised her eyebrows. "You would do that?" "You know, traffic around here gets pretty bad, so whatever I can do to help out-of-towners from getting stuck in the gridlock." He shrugged before grinning again. Despite herself, she chuckled and waved goodbye. She opened the vine-covered wrought iron gate and stepped onto the cobblestone walk leading to her cottage. Slightly comforted, her steps still dragged as she stumbled over the cobbles. As soon as Ryan walked into the busy garage, his employee Frank threw a smirk his way from under the hood of the Buick LeSabre. Ryan ignored him and went straight to Daleigh's car. He wanted to make sure it was in top shape when he gave it back to her tomorrow. The thought of Daleigh caused him to lift up another prayer. "Lord, please give her comfort in this time of need. I know you can sustain us through hard times. Let Daleigh feel your presence and love now. She needs you." "I never knew you were such a softie." Frank's voice cut into his prayer. Frank prided himself in being a redneck. He had a mullet, drinking problem, and hunting addiction. As far as social graces, Frank didn't know what they meant. He spoke what was on his mind, when it was on his mind. But despite all of his weaknesses, or maybe because of them, Frank was a likable guy. Ryan decided to change the oil in Daleigh's car while he had it on the hoist. "I was trying to be sensitive, Frank. Wouldn't hurt to try it sometimes." His voice didn't hold any reprimand, only friendly familiarity. Frank snorted. "Sensitive, huh? Never seen you like that before." "The girl's father just died." Ryan was thankful he'd been the one here when Daleigh arrived. Frank would have no doubt hit on her and made crude jokes to try and lighten the mood. That was just his style. "You think she's cute." Ryan thought of her wavy long hair and hazel eyes that glittered with streaks of gold and grief. "She is cute." He removed the discharge bolt to the oil tank. "Nothing wrong with noticing her looks. Didn't have anything to do with my attitude toward her, though. Isn't she a singer or something?" Frank asked, breaking from his work to clean his ear with a key. Ryan stared at Frank. "She's one of the best songwriters of this generation, and yes, she's a singer also. They're calling her the next Joni Mitchell, only with a little bit more country influence." "Who's Joni Mitchell?" Ryan rolled his eyes. Daleigh McDermott was one of his favorite singers. Having her in his shop had made him feel like a schoolboy with a crush. He'd admired someone who could be on the road for 200 concerts a year. Not him. He was perfectly happy to live the rest of his life right here where he'd grown up in Hertford, North Carolina, home of Major League Baseball Hall of Famer Catfish Hunter and the place where Benny Davis had penned the song Carolina Moon. Frank snorted once again. "You sure know a lot for someone who's not interested in her." Ryan went back to changing the oil. "Anyone who watches TV knows about her. She was profiled by Barbara Walters last week." "I watch TV." "I meant something other than wrestling." Frank took the shot at his taste in entertainment with a good-natured grin. "Oh." Ryan remembered the show well. It captured Daleigh's bright, disarming smile, the dash of freckles across her face, her long honey-colored hair dancing in the breeze as she walked across a field of daisies. She talked about her music. Then her boyfriend, music legend Vince Torres, came on, speaking about her like a trophy instead of a treasure. Then today, she'd pulled herself together enough to sing at her father's funeral. He couldn't even imagine the strength that took. She'd sat on a stool wearing a black dress that came to her knees and black cowboy boots. She'd sung one of her hits, Daddy's Girl. The words of the song had squeezed his heart, as had the moisture in her eyes. Seeing her sing like that, it was so raw and honest. Aside from it being a funeral, he'd actually enjoyed hearing her today more than he'd enjoyed her at any of her concerts where she had the backing of a full band and sound crew. Just watching her had made Ryan realize that, at least on the surface, Daleigh McDermott was the woman of his dreams. He also realized she was totally and completely out of his league. "I do think you're smitten," Frank grinned. Ryan scowled. "Smitten? I'm a grown man. I don't get smitten with people." Even as he said the words, he wondered if they were true. It didn't matter, though. Daleigh would be leaving as soon as her car was fixed. She'd remain where she'd always been, on the cover of his CDs, not touching his arm as they walked together down Church Street. Nope, she'd remain out of reach and untouchable. Daleigh spent the remainder of yesterday in seclusion. In the main house, her sister's big-haired friends all gathered, offering condolences and trying to distract the family from grief with their casseroles and gossip. Daleigh didn't want anything to do with the visitors, the small-town news, or the meatloaf. She'd made a brief appearance just to be polite, and as soon as the conversation morphed from reminiscing about her father into gossip, she slipped away to the guest cottage to mourn alone and count down the hours until her car was ready and she could leave, just as she'd planned. Today was a new day, the day she'd be able to go back to Nashville. Hertford was cozy, she had to admit that. It rested in the eastern part of the state, only a little over an hour from the coast. The people were friendly and pace relaxed, but this wasn't her home. Nashville was the closest thing she had to a home, and even Music City didn't feel like the place where she wanted to settle forever, where good friends were abundant and the town familiar. It wasn't that she didn't have friends there. It was mostly that the majority of her friends were in the same boat as she was. They were trying to make it in the cutthroat music industry. That meant they were on the road whenever possible, trying to build their fan base and prove to the labels that they had what it took to become a star. A couple of people from her band, as well as a few other friends she'd made over the years, had come to the funeral and then had to fly right back out. That had left her alone. Again. Daleigh had finally checked her messages last night, and there had been several from Vince. He'd reminded her that she needed to keep momentum going in her career, or she would become a nobody. Newer faces were coming in, and without pushing herself, she would disappear into the fray. The industry was fickle. One day you could be on a magazine cover, the next forgotten. Daleigh stopped thinking about her tepid life and crawled out of bed. Sunlight streamed through the lacy bedroom curtains, made even brighter by the reflection of the water outside the cottage. She could definitely get used to this place. The two-bedroom bungalow had a great room and one bathroom. A small porch faced the Perquimans River, guarded by naked cypress trees. Brown, tea-like water lapped against the trees, only to fade into the most glorious blue river Daleigh had laid eyes on. This is where her dad spent most of his time. He'd decided to retire and take a part-time teaching position at a university the next town over. Down here, he'd been close to his two grandchildren. The last time Daleigh had spoken with him, he said he enjoyed the slower pace. She picked up a well-worn photo album from her dresser and flipped it open. A bittersweet smile tugged at her lips as she saw a picture of her dad grinning in front of the pyramids of Jebel Barkal in Sudan. He'd always had such an adventurous spirit. He'd also been a bit of a nomad. Not only had he gotten his PhD in sociology from Harvard, but he'd been one of the most esteemed scholars in his field at one time. He'd met Daleigh's mom while at the university. She'd been studying English Lit, and as the story went, once the two of them met, there was no going back. They were soulmates, and Daleigh's mom had helped him write his articles, studies, and books. She was by his side until terminal cancer claimed her life when Daleigh was 3 and Hannah was 9. Daleigh flipped the page and saw a picture of the family huddled under mosquito nets in a Nairobi village. She continued to turn the pages and smiled at each memory the pictures there brought. Hannah with a llama pack in Peru. Her dad in front of a campfire in the Pampas. Daleigh playing guitar by St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. More pictures followed of the Potala Palace in Tibet, Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and the Rock of Gibraltar. For Daleigh's high school years, the family had settled in Atlanta, Georgia. Hannah had missed her first few years of college in order to stay with the family overseas, but she took some classes at Georgia Tech, which is where she met Bruce. She dropped out of college before finishing her degree in order to get married and move to North Carolina so Bruce could begin his residency. Daleigh turned another page and saw a faded yellow picture of her mom kissing her dad on the cheek, Another one of Hannah and Daleigh hugging like best friends. Had they been best friends at one time? Daleigh certainly couldn't remember it. All she could remember were fights, arguments, and disagreements that had stained so much of their recent years. The final pages were of Daleigh's college graduation. She'd moved to Nashville to attend Belmont University and study music composition. Her degree hadn't gotten her nearly as far as her waitressing had, at least concerning her music career. It was at that cafe where she was discovered. Meanwhile, Hannah and her husband had moved to Hertford and had their first child. That's when Dad had decided it was time to settle down. He'd moved into their guest cottage 4 years ago. A fresh round of tears gathered. Daleigh quickly went into the bathroom and twisted on the shower. She would let it pound on her until it washed away her tension. Then she'd get dressed, pack her things, and tell her sister goodbye. The second her car was ready, she could get out of here. She wished she could say that going back to Nashville excited her, but it didn't. No. Going back there, she'd have to face her dwindling career. She'd expected any day now to hear her label was dropping her. She'd been a so-called two-hit wonder. All those days on the road, of selling her soul to the music industry, had left her dried up. What she'd once dreamed about doing now felt like a chore. When had the music become a burden instead of a joy? And just how was she going to fix that? 30 minutes later, she was ready to go. Her suitcases waited by the door. Her room looked as if she'd never been there. Pausing one last time, Daleigh looked at what had been her father's house. She ran her fingers along the oak-stained molding of the hallway and inhaled the scent of lemon. Her dad had always liked that smell. She followed the short hallway until she stood in front of her father's room. She stared at the door for a long time, wondering whether she should open it or not. "You'll regret it if you don't. It will be good closure for you." Daleigh hesitated as her hand grasped the knob. Did she really want to do this? She already knew the answer. She had no choice. This would be the finality she needed. She pushed open the door with a creak. The lemonade-colored sunlight was even brighter inside this room as all the shades were open. Piles of books laid stacked in corners, magazines beside his bed, a telescope by a window. Daleigh smiled. This was just like her dad, scattered and disorganized, but brilliant. A tapestry he'd picked up in India hung on the wall. 2 blowguns from Africa sat on a shelf, though he'd removed the darts that went inside long ago. His journals lay in a stack in the corner by his bed. His favorite hat, a floppy fisherman's variety, hung on one of the bedposts. It just didn't seem right that Dad wouldn't be coming back here, that he'd fallen on the pier, hit his head, and drowned. Freak accidents only happen to strangers. Daleigh slowly lowered herself onto the edge of the bed. The hat dangling on the bedpost beckoned her. Slowly, she reached over and removed it from its perch. Her finger ran along the rim, and her thumb soothed the wrinkled edges. Spontaneously, she spun it around on her finger, the same way her dad used to whenever he was in deep thought. Around and around it went, the scent of a pipe floating toward her with the motion. She told him not to smoke, that it was bad for him. He'd done it anyway. She sighed, realizing the issue was unimportant now. Dad was gone. What would happen to the family in the wake of his death? The thought weighed heavy on her heart. Impulsively, she slipped the hat over her head. She would take it with her. She stood and noticed the rumpled coverlet. She could at least tidy up his room. As disorganized as he was, Dad always liked for his bed to be made. Army style with neatly tucked edges taut across the top. Daleigh smoothed the top layer of fabric and pulled everything snugly under the mattress, just like he liked, and then moved to the other side to do the same. Her fingers brushed something beneath the mattress, and she paused. What was that? She reached into the crevice and pulled out a composition notebook. It appeared newer, maybe just a few months old and not terribly used. Her fingers brushed over the smooth cover. Ignoring the tidy bed, Daleigh lowered herself onto it again. Guilt assaulted her as she opened the cover, but she pushed it away. Her dad's familiar scrawl, not even a centimeter high and boxy, made her squint. She'd always joked that you needed a magnifying glass to read anything he wrote. She held it close and began to read. I'm not usually one to keep a personal journal, but circumstances what they are, I decided to record everything going on. Someone wants me dead, and I'm afraid they might get their wish. Chapter 2. Daleigh felt the world spinning around her. What did her dad mean? Was he losing it before he died? She continued reading. For months, I've been studying the good folks in Hertford. Most of them are delightful, like Ryan Shields at the garage. He has so much promise and valuable insight. Our daily talks are one of the highlights of my day. Unfortunately, there are people I've studied that I wish I hadn't. I've seen things that I shouldn't. And instead of backing away, I've gotten pulled in even further. Did this mean that her father's death wasn't an accident, but murder? Chills raced up her spine. She needed some air. The room suddenly felt stuffy, like she couldn't breathe. Leaving the journal on the bed, she retreated into the hallway, then stopped. She had to read the rest. Forcing herself back into her father's room, she retrieved the notebook and then hurried to the porch as if someone were chasing her outside. After lowering herself in a rocking chair, she sucked in a breath. Nausea roiled in her stomach as her mind replayed what she'd read. She leaned over, feeling ill. Dead. Someone wanted him dead. Why? A freak accident, it had to be. No one hated her dad. But the journal had said. The journal. Did it hold the answers? Trembling, she touched the pages, afraid of what seemed so innocent a short time before. She nudged the cover back. She reread the first entry again. Dad really thought someone was going to kill him. The entry was dated 2 days before he died. She turned the page. Random thoughts were scribbled everywhere, as if he were trying to figure out something. He doodled little pictures here and there. None of it made any sense. Pasture, a drawing of a snake, pictures of trees, a crazy symbol, a crescent moon with lines shooting from it. Various arrows connected the words and images. At the bottom were the words, "They killed her." The sound of metal clanking against metal made her jump as if a gun had been fired. She raised her eyes and spotted Ryan from the garage, jangling keys in front of her. She closed her eyes and sighed, feeling foolish. "I didn't mean to scare you," Ryan said. "I figured you might be back here when no one answered the door of the main house." Why hadn't she noticed Ryan's laid-back accent yesterday, or how good-looking he was? A shadow of a beard covered his face. Curly light brown hair, sparkling blue eyes, and an athletic build rounded out the look. "Don't worry, you're fine." Daleigh closed the journal reluctantly. "I guess my car's ready." The question was too mundane. How could life go on when her father might have been murdered? "Yeah, I drove it over. It's in the driveway." He wore that same expression she'd noticed yesterday. What was it? It almost seemed like shyness. "Thank you." Her voice cracked twice in the short sentence. As she brought her hand to her throat, she noticed her fingers trembling. "Are you okay?" Concern etched furrows across his brow, and his blue eyes beckoned her to trust him. Yes. Let me write you a check." Daleigh stood distracted. "Why don't you come inside for a minute?" He followed her. Daleigh grabbed her purse from the kitchen table and began fishing for her checkbook. Her hands still shook over the implications of the journal. What had her dad been writing about? "Nice place here. I never came inside before." Daleigh looked up. "Yes, it is nice." She still clutched the journal, she realized. She quickly slid it into a drawer filled with dishcloths. She found her checkbook and searched for a blank check amid receipts and deposit slips she'd stuffed into the folds. What was the name of the garage again? "It looks like you're ready to leave," Ryan said. She glanced up and saw Ryan pointing at her suitcase and guitar. 15 minutes ago, she'd been sure that was the very thing she should do. Leave this place. Get on with life. Get far away from her sister. Now, she didn't know. Ryan stared at her, waiting for an answer. Her heart yearned to spill everything to him. Just his presence offered comfort, and yesterday he'd been such a good listener. But she barely knew the man. She finally offered a shrug. "I thought I was ready." "I guess there's a but in there." The image of her father's journal burned in her mind. "Yeah, you could say that. Some things have come up." She remembered Ryan's willingness to hurry and fix her car, all for nothing. "I guess there was no reason to rush things after all, huh? Sorry about that." "No need to apologize. These things happen." She appreciated his graciousness. "How much do I owe you?" The amount he quoted sounded far too low. She paused, her pen on the check. "That's all? Are you sure that's right?" He nodded. "I'm sure." "Things sure are cheaper here than in Nashville, then." She wrote the amount and signed it. "I've heard Nashville's nice." Ryan stood by the door, as if unsure whether or not to relax. "Yeah, it's a great place, especially if you're into the music scene." She handed him the slip of paper. Without looking at the amount, he slipped it into his shirt pocket. She raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to check the amount?" His lip twitched up, as if he were amused. "I trust you." Surprised, she tilted her head. "But you don't know me." He shrugged. "What can I say? I'm just a trusting kind of guy. Besides, I knew your father. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right?" The journal seemed to call her from the drawer. "Right." Ryan nodded toward the door. "I guess I should go back to work. Let me know if you have any more problems with your car." Daleigh followed him outside and watched as he started down the sidewalk. She realized the same easy trust that Ryan offered to her, Daleigh suddenly felt for him also. "Ryan," she called. He stopped and turned to face her. She hesitated, then plunged ahead. "Does the word pasture mean anything to you?" His eyebrows knit together. "You mean as in looking for greener pastures?" She shrugged. "Does the word have any special meaning here in Hertford? Is there a place people call the pasture, or a store with that in its name? Anything?" He drew his lips in a line. After a few minutes of silence, he shook his head. "Not that I can think of." She offered a tight nod. "Okay, thanks." He continued walking, slowing at one point, as if he might turn around and say something else, but he didn't. Daleigh watched until he disappeared. Ryan seemed like a nice guy, a lot different from Vince. Vince was charismatic. Everyone knew him, and he always made himself known. Ryan, on the other hand, seemed unassuming, like the type of guy Daleigh would like to be friends with, if she stayed in town longer. The journal. With a sigh, she sat back down to read the rest of her father's entries. She flipped to the 3rd page. "I'll find out who did this and then report them to the police. They can't get away with what they're doing. They think they're so clever, so smart, but I've seen what they do, and as soon as I get the evidence, they'll be arrested." She turned the page, surprised. "That's it?" Daleigh closed the book. "Did you find out, Dad? And was it worth the risk?" She felt the beginning of a headache from the stress that kicked off with a hysterical phone call from her sister, telling Daleigh their father had died. Daleigh rescheduled 4 concerts, found someone to take care of her apartment, and then hopped in the car for the 2-day trip. Driving always helped her world make a little more sense, she'd reasoned. She needed the time on the road alone. On the way here, reality sank in. Her father, her friend, was dead. She hadn't been in a state to drive, she realized, halfway to Hertford, but she didn't have any choice at that point. Why hadn't Vince realized what a bad idea it was for her to drive to her father's funeral? Probably because he'd been distracted with a new band he'd just discovered. Daleigh remembered the lead singer's perky upturned nose and blonde hair. Vince couldn't stop talking about her, how the band was going to be huge, how talented Piper was. Daleigh bit the inside of her mouth. Had Vince cheated on her with Piper? She shook her head. He wasn't a cheater. Was he? Her heart ached as she thought of all the time she'd wasted with Vince. She'd had suspicions he'd cheated on her before with various other women. She'd never been able to confirm anything, and Vince had never fessed up. I'm such a fool. Why was she in such a hurry to get back? There wasn't a single person in Nashville who really cared about her. Instead, they cared about her career, about the success she could bring them, how they could make more money off her. Of course, being in Hereford wasn't much different. Her sister wouldn't care if Daleigh dropped off the face of the earth. Her nieces barely knew her. She'd had more time to play with them on the day before the funeral than she had since they'd been born. It seemed the only person in the entire world who really loved her was gone. Loneliness battered her heart, and she pulled her arms over her chest. Ryan's smile, for some reason, fluttered through her mind. Gritting her teeth, she decided to go to her sister's. She had no choice but to find out what happened to her father. Maybe her sister had a clue about what Dad meant in his journal. The subject would have to be approached very delicately, though. "They delivered your car. They never deliver my car." Hannah unloaded the groceries from the paper bags. "Well, maybe he felt sorry for me since I had an emotional breakdown yesterday when I dropped off the car." Daleigh heard the hint of sarcasm and worked to calm herself. She twisted the tissue in her hands, wondering how this conversation would turn out. All the others she and her sister engaged in had ended in a fight about the funeral, what Dad would want, how to handle his estate. "It's hard to believe Dad's gone, isn't it?" A fresh round of tears poured down Hannah's cheeks, along with enough mascara to fill an ink pen. "Oh, Daleigh, what are we going to do?" "We'll move on the best we can. Dad wouldn't want us sitting around and crying all day." Hannah sniffed. "You're right. I can't cry all day. I have a family to take care of. I have responsibilities." Her sister cast a sharp glance at her. "At least you can take the opportunity to grieve." Daleigh suppressed a sigh. "I have responsibilities too, Hannah. They're just different than yours." Her sister laughed and pulled a plastic container from the cabinet. "You're still a kid, Daleigh. You always will be. You even look like a kid. Why couldn't I have gotten that anti-aging gene?" Daleigh gritted her teeth. "I'm 28, hardly a kid." "I've almost given up hope that you're going to ever have a family of your own. I'd like nieces and nephews one day, you know. Of course, Bruce's brother has children, but it's not the same." She paused from pouring flour into the marked container. "You never did say where Vince was." At the mention of Vince's name, Daleigh's stomach turned. He was probably in the studio now, merrily working on another project. Piper's project. "He couldn't get away. There's an album he's working on that's demanding all his time. I'd like to meet him, especially if he's going to be my brother-in-law one day." Daleigh tore another shred of paper from her tissue. "We're not engaged, Hannah. You know that." "Yeah, but this is by far your most serious relationship. It's only a matter of time." "Not if I break up with him, it's not." Daleigh changed the subject. Her emotions and logic collided inside, and Daleigh didn't know what to think anymore. "I have a question for you, big sis." Daleigh propelled herself on top of the kitchen cabinet. Hannah gave her a dirty look, but Daleigh ignored it. She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Well, what is it? Spit it out." "Was Dad acting weird before he died?" Her sister finally paused from her obsessive sorting of groceries and stared at Daleigh. "What do you mean? Was he losing it or something?" Daleigh could hear the condemnation in Hannah's voice. "Don't say something you'll regret, Daleigh. Be patient and loving." "No, I just mean, was he acting like himself?" Hannah shrugged and resumed sorting through the frozen vegetables. "Yeah, he was acting like himself. Why are you asking?" "Just wondering." She paused again. "You know, now that you mention it, he was disappearing more than usual. He wanted to be by himself and take long walks alone. But you know how Dad is." Her voice caught. "Was, I guess I should say." Her voice softened. "He was kind of eccentric sometimes." "Had anything happened that upset him?" The tenderness in Hannah's voice disappeared, and a patronizing tone took its place. "What's with all the questions, Daleigh? You think I didn't look after him? Well, at least I was here for him." "I didn't say that." "I mean, he lived here with me for the past 4 years. Do you know how hard it's going to be to see the guest cottage and realize he's not there?" "I know it's going to be tough, Hannah." Dad helped out so much, everything from watching the girls to helping with the yard work. Bruce doesn't mind helping, but he's hardly ever home, being a surgeon and all. I don't know what I'm going to do." Yes, Hannah reminded Daleigh almost every time they spoke that she'd married a surgeon. It was one of Hannah's requirements for the man she married. He had to be rich. Oh, she'd never say that aloud, but her actions said plenty. And now Hannah had what she wanted: a beautiful restored Victorian, more money than she could spend, and a life where she wanted for nothing. "It's going to be all the small things I miss. Dad was just always there whenever we needed him," Hannah continued. The tears started pouring again. "And now you're leaving us, aren't you? You're going back to Nashville." A lump formed in Daleigh's throat. "Eventually." Hannah sniffed. "Not today. I decided to stay in town for a day or so longer, if that's okay with you," she added. "You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. The kids would love to spend more time with their Aunt Daleigh." Daleigh smiled. "They're great kids. You're really good with kids, you know." "Only other people's." Daleigh shrugged. She loved Hannah's kids and regretted she wasn't closer to them. "Settling down isn't that scary." "I know. Hertford's a nice town." Daleigh shrugged. "I'm not really a small-town kind of girl." "I guess it would be kind of hard for Vince to produce music from here, huh?" Hannah then looked up with bright, hopeful eyes. "You could have a second home here." "That sounds expensive." "How many #1 hits has he produced?" "At least 30, and I'm not even keeping count. I'm sure Vince has money." 47 hits, Daleigh said. The number came out of Vince's mouth so often, no one could forget it. Daleigh thought of Piper and a few other women and wondered if Vince had cheated on her once for every Billboard chart topper. "And you're assuming again that we're getting married," Daleigh said. "I thought we already decided that you were." Daleigh rolled her eyes. This was exactly why she wanted to get out of town today. Much more time around Hannah, and Daleigh was going to lose it. Chapter 3. The sun had just started its descent when Daleigh decided to look for the police station. She stuffed her dad's journal into an oversized purse and began her way down the street. She soaked in a mural displaying Hertford's history from its Native American legacy to the Civil War battles fought here. It decorated the side of an old hardware store as she came into town from the east. A vendor sold fresh fruit and vegetables from a wooden cart on the opposite corner. Colorful planters and welcoming park benches sat randomly along the storefronts. Just a street over, the river curled around the town protectively. Daleigh caught a glimpse of the glorious blue as it stretched in the distance and smiled. Towns didn't get much more picture-perfect than this. Hannah and the kids had gone into Elizabeth City to grab a bite to eat. Bruce wouldn't be home until who knew what hour, so Daleigh would have time to do some more investigating without her sister's scrutiny. A vertical black and white sign for the local pharmacy decorated the street corner on the other end of town. She also saw a cafe, a travel agency, and several gift shops. Veering from Main Street, she looked for the police department, which she vaguely remembered seeing on the drive back from Dad's funeral. A case of nerves suddenly hit her. Sharing the information she'd discovered would make it real. Until now, what she'd found had seemed like a bad dream. Daleigh wondered if the information could set off a chain of reactions and speculation. What if it made her father look bad? What if he was involved in something crooked by association? She doubted it, but was it possible? No, Daleigh. Let the professionals do their job. They're trained. They can look at the evidence objectively. This is the best way to handle things. Drawing in a deep breath, she opened the door and approached a blonde receptionist. A few moments later, Daleigh was ushered into a small office framed with dark wooden paneling. Pictures of lighthouses hung on the wall, and a simple off-white swag draped the window. A petite woman with curly red hair swiveled around. The woman's eyes sparkled, and though Daleigh would have guessed her to be in her 40s, her athletic build lent to youthfulness. She reminded Daleigh of Reba McEntire. "If it isn't Daleigh McDermott, I'm a big fan of your music. Loved your concert in Norfolk last year, sweetie. My 13-year-old thinks you hung the moon." Thanks. I appreciate the compliment. Doing any concerts around here anytime soon? Wouldn't she and Vince like to know? I'm not sure. The chief waved her hand as if embarrassed. I know you have a lot of things on your mind right now, sweetie. Forgive me for even asking. It's just not often we have a celebrity in town. Celebrity? Daleigh hated that word. It gave the impression she was more important than others, that she deserved honor. Besides, she was more of a one-hit wonder. Her star power was quickly diminishing, unless she made some drastic changes. It's not a big deal. You're just as gracious as I thought you'd be. Now, I'm Chief Rollins. I'm assuming you didn't stop by to talk about your musical career, so what can I do for you? Daleigh cleared her throat. It's about my father. Your father was a good man. I loved hearing his baritone voice behind me at church. It made it easy to see where you got your talent. He was a jack of all trades, you could say. Daleigh lowered herself onto the molded orange chair in front of her and drew in a breath. I have reason to believe his death may not have been an accident. The chief scrunched her eyebrows. Tell me why you think that. Daleigh already had a sense that she could trust this woman. The chief seemed like a spitfire, as if she had enough spunk not to back down on things. Drawing on that assumption, Daleigh pulled her purse in front of her and unclasped it. Seeing the notebook made her throat go dry. She slid the book across the desk, ignoring her shaky fingers. I found this journal in my dad's room. He mentioned someone dying and someone else wanting to kill him. The woman's eyebrows drew even closer together, if that was possible. She leaned forward. Someone dying, you say? The chief's face was blank, inscrutable, as she took the book. Murdered, actually. She leaned back. Honey, we haven't had a murder in this town in years. Daleigh raised an eyebrow and nodded toward the journal. Judge for yourself. Chief Rollins opened the book and grunted as her eyes scanned the pages. Slowly, she closed the notebook. Maternal concern wreathed her pixie face. Sugar, I have to tell you, this town is one of the safest around. I really believe your father's death was an accident. She tapped the book again in contemplation. There were no signs of foul play. You sure he wasn't writing a crime novel? I doubt it. He never mentioned it to me. We've had 3 deaths in the past year. 2 were residents over 80 years old. The third was a college student who'd been driving drunk and hit a tree. It was tragic for the whole town, but there was no foul play involved. The chief looked down at the journal again and sighed. Unfortunately, this evidence is all circumstantial. There's nothing to warrant a case. Compassion wrinkled the corners of her green eyes, offering hope to Daleigh. But I'll tell you what, if it will make you feel better, I'll do a little snooping and see if I can find out anything. How's that sound? It might not have been much to go on, but it was more than Daleigh had before. I'd appreciate any help I can get. Chief Rollins handed the journal back. I'll let you know if I find anything. An officer knocked on the door, and the chief nodded his way. If you'll excuse me, dear. Of course. Daleigh stuffed the journal into her purse and departed into the fading sunlight outdoors. She had to talk this over with someone. Her sister wasn't an option. Hannah would either sneer at Daleigh's concerns or become hysterical. Daleigh couldn't handle either right now. Her brother-in-law was never around. Maybe Vince. Why did her heart twist at the thought of him? The flutters of infatuation were long gone in their turbulent relationship. Not that she thought relationships were all about warm, fuzzy feelings. But some of her feelings about her boyfriend should be positive, shouldn't they? That's what all the songs she wrote about seemed to say. She paused by a park bench and, after she found her cell phone in her purse, dialed Vince's number at work, where he no doubt was. His secretary, Lauren, picked up. There were days when Daleigh talked to Lauren more than she talked to Vince. Daleigh, I'm so sorry to hear about your father. How are you doing? I've been better. Daleigh didn't feel up to the polite chit-chat at the moment. She had too much on her mind. Look, is Vince there? He is, but he's in the middle of recording. Can I have him call you back? Daleigh's heart twisted, although the news didn't surprise her. "It's important. Let me see if he can give you a few minutes of his time." Daleigh leaned against the brick storefront behind her and waited. To her relief, Vince's confident voice came on the line a few minutes later. "Hey, sweetheart, how's my favorite girl doing?" "It's been rough, really rough. It doesn't seem possible that my dad won't be around anymore." "Losing someone you love is never easy," he assured her. "It will get better with time." They were basically the same words that Ryan had told her yesterday. Why did a stranger who replaced mufflers for a living offer so much sincere comfort, while the man who supposedly loved her, who made his living with poetic words and music, could only manage platitudes? "Listen, sweetie, I know you need to talk, but I've got some musicians in here that I'm paying by the hour. I know they don't want to be here all night, so I need to run. I'll call you when I get home tonight, okay?" Vince's brush-off ignited her temper. "No, it's not okay. I really need to talk." Silence stretched on the other line. He was always too busy, and she always backed down when he put his work before their relationship. But if he couldn't be there for her when her father died, then what did that say about their relationship? Daleigh could imagine his square, bristly jaw tensed into a firm line and his Roman nose tilted in the air. "What is it, Daleigh? What's so important that you need to talk right now?" Daleigh shook her head. He was listening out of pure obligation. His tone was that of a parent talking to a child. She didn't want to be emotional and hard to please, but she wouldn't be talked down to or treated poorly either. "You need to talk," he clipped. "My dad is dead, Vince." Muffled voices murmured in the background, only igniting her frustration more. "I know, but people die every day. I'm real sorry I can't be there for you, but what can I do?" "Hold me. Tell me it's okay. Let me know that I'm important to you." "Look, honey, I have to go. We'll just have to talk when you get back. I know it's not what you want to hear, but it is what it is." "Don't bother, Vince. As far as I'm concerned, we're done. You can't even make time for me when my father has died. That tells me a lot about your character and your feelings for me." "Daleigh." "There's nothing else to talk about." She flipped the phone shut, wishing it were an old-fashioned phone so she could slam down the receiver. She knew Vince wouldn't forgive her hanging up on him, at least not easily, and it was always Daleigh's job to do the crawling, to back down and make changes to accommodate him. Not this time. She'd wasted enough energy with this relationship. She was only sorry it had taken her father's death to make her realize it. She stood there on Main Street, staring at her phone. Her dad was gone. She'd broken up with her boyfriend. She had a sister whose favorite hobby was insulting her. Where did she go from here? Chapter 4. Daleigh's feet led her down the sidewalk, taking on a mind of their own. Before she knew it, she was outside Ryan's garage. Her father had trusted the man. Daleigh needed to talk with someone. Why not Ryan? He'd been nothing but kind. Maybe he could offer some kind of insight as to what her father had been up to in his final days. She stepped under the open garage door and inhaled the scent of grease and oil. It reminded her of her dad, who often tinkered with a motor out in the garage. His father, Daleigh's granddad, had been a mechanic in the Army and had taught Dad everything he knew, from cars to how to properly make a bed. Whenever her dad needed to think, to really think and mull over life, he always did so under the guise of working under the hood. Ryan's lean form adjusted something underneath a minivan while a radio blared George Strait in the background. "Good music selection," Daleigh said. She crossed her arms and stepped closer, her boots clicking on the cement floor. The wrench Ryan held clanged to the ground as he turned with a little jump. His gaze rested on Daleigh. He laughed airily as he reached for the radio and turned it down. "I didn't mean to scare you." "You didn't scare me. I just didn't hear you come in." He grabbed a rag and wiped his hands as he approached her. "Is everything okay with your car? You're not having any more problems, are you?" "Oh, no, it's nothing like that." Daleigh bit the inside of her lip. "It's actually about my dad. You mentioned that you knew him. I was hoping I might ask you a few questions, if you're not busy. I understand if you are, it's just that... Okay. I really need... Daleigh paused and stared at him, used to Vince's excuses. What did you say? He grinned and wiped his hands again. I said okay. I was fixin' to quit for the day anyhow. Let me close things down here and I'll be right out. Daleigh returned his grin. Thanks. She watched as he secured the cars, turned off machines, and locked the office. Her gaze scanned the place. The garage was actually pretty organized, with tools hanging neatly in place, the floors scrubbed, and everything well taken care of. Can I help with anything? He scrubbed his hands and arms at a nearby sink. No, I'm good. Listen, I don't usually bring extra clothes to work, and I know I must smell like a grease monkey. I could run past my house and change real quick if it bothers you. Daleigh's heart warmed at his consideration. No, I don't mind the smell. He turned off the water and tore several paper towels from the nearby dispenser. If you're sure. A moment later, he was by her side. He'd taken off his grease-stained coverall and just wore the white t-shirt underneath with navy blue pants. They stepped out of the garage, and a cool spring breeze wrapped itself around Daleigh. The garage door clanked and groaned all the way to the ground before jerking to a halt. I'll let you pick the place since I have no idea what's around here. Daleigh fell into step beside him. There's a nice have-a-day cafe down the street. Mildred serves up a mean cup of coffee, loaded with chicory if you want it, and fresh cream from the farm, not those little plastic cups of fake stuff. Daleigh smiled. Sounds great. The sky was dim now, only a hint of sunlight left. In the distance, crickets sang their soothing songs, and the sound of distant laughter floated through the air. Beautiful night, huh? Ryan asked. He walked at an easy gait, with relaxed strides. It's gorgeous. She pulled her arms across her chest and cleared her throat. So, have you always lived here? Born and raised. You must like it, huh? To stick around for so long. You callin' me old, sugar? Ryan put on an exaggerated southern accent. Daleigh paused, wondering how to respond when she caught the twinkle in Ryan's eye. Their laughter mingled with the springtime breeze. Speaking normally now, with only a soft lilt in his voice, he said, Yeah, I love it here. I left for a few years but came back. I like the slower pace. He glanced at her. How about you? You're in Nashville, right? I guess you're there for good. That's the plan. She remembered the conversation she'd just had with Vince about her rocky career. That was the plan, at least. You starting to change your mind? Daleigh strolled along quietly. The evening breeze tickled her hair across her cheek as she wondered why she wasted 2 years of her life on a man who didn't love her. I don't exactly have a steady lifestyle. Always on the go, you know. Touring, recording, video shoots. Who knows what will happen when I actually decide to settle down. We can all make the plans we want, but sometimes the big guy upstairs has a different idea, huh? Absolutely. Daleigh glanced at his easy profile. I guess that was one of your nuggets of wisdom my father wrote about. He raised his eyebrows. Nuggets of wisdom? Yeah, my father wrote in a journal that he enjoyed your insights and the daily talks you shared. Heaviness pressed on her. The journal was why she was here right now. It was why she thought her father may have been killed. All the light-hearted conversation in the world wouldn't change that. Well, I'm honored he would mention me. That's quite a compliment. They stopped at one of the storefronts, and Ryan pulled open the door. A country cafe with the sign, Have a Nice Day, painted on the front door greeted them, complete with roughly yellow curtains and an assortment of knickknacks scattered about, all covered with smiley faces. Silverware clinked, and a small crowd sat scattered about 20 square tables and booths, beating the evening rush. The 20 or so people in the cafe all turned to stare at them for a second, then went back to their meals. Ryan put his hand at Daleigh's elbow and directed her to a corner booth covered in black vinyl. Daleigh slid into the seat with a quick zipping sound of denim against plastic. Her muscles relaxed against the worn cushions. Hey, Ryan. No sooner had they been seated than did a gray-haired waitress appear with a pad in hand. The stout lady turned to Daleigh. "I was sure sorry to hear about your daddy, Daleigh. He was a fine man, a lousy tipper, but even so I'll miss him." Daleigh bit back a smile. She remembered that her dad had been a terrible tipper. A quarter was good enough for his father, and it was good enough for him. "Thank you. What can I get for you?" "Just coffee, please, Mildred," Ryan said. "Same for me." "It's got chicory in it." Mildred looked up from writing on her pad. "I can make a pot of regular if you're not used to the flavor." "No, chicory's fine." "We'll load it up with cream and sugar if it's too strong. 2 coffees coming right up." She bustled behind the counter that stretched down the whole side of the cafe. A gray-haired man sitting at a table full of men yelled, "More coffee here too, Mildred." "Hold your horses, Harv. I'll bring the pot with me when I come." The cafe murmured with soft conversations, and somewhere on a tiny radio station, Shania Twain promised to get you good. Daleigh glanced across the table at Ryan. He nestled himself in the corner of the booth with an arm stretched across the back of the bench. He looked totally at ease as his gaze wandered the cafe. A moment of envy shot through Daleigh. Ryan belonged, something she'd never done. "I guess you're probably wondering why I wanted to talk," Daleigh started. "I assumed it was because of my impeccable good looks." He winked at Daleigh and chuckled. Her smile dimmed. "It's actually because of my dad." The waitress set 2 bright yellow mugs of coffee on the table. Ryan's was chipped and hers wasn't, which must make her a VIP around here. "Thanks." Ryan drank his black, while Daleigh poured a generous serving of cream out of a ceramic pitcher shaped like a Holstein cow. The cream poured out of the cow's mouth, and Daleigh busied herself with stirring, watching the black and white swirl together. After tapping her spoon gently on the side of the mug, she placed it on the saucer. "Stop procrastinating and talk." Daleigh raised her eyes to Ryan's. "What was my dad like in the days before he died?" She held her breath, waiting for his reaction, his response. Ryan cocked his head sideways, obviously surprised by the question. "Before he died?" He squinted, as if trying to make the past come into focus. "He was just your dad, same as always. Still stopped by to visit with me." "Was there anything different about him?" He caught her gaze. "He seemed like himself. I mean, I don't remember anything strange. Should I?" Daleigh took a long sip, and the chicory nearly burned her tongue. She coughed, almost spilling her coffee in the process. With a broad grin, Ryan pushed the cow toward her. Daleigh grabbed it and poured. "I'm not sure. It's only a theory." Should she tell him about the journal? Her instincts told her she could trust him. She pulled her purse in front of her and took out the notebook. Her thumb stroked the brown leather cover. "I found this stuffed between my dad's mattress and box spring. It might be nothing, but I can't help but be concerned." He started to reach for it. "May I?" Daleigh nodded and handed it to him. She watched as he studied the pages, flipping back and forth between them. Finally, he lowered the notebook. "It sounds like he was studying someone who didn't want to be studied." Daleigh leaned forward, anxious not to be overheard in the crowded diner. What if his death wasn't an accident? The words hung in the air, and Daleigh wished she could take them back. "Have you gone to the police?" They fell silent as Mildred offered them more coffee and a few words of local gossip. As soon as she left and Daleigh's coffee was turned nearly white with cream, Daleigh leaned on her elbows, closing the distance between them. "I talked to Chief Rollins today. She said she would look into it, but the town hasn't had a murder in years. She's got no experience as a detective. I don't have very much hope that she'll find anything. I don't think she wants to find anything." "The town prides itself in being safe. I'm sure the chief doesn't want to stir suspicions if she doesn't have to." Daleigh glanced at him sharply, pondering his words. "I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying this is the type of town where everyone wants to raise a family. Something like a murder would really shake people up." Daleigh played with a napkin in front of her, tearing off small pieces. "I don't know what to do. I'm really worried there was foul play involved. And if there is a killer out there, the only way the town will be safe is if he's caught." You should leave it to the police. What if he was murdered? You don't want to get mixed up with the people involved. Ryan no longer lounged against the booth. His muscles looked rigid, and his lips had hardened into a firm, straight line as he leaned toward her. But what if the police don't do anything? Do I let the person who killed my father walk away? That's not justice. He reached across the table, and his calloused hands brushed hers. A shot of electricity rushed up her arm. His gaze caught hers in a way that made her wonder if he'd felt it too. Sometimes things are out of our hands. She looked at his hands resting on the table, the hands of a hard-working man who wasn't afraid to get dirty. He was the kind of man she wrote songs about, and talking with him had eased her mind. At the same time, she decided more firmly she couldn't let this drop. I think he left the journal in hopes someone would find it. It's not like him to write about his personal life. He could write books on other people, but never himself. And the fact that he hid this specific journal just makes me think something was wrong. Like this was his final plea in case something did happen to him. Concerned, he leaned forward. What are you thinking about doing? I was hoping to find out where he'd been lately, what he'd been doing, who he'd been watching. Ryan frowned, lost in thought. I know he went out on his rowboat quite a bit. He was fascinated with this area and its history. Do you think he stumbled onto something he shouldn't have? Daleigh shrugged. It's a place to start, I guess. I've searched his library, but I'll go home and look through the rest of his journals. Perhaps they'll give me some kind of clue. Why hadn't she thought of it earlier? Suddenly, she could hardly sit still. She felt sure that was where the answer was. She stood, opening her purse to find her wallet. I'm going to do that right now, actually. I hate to cut coffee short, but I have to find out. I don't know why. Ryan dropped some bills on the table. Coffee's on me. Thank you. You bet. Ryan waved at Mildred and a few others as he walked beside Daleigh out of the cafe. Mildred hollered, Have a nice day, y'all. You too, Mildred. Ryan pulled the door open for Daleigh, and the bell hanging over the door tinkled as they went out. A moment later, they walked side by side toward her cottage. The sun had almost completely disappeared from the sky. The wind had picked up, and dark branches slapped together overhead, drowning out the crickets. The trees seemed to bend down, reaching long skeletal fingers toward them as they walked briskly down the street. Daleigh loved the Victorian houses on the 3-block walk from her sister's house to downtown. But today they were a blur as Daleigh rushed toward her father's home. Ryan somehow managed to keep up with her frantic pace. You don't have to come. She tensed, afraid he'd say goodbye like any normal person might. She wanted nothing more than for him to stay at her side, like his presence was the only thing preventing her from coming unraveled. He shrugged. I'm curious. Besides, you're on my way, and if you're right, you shouldn't be doing this by yourself. I've always hated getting home after dark. That was always my dad's rule for that matter. Be home before dark. Nothing good ever happens at night. Not bad advice. She glanced up at him. Even around here? Even small towns have their secrets. They walked a few more paces. Is that where you got the inspiration for your song? Home Before Dark? Her one song that had made it onto Billboard's top 10. It sure is. It's one of my favorites. She cast him a smile. Thanks. For the record, I really like Daddy's Girl also. I know it must have been hard to sing at the funeral, but you did a great job. I think your dad was smiling down at you from heaven. Her sister's house came into view. Dad's little bungalow in Hannah's backyard was visible. Hannah's lights were on, and 2 cars sat in the driveway. Bruce was home, a near miracle for a surgeon. They walked down the cobblestone sidewalk her sister had installed to go with the time period of the house. Both houses had been a mess when Bruce and Hannah purchased them 5 years ago. Her sister had renovated them and turned them into beauties. Daleigh felt good having Ryan with her. She trusted him more after 2 days than she'd ever trusted Vince. Was it the vulnerability of her dad's death, or just that Ryan listened? Whatever the reason, she was grateful for his presence. She stopped in her tracks at the porch. Her throat went bone dry. Everything okay? Ryan asked. She pointed toward a window cracked partially open. Fear rippled through her bones. "I didn't leave that open," she whispered. Chapter 5. Ryan reached for her keys. "Let me check it out for you." All trace of Southern gentleman vanished as he pulled the keys out of Daleigh's hand without waiting for her to let go. "Wait here." Ryan slipped the key into the lock and slowly nudged the door open. "Be careful," she whispered, unsure if he'd even heard her. With a quick nod over his shoulder, he disappeared inside the house. A light popped on, and Daleigh strained to see inside. The sheer curtains made it impossible. She listened. The wind chimes sang merrily above her. She resisted the urge to yank them down, afraid they would mask the sound of a struggle. What was taking him so long? The cottage wasn't that big. Just then, Ryan appeared in the doorway. "Everything looks okay. You sure you didn't leave the window up?" "Positive." She stepped onto the porch. "Maybe your sister came over and opened it while you were gone." It was a possibility. He took a step closer. "Either way, there's no one here now. You should be fine inside." Her shoulders sagged with relief. She was so thankful Ryan had been with her tonight. A smile pulled across her lips. "I guess I owe you two now, huh?" "You don't owe me anything, Daleigh." The sincerity in his voice caused tingles to run up her spine. Men that were both sweet and hunky didn't come around every day. "Hey, Daleigh, we're having some cake." Hannah stepped around the corner and faltered. Her eyes widened as she looked back and forth from Daleigh to Ryan. She batted her eyelids in mock innocence. "I didn't realize you had company. I hope I'm not interrupting." Daleigh suspected that Hannah knew exactly what she was doing. "You're fine. We're just having some pie left over from Dad's funeral." Hannah ran her hand over her ash-blonde curls. Of course, not a hair was out of place. "There's so much food, I don't know what to do with it. What do you say? Ryan, you can come too." They looked at each other. Daleigh knew there was no way to get out of it, but if Ryan went with her, she could make her escape a lot sooner. Her eyes met his, a virtual stranger, yet she felt like she'd known him longer. "I'll go if you do," she offered. He held up his hands in surrender. "I guess I'm coming then. I'd hate to become the source of a family feud." They all shared a chuckle and started toward the main house. Ryan had understood her need for his company. An easy silence fell between them, until Hannah decided to ruin it. "So, Daleigh, talked to Vince lately?" Hannah looked at her sister with wide, childlike eyes. The eyes of a faker, Daleigh thought. Her throat constricted. Why did her sister pull this stuff? "As a matter of fact, yes, I talked to him today." "When's he coming out?" "As soon as music ceases to make money, I suppose." She clamped her mouth shut, wishing she could take back the words. They were immature. True, but immature. "That's not very nice, Daleigh." "No, I suppose it wasn't," she conceded, hoping to veer off the discussion. Hannah fluffed her hair, probably trying to appear casual. Daleigh knew the truth. Her sister was as nosy as they come. "So, what were you guys doing staring at the guest house like that?" "I think someone broke into the cottage." Daleigh hadn't made a decision about whether to tell Hannah, but now she decided it would distract her sister from Vince and Ryan and Daleigh's life in general. Hannah froze on the stone sidewalk. "Why do you think that?" "My window was up. You weren't over there messing around, were you?" "Oh, is that all?" Hannah laughed and started her prance to the house again. "No, I wasn't over there, but maybe the window wasn't latched. Sometimes they can pop open even if they're not. I wouldn't worry about it." Maybe, Daleigh thought. It was a plausible theory, but her gut told her it was wrong. Or maybe it was her paranoia. "I checked it out and everything appears untouched," Ryan said. "Maybe it was just a kid who got curious about the celebrity in town." "Or maybe Daleigh really did leave the window up," Hannah chided. "She always has been a little forgetful." Daleigh brushed off her sister's remark as they climbed the steps to the massive plantation-style porch. "Daleigh lives in Nashville." Daleigh's heart rate quickened at the sound of Ryan's voice. I'm sure she never leaves home without putting her windows down. It wouldn't be smart in the city. You don't forget habits like that in one weekend." Hannah harumphed and pulled the front door open. Hannah was actually speechless. Daleigh fought a grin and instead mouthed, "Thank you," to Ryan as they stepped inside. The wink he gave her in return made her heart flip-flop. Her two nieces, ages 2 and 4, bombarded her with hugs as soon as she closed the door behind her. For the next hour, they all ate apple pie so tasty it melted in their mouths and sipped coffee, the regular kind this time. She learned that Ryan loved boating. He could fix anything he put his hands on. He lived out in the country 2 miles from town, and he worked with a guy named Frank, whom everyone chuckled over as soon as his name was mentioned. The conversation felt surprisingly normal and at ease. It was especially unusual considering that Daleigh and Hannah were in the same room. Their relationship had been strained for years now. Hannah had taken on a maternal role after their mother had died. She tried to boss Daleigh around, and Daleigh had pushed back. While Hannah had been doing laundry, Daleigh had been writing songs and dreaming about a career in music. Her dad, who was more like Daleigh, had always told Hannah to loosen up and have some fun. But her sister had constantly muttered something about someone having to be the responsible one in the family. Then Daleigh had graduated. She talked about her dreams of making it big, and Hannah had insisted Daleigh get a real career and that she should kill her crazy music aspirations. Her words had pushed Daleigh even harder to make something of herself and to not settle for a life where she simply got what was handed to her. It seemed their resentment toward each other continued to build and build until finally a huge rift stretched between them. Ryan finished his pie. "Thanks for having me over. It's been nice getting to know you, but I promised my sister I'd stop by and help her with something. I don't want to keep her waiting." He looked at Daleigh, and she could have sworn a light blush covered his cheeks. "Good to see you again, Daleigh." He stood. "Let me walk you to the door." She rose and fell into step beside him. Their footsteps clinked against the hardwood floor, echoed by the high ceilings and classic decorations Hannah paid a fortune for. "Make sure someone walks you back to your house, okay? Just to be safe," Ryan said at the door. "I will." He opened the door, and the spring breeze floated inside, mixed with the scent of motor oil. From now on, a scent she'd always associated with her father would also remind her of Ryan. "You take care now, okay?" It sounded like goodbye. Forever. Her heart fell. Of course, Ryan was saying goodbye. She wouldn't be in town much longer. She shouldn't even be here now, not if what her manager and Vince said were true. Even so, what were the chances of her and Ryan running into each other again before she did leave? "Thanks for everything. I mean it. If you're ever in Nashville, give me a call. I'll show you around Music City." "I'll do that." It almost seemed he didn't want to let go of the handle and step outside. He looked at her a moment too long. Then, turning away, he said over his shoulder, "Bye, Daleigh." She leaned against the door, watching until he disappeared down the dimly lit street. Slowly, she closed the door and joined Hannah and family. "Oh, he's got it bad for you," Hannah said as soon as Daleigh entered the room. Daleigh stopped in her tracks. "Excuse me?" Her eyebrows tugged up toward her hairline. Ryan Shields? The guy who was just here. I've never seen him like that before." Daleigh shrugged. "Like what?" "Falling all over himself. Blushing. Bashful. That's not the Ryan Shields I know." "What's the difference?" "Ryan is usually funny in a laid-back sort of way, very confident, at ease. But whenever he looked at you, he acted like he was going to fumble his coffee cup. Anyway, that's silly to ever imagine the two of you together." Her sister laughed. "I mean, can you imagine yourself with a mechanic?" "What's so funny about that?" "Oh, come on, Daleigh. Don't even make it sound like you'd consider it. You're dating a record producer. Why would you ever see yourself with a blue-collar worker, even if it's a blue-collar worker who looks like Ryan?" Daleigh forced herself to swallow before responding. "There's nothing wrong with blue-collar workers, Hannah." Hannah rolled her eyes. "Oh, of course you're right, but I still can't see the two of you together." Her sister stood, balancing her coffee cup easily as if the conversation was just another light-hearted gab session. "Well, it's time for me to get my beauty rest. Bruce just went up to put the girls to bed. Are you coming to church with us in the morning?" "I'd love to." It had been too long since she had been to church. Her soul cried out for comfort right now, comfort that she could only find while focusing on the eternal and spiritual. Her life had been consumed, too long now, with things of this world. "We go to a little community congregation down the street. Of course, Bruce and I are thinking about looking for someplace new. It's a little down home and simple, if you know what I mean. We don't really relate to most of the people who go there." "Hannah, this is a down home and simple kind of town. What do you expect?" Bruce called for Hannah from the balcony. "Listen, sis, I've got to run, so 9 o'clock, meet me out front. And wear a dress. We like to look pretty for church down here in Hertford." Before Daleigh could say anything, her sister hurried away. Daleigh let herself out, and as she moseyed back to her house, she'd wished she'd taken Ryan's advice and had someone walk with her. Chills went up her spine. "Hoo-hoo!" She jumped and clutched her heart, only to realize it was an owl. She let out a self-conscious laugh. "What's wrong with me?" As soon as the question left her lips, she remembered the answer. "My house was broken into, that's what." Her muscles tightened as she got closer to the door. "Hoo-hoo!" If only that stupid owl would be quiet. "Hoo-hoo!" She pulled her keys from her pocket and jangled them in her hands. That pesky window was still cracked open, she noticed, stepping onto the porch. Hannah had interrupted them before Daleigh had a chance to put it back down. The boards underneath her creaked and groaned. "Hoo-hoo!" The sound wouldn't have been so noticeable if the night weren't otherwise so quiet. Earlier the chimes had added their song to the air. The wind must have died. A sudden gust brushed like fingers across Daleigh's face. The wind hadn't died. Daleigh froze. With bated breath, she pivoted and saw an empty space where the wind chimes had dangled only an hour earlier. Chapter 6. Daleigh's gaze darted over the front porch. The chimes were gone. She hadn't taken them down, although she'd thought of it. But why would anyone else take down those noisemakers? Unless they wanted to hear if someone was approaching so they could make a quick getaway before getting caught. Pushing aside a chill of fear, Daleigh peered over the railing, searching the flower bed for the chimes. Shadows hit at just the right angles so she couldn't see anything. She'd get a flashlight later and check. Right now, she just wanted to get inside. Or should she run away? Was someone inside her house? Her hands shook with such force that she barely got the key into the lock. She flung the door open, scrambled inside, slammed it, and fumbled with the locks before pressing herself against its wood. She stared at the once inviting home. Ryan said he'd checked everything out, and no one was here. Still, her eyes darted around, waiting for an unexpected movement. "I have no reason to be alarmed," she whispered. "Then why are my chimes missing?" She played with the idea of calling Ryan, but she didn't have his phone number, and she'd already bothered the poor guy enough. The last thing she wanted was for him to think of her as a damsel constantly in distress. No, she was stronger and more capable than that. A loud jangle cut through the silence. Daleigh covered a screech as she jumped. The phone. She let out a shaky laugh, feeling foolish. Just the phone. She propelled herself from the door and snatched the cordless receiver from its stand on the breakfast bar. "Hi, darling." Her heart sank with disappointment. Vince. Was he calling to apologize? Even so, she had no desire to speak with him. "I wasn't expecting to hear from you." "Are you okay? You sound a little breathless." "I think someone broke into the house where I'm staying." "Why would you think that?" "The window was cracked open when I got home, and the wind chimes are missing from outside." She paused, remembering with sour disdain what their relationship had been like lately, and fought off the urge to say, "Like you care." His voice took on the fatherly tone he always used when telling her what to do, which was most of the time. "Here's what you're going to do, Daleigh. First, Go find a flashlight. I'm going to stay on the phone with you while you search for your chimes. I'm sure they just fell off. Maybe the hook was bad or something." Right, the hook. That was probably it. She wanted to rebel, to tell him that he wasn't her boss, but his advice was good. She could easily put her fears at ease and gain some peace of mind. She searched beneath the sink for a flashlight and found one. After rolling the batteries a few times, it flickered on. "Okay, I've got my light." "Turn the porch light on." "It is." "Okay, now go outside and shine the beam in the flower bed." She froze. "I'm scared." Vince sighed. "Oh, come on, Daleigh. You're in a little hick town. It's not East Harlem. I'm sure the crime rate is non-existent." "Fine." Gripping the phone like a lifeline, she stepped outside. She looked to both sides before tiptoeing to the railing and pointing the flashlight into the shadows below. "I don't see anything." "Look more closely." Looking more closely required leaving the safe confines of the porch, and she didn't want to, but she didn't want to hear Vince mock her either. Her gaze darted around as she crept down the stairs. "Daleigh, you still with me?" She scowled. "I'm still looking." She nudged the branches of an azalea bush with her foot. Nothing happened. Carefully, she pushed some branches back and shone her light on the ground. Something shiny reflected the light. Could it be? She leaned in closer. It sure was. Relief filled her, along with a touch of embarrassment. "Well, I found them." As she picked them up, they jangled, the sound at once comforting. "They fell off, right? Just like I told you." "I guess so. My imagination is in high gear tonight." Daleigh climbed the porch and hung them where they belonged. The tension between her shoulders eased for a moment. "It's been a rough couple of days for you." Vince conceded as she walked inside. How would he know? He didn't even care enough to come along and support her. She locked the front door before sitting on the edge of the couch. She dreaded where she knew this conversation would go. "Look, I'm over that little tiff we had earlier. I know you only said what you did because you were stressed out." He paused. "I forgive you." "You? Forgive me?" She couldn't believe his words. Slowly and succinctly she said, "I'm not sorry about what I said. It was the truth." "Hun, we talked about this before you left. You said you understood." "What I understand is that your career is more important than I am." "That's not true. I want to be there for you. I thought you were just taking a quick trip for the funeral and you'd be back by now. I had no idea it would turn into this." "My father died. I'm alone, and it's given me some clarity about my life." Her voice cracked, but she kept going. "Listen, if I'd known it was this important to you, I would have come with you. Canceled all my appointments, rescheduled the recording time." "Easy for you to say that now." "You mean the world to me, kid." She cringed at the use of his pet nickname. Anger simmered inside her, but she controlled it. "You know I hate it when you call me that." He sighed. "It's a term of endearment." Her muscles tightened as steam threatened to blow from her ears. "It tells me what you think of me." "You were a kid when I met you." "And you still treat me like I am a child." No wonder Hannah liked him so much. They had a lot in common. "Yeah, I was young and naive back then. Not anymore." His voice hardened. "I've made you who you are, Daleigh." "You don't even know who I am." "I know your sales have dropped. I know it's time for you to record again, put out another album." "Is that all you can think about? Is that all I am to you? Just another one of your musical investments?" She knew what he'd tell her, but she also knew the truth. Why had she been so hesitant to see it before? He sighed. "Of course not. I'm just trying to look out for you." "You have a weird way of showing it." "I'm doing my best, Daleigh." Was there truth behind his words? Was she being too hard on him? "Maybe you should do some thinking. Think long and hard before you make any decisions." He hung up. Daleigh leaned into the couch. Why was her life such a mess? Just a week ago, she had a father, a career, a faithful boyfriend. as faithful as Vince could be. How could so much go wrong so quickly? She longed to turn back time, to erase the past week. She knew things would never be the same. Now she had to decide what she was going to do about it. As Ryan settled on the couch, heaviness settled on his chest. What a difference a day could make. Just when he determined to put his fascination with Daleigh behind him, she had to go and show up at the garage, ask if they could talk. Somehow that had ended up as coffee. That had been Ryan's idea, hadn't it? But there at the cafe, he'd seen a glimpse of who she really was. As he'd watched her TV interviews before, listened to her music, and talked to her father, he told himself that Daleigh would be high and mighty, that she'd let her success go to her head, that she'd be different than him. It wasn't that anyone had ever said that's who Daleigh was, or even that she'd ever acted like that. But the woman was famous. Her face had been on magazine covers. She'd sung live at an awards show that aired on TV. She wasn't at all the person Ryan thought she might be. She wasn't pretentious. She was down to earth, downright likable, and even more beautiful in person. Unfortunately. Why did he get the sense that there was something about her that was very broken also? Was it because of her father's death? Or was there more to the sadness in her eyes? Soon she'd leave. She'd return to being the woman whose CDs he'd listened to and whose interviews he'd read. An unreachable illusion. A woman he could admire, but who'd remain out of reach. He sighed. He'd stopped by his sister's to help fix a leaky toilet, but now he was back home and on the couch. He flipped through the TV stations, trying to find something to distract him. The evening news, a sitcom, an improvised comedy show, a baseball game. Nothing satisfied him. His mind was elsewhere. On Vince Torres, actually. On a whim, Ryan flipped the TV to a country music station, and there was the man himself, Vince, talking about Daleigh. Ryan frowned as he saw him. Vince was only one of the best record producers in the business. The man had produced so many hits, he'd become legendary in the music field. He'd also gained a reputation as a player, someone who was regular tabloid fodder. And he was Daleigh's boyfriend. That meant Daleigh was off limits to Ryan, even if electricity crackled between them, even if she took his breath away, even if she consumed his thoughts like no woman had since Jennifer. Besides, even if Vince wasn't in the picture, why would someone like Daleigh be interested in a simple mechanic? He'd never be able to compete with a man like Vince and would never make enough money to continue in the lifestyle Daleigh probably lived. Still, Ryan couldn't get her sweet smile out of his mind. He never thought he'd be this taken with someone ever again, which only made the brick on his chest feel heavier. Daleigh is an incredible woman, one of the sweetest people you'll ever meet, Vince told the camera. His dark hair, tan skin, and black leather jacket made him seem like he should produce rock music instead of country. She's got this sensitive spirit that lets her see through to the heart of people. It's that very spirit that gives her such great insights when she's writing her songs. Her lyrics make people think that she's writing about them or their best friend. I'm one lucky man. He was one lucky man, Ryan thought with a frown. Ryan kicked off his shoes and went into the kitchen to pour a tall glass of milk. Milk always made everything better. That's what his mother used to say, at least. He walked to the window of the old farmhouse he'd purchased a few years ago. It still needed work. The wallpaper needed to be stripped. New flooring needed to be put down. The windows were bare and the furniture basic. But he had a house. Occasionally, he'd fiddle with fixing it up. He'd added new kitchen cabinets and repaired the porch. He wanted to make a built-in cabinet for the TV, but he hadn't quite gotten around to that yet. When he'd moved back here 4 years ago, he and his wife Jennifer had purchased a new house in an upscale subdivision. But only a month after they'd moved here, Ryan had come home and found her dead in their kitchen. A few months later, he'd sold that house and bought this fixer-upper. The old place had too many bad memories. Ryan and Jennifer had dated in high school, where they'd been homecoming king and queen, and Ryan had been named most likely to succeed. They'd maintained a long-distance relationship when he went off to college at Duke University, and Jennifer had stayed to go to beauty school. They'd married after he graduated, and then he'd gotten a job in New York and dragged his small-town girl up to the big city. She hated it, cried every day until he finally moved back here. After she died, Ryan had realized that he didn't even like his six-figure career in finance, the very career that he'd pushed so hard to achieve. When he moved back to Hertford, he'd set up a small office to help people with financial planning, but then Vern had put his garage up for sale, and Ryan had realized just how much he hated working in an office. He had impulsively bought the garage, despite the drop jaws of disapproval from those around him. He still did financial planning on the side, and that part-time job brought in more money than his full-time work at the garage. But he'd never regretted his decision to walk away from his old career. Life was too short to live a life that felt unfulfilled. He leaned against the window and stared at the woods surrounding his property. Sometimes life took a different course than he anticipated. Sometimes he realized that success wasn't defined as one might think it would be. He'd dragged one girl away from the country and to the city and seen the devastating effects it had on her psyche. Even if Daleigh wasn't dating Vince, there was no way a relationship between them would work. No, he wouldn't ask a big city girl to be happy in a small town. Sometimes he had to accept that people's desires and needs were different. He pulled his gaze away from the woods behind his house and went into his bedroom. Maybe sleep would knock some sense into him. Daleigh sat on the couch, staring at the phone and strangling a tissue to death, wishing it were Vince. She'd shredded it into lint when she remembered the reason she'd rushed back to the house in the first place. Dad's journals. She stood and hundreds of pieces of tissue snowed down to the floor. Leaving the mess for later, she padded down the hallway in her stocking feet. She stopped outside her dad's door, lifting up a prayer that she'd find something within his books. After drawing in a deep breath, she pushed into his room and rushed toward his bookshelf. She'd spotted those leather-bound books earlier, laying flat on the corner of a shelf next to the tribal figures from Africa. She stopped and blinked to clear the fuzziness from her eyes. She had to be imagining things. Maybe she was simply losing it tonight. But the space on the shelf sat bare. The books were gone. Someone had been in her house, and the thief had stolen the very evidence that would implicate him. Chapter 7. A long cold shower the next morning and 2 coats of cover-up did nothing to hide the dark circles under Daleigh's eyes. What did she expect when she hadn't gotten any sleep all night? After some hesitation, Daleigh had called the police yesterday evening, and they'd sent an officer over. The officer, RJ was his name, had acted like Daleigh was losing her mind when she told him that journals had been stolen. Still, with a cocky little grin, he'd taken a report and practically coddled her the entire time. Meanwhile, Hannah had seen the police cruiser out front and rushed over. When she found out what happened, she was more upset about what the neighbors might be thinking than over the fact that someone had broken into the cottage. Begrudgingly, Daleigh had spent the night over at Hannah's. Her emotions felt haywire as a mixture of confusion, fear, exhaustion, and foolishness did a do-si-do in her mind. She'd gone over to the cottage the next morning to get dressed. With a sigh, she pulled on a baby blue sundress, some brown cowboy boots, and twirled her long hair into a loose twist. Her watch showed she had 5 minutes before she was to meet Hannah. Her gaze fell on her purse. Her dad's journal, the only one she still had, was inside. She had to remember to keep that close. Now it was time to meet her sister. Birds chirped as she stepped into the already warm sunlight. A speedboat raced past on the Perquimans River, the laughter of those on board echoing across the water. Today was going to be a better day. It had to be. Could it get much worse than yesterday? As she rounded the corner, she spotted Hannah and the gang standing on the porch. Hannah in a broad-brimmed garden hat, a peachy pink to match her lawn dress. Bruce in a khaki-colored gabardine suit, white shirt and yellow tie. The 2 kids stood in front of them, decked out in their Sunday best right down to pinafores and Mary Janes. They looked like they'd just come from posing for the cover of Southern Gentility magazine. Hannah studied her face as she approached. The closer Daleigh got, the more intense the scrutiny became. "You look terrible. Let me guess, someone else broke in last night and stole all of the dish towels, maybe some canned goods. Hannah snickered, but her sharp eyes went right to the circles lining Daleigh's eyes. Daleigh bit her tongue. Very funny. Bruce cleared his throat and jangled his keys. Let's get going. We don't want to be late. He motioned for everyone to follow him. They climbed into the gold SUV, Daleigh sliding across the butter-soft leather seats into the back with the kids. The engine hummed to life, and they started down the road. I heard you walking around last night. You didn't sneak out for a secret rendezvous, did you? Hannah peered into the back seat. No, of course I didn't. I just couldn't sleep. You can stay in the main house with us for as long as you want, you know. We've got 3 extra bedrooms. Bruce glanced at her in the rearview mirror. I like the cottage. Being there makes me feel close to Dad. That's understandable, Bruce said. That cottage has a certain charm to it, doesn't it? We renovated it as close to the original as we could. It used to be the servants' quarters, you know. Daleigh staying in the servants' quarter, Hannah snorted. It sounds like a Cinderella story if I've ever heard one. You let everyone know it was your choice. Your mean old sister didn't force it on you. Nothing wrong with being a servant. Daleigh looked out the window at the countryside. Sometimes Daleigh thought Hannah really wasn't her sister. That somehow there'd been a mix-up at the hospital. How could 2 people in the same family be so different? In a way, you're a servant, honey. Bruce looked at Hannah. You serve our family, wait on our girls, do their laundry. It's not that bad, is it? Hannah narrowed her eyes, the fire glowing there shooting flames at Bruce. The girls giggled. Can we call you servant, Mommy? Clara asked. Servant, the 2-year-old echoed. Hannah's scowl deepened. The rest of the ride to church was silent. Blissfully silent. Yet somewhere in those blissful moments, reality slithered in, reminding Daleigh that someone had potentially killed her father. None of the mundane moments would let her forget that life-altering fact. The brick church building looked over a century old. A huge steeple stretched toward the sky, complete with a golden bell that chimed as the family flocked through the front doors. Inside, Daleigh noted the intricate dark wood molding, bright red carpet, and well-used wooden pews. That, along with the square stained glass windows that cast colorful shadows, gave the building character and richness. This is where her father's funeral had taken place. Funny how she'd hardly noticed anything about the place then. No, she'd been too distracted by her pain. She sat on the end of a pew, trying to ignore the stares people sent her way. A sign to the right of the stage said last week they'd had 78 people in attendance and 56 at Sunday school. To the left, hymn numbers were listed for easy perusal during the service. The happy chatter of attendees wearing their Sunday best mingled with the organ's prelude. How long had it been since Daleigh had been in church? She'd vowed to go every Sunday she was at home in Nashville, but that was becoming less and less frequent. What had she become? A robot? A spineless puppet for others? Good morning. Daleigh's head jerked up. Ryan grinned at her in a blue button-up shirt and khaki pants. Her heart involuntarily sped. Ryan, I wasn't expecting to see you here. I know it's hard to believe I ever set foot in church. He winked, and Daleigh let out a laugh. That's not what I meant. She slid across the pew, holding on to her dress hem so it wouldn't creep up. Please, have a seat. An offer I can't refuse. Before he could slip into the seat, 2 elderly women grabbed his arm and kissed his cheek. Daleigh watched as he affectionately returned the gesture, causing the women to beam like high schoolers. Then he lowered himself beside her. His familiar scent teased her senses, and when he turned to look at her, she suddenly wondered what it would feel like if Ryan leaned over and kissed her cheek. She quickly looked away before Ryan could see her blush. How are you today? He asked, draping his arm behind her. She wanted to blurt that someone had broken in and stolen her dad's notebooks. She'd have to save that for later, when Hannah wasn't around. Doing okay. Mummy's our servant. Clara giggled on the other side of Daleigh and received a prompt nudge from Bruce, who'd no doubt hear about his comment later. Daleigh hid her grin as a balding man with a full beard approached. She recognized him from the funeral as Pastor Pete. "If I'd known you'd still be in town, I would have asked you to grace us with your angelic voice this morning." "That's kind of you to think of me." Daleigh smiled to reassure him. "I wasn't sure how long I'd be around. If you're here next Sunday, let me know and I'll put you in the program. I especially love that song you wrote about Jacob's Ladder. I listen to it whenever I need some encouragement for the journey." The pastor stepped back as the pianist started pounding the keys. "Really, let me know." He walked away and Clara turned toward her. "Aunt Daleigh, are you going to sing for us?" She rubbed her niece's head. "Not this week. Next week? Maybe. We'll have to see." "You mean we might actually have you around for another week?" Hannah peered at her from the end of the pew. Her voice, though it sounded syrupy sweet, held a touch of subtle condemnation. Hannah's message was so clear to Daleigh. Daleigh wasn't around enough. Daleigh shrugged. "I haven't decided when I'm going back yet. I need to figure some things out first." The worship service began at the tune of "Oh, for a Thousand Tongues to Sing." Daleigh hadn't sung hymns in at least a decade. Her church in Nashville was contemporary, but she missed these more traditional songs of worship. Just hearing the music filled her with pleasant memories of her childhood. Growing up, they'd moved every few years with her father's job, and it seemed every church they attended used hymns. She hadn't liked them at the time. They seemed ancient to her, but now that she was older, she realized their lyrics were filled with amazing depth. "I'm doing a hymn on my next album," she decided. "I don't care what Vince says." She tried to push out thoughts of Vince and concentrate on worship. Beside her, Ryan sang out in a nice baritone. When was the last time she and Vince had gone to church together? When she was in town, he always seemed to have an excuse. He needed to catch up on his sleep. His musicians had agreed to come in on Sunday to get a head start on a project. He was too exhausted. He didn't like the church's style of worship. She could have gone on with the lines he rattled off. He'd changed from when Daleigh met him 5 years ago. They hadn't dated right away. First, they'd been fellow musicians, then friends. Then 2 years ago, they decided to give a relationship a try. It was around that time he'd stopped going to church. "Pay attention, Daleigh," she scolded herself. Here she was condemning Vince for not going to church. Yet she herself had not been going either. She shouldn't be so quick to cast stones. The process of slipping away from things that were important often happened so gradually that people didn't realize how far they'd strayed until it was too late. Yes, Daleigh still had a lot to learn. Suddenly, the skin on the back of her neck bristled at the feeling of unseen eyes boring into her. She slowly glanced over her shoulder. Was someone watching her? The sinking feeling in her gut made her think this was more than someone gawking at her out of starstruck curiosity. Alarms were going off in her head. Was her dad's killer here? She tried to shake off the thoughts, but that was easier said than done. After church, Bruce invited Ryan out to lunch with the family. Daleigh had a feeling the invitation had more to do with Bruce getting Ryan's opinion on a new boat he was trying to purchase than simply being polite. Daleigh was just happy to have Ryan there to distract her from her sister's dirty looks and snippy commentary. Apparently, Ryan usually met his sister for lunch, but today her church was having a pitch-in after services, so Ryan was free. They went to a local barbecue restaurant called The Bulkhead. Despite the name, the eatery didn't sit on water, but instead on a highway outside of town. The building was plain, but the rocking chairs gracing the front porch added a touch of warmth. The line was already out the door. Hannah said over her shoulder, "The Methodists always beat us here. I declare their pastor cuts the service short just so he doesn't have to wait in line for Sunday dinner." The parking lot was gravel, and every time someone pulled in, the rumbling of tires caused the conversation to halt. The sun in the cloudless sky warmed their shoulders as they took their place behind other families. While her sister settled a squabble between the girls, Daleigh turned to Ryan. His hands were stuffed into his pockets, and he looked into the distance. Did he really have a crush on her? Probably not. Hannah was most likely just running off at the mouth. Was this the right time to tell him about what happened last night? She glanced at her sister, who leaned down eye level with the girls. Her sister would be sure to notice a whispered conversation. Still, Daleigh couldn't get it out of her mind. Patience is a virtue, she reminded herself. She'd have to wait until later. She drew in a breath and forced her mind onto another subject. "Either this is really good, or it's the only restaurant in town," Daleigh said, pointing at the throngs of people outside. Ryan chuckled. "It's really good. The Bulkhead's pulled pork draws people from as far north as Richmond, and their hush puppies have been known to make grown men weep. I myself shed tears during dinner." "I don't know." Daleigh smiled, glad Ryan was there to ease the tension between her and Hannah. "I've spent a lot of time in Nashville, which supposedly has some of the best barbecue in the South." "Taste this and you'll change your mind." The conversation turned to church and small-town politics, and if the city was ever going to repave one of the streets through town. Daleigh's gaze roamed the faces in line around her. Was one of them responsible for killing her father? It seemed as if the whole town gathered at this restaurant, from several familiar faces from church to the gray-haired waitress from Have a Nice Day to Officer RJ, the one who'd come over last night. Daleigh couldn't help but notice his gaze still held a touch of that "I think you're crazy and a bit paranoid" that she'd experienced last night. The murderer could be here, Daleigh mused. He could have been in her house last night. And he could still be interested in Dad's journal. She tightened her hand on her purse, the pages she'd tucked there nearly burning through the leather, and inched closer to Ryan. Maybe it was the man with the long sideburns ahead of her who kept glancing her way, or the young man with baggy jeans, a ripped t-shirt, and work boots. Maybe it was someone who looked innocent, like the grandfatherly gentleman, only feet away. He seemed to linger closer by, maybe to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Daleigh, hello!" Hannah's high voice called out. She snapped her attention to her family. The line had moved, leaving her behind. Plastering on a smile, she stepped forward. "Everything okay?" Ryan eyed her with open curiosity. Daleigh opened her mouth to answer, but Hannah beat her to it. "Oh, don't mind her. She likes to escape to this place called Daleigh's World. Who knows what she does there? Probably composes songs and ponders the deep, profound mysteries of life. Daleigh's World is actually pretty nice, most of the time." She'd learned to measure her words and not to let her sister affect her, as she had at one time. She tried to take the high road, not that she always succeeded. "You've got to love sisters, don't you?" Bruce said with a laugh, nudging Ryan. "Especially these two. They're always picking on each other." They moved forward in line. They were almost to the hostess desk, Daleigh noted with relief. At least after they sat down, they'd have food to occupy themselves. "So," Ryan cleared his throat, "I've always wanted to know, where did the name Daleigh originate? Is it a family name?" Hannah started to speak, but Daleigh cut her off. "There's no story behind it." "It's not her real name," Hannah quipped, a look of satisfaction on her face. With a family like this, who needed enemies? Ryan looked at her, waiting for a response. "It is my real name, a variation of it at least," Daleigh finally offered. The corner of his lip curled. "What's your real name?" "It's a secret." Daleigh hadn't told anyone her real name in years. She even had it changed on her birth certificate. That's how much she hated it. "I don't understand why you hate your given name so much." Hannah fluffed her hair with her manicured fingertips. "You have no idea what it was like to grow up with a name or what kind of variations middle school kids can come up with from it." "How many are in your party?" A fresh-faced hostess looked at them with wide blue eyes. The teenager stood poised with menus on her hips and a white apron at her waist. Grateful for the interruption, Daleigh sighed with relief. Minutes later, they were seated at a corner table with a red checkered tablecloth, a chrome napkin dispenser, and an assortment of condiments piled into a lace-trimmed basket. The inside of the restaurant had plain white walls and a well-worn vinyl floor. The smell of bacon, fried catfish, biscuits, and cobbler made Daleigh's stomach rumble. The waitress appeared, and Daleigh ordered fried chicken and barbecue from the laminated menu. It wasn't something she normally ordered, but, when in Rome, to top it off, she ordered sweet iced tea. Hannah's mouth sank into a tight line as soon as Daleigh placed her order. Great. What did I do now? That's exactly what Dad always ordered when he came here, Hannah said, her voice soft. Daleigh's heart warmed. For a minute. Of course you wouldn't know that because you never came to visit. Stifling a groan, Daleigh wondered if Ryan thought they were the most dysfunctional family ever. Maybe Daleigh should go back to Nashville, or take a vacation to Cancun, or take a drummer up on his offer to let her use his timeshare in the mountains. Anywhere seemed a better option than here, with Hannah. But she planned on sticking around for a little while longer. She had a murder to unravel still. Chapter 8. Ryan sensed Daleigh's discomfort, her desperation to escape her sister's criticism. He pushed his chair back and extended his hand to the beautiful woman wearing a pale blue dress. "Can I show you something?" Her slim shoulders visibly relaxed. "Absolutely. Excuse us." Daleigh's delicate hand grasped his as she stood. It felt just as he imagined, feminine and soft. Reluctantly, he let go and instead placed a hand on her back. His fingers tingled as they brushed the thin cotton of her outfit. Maybe touching her wasn't such a good idea, he decided as he guided her to a bulletin board at the far side of the restaurant. "Thanks for getting me away." Daleigh leaned in close enough for him to see a light smattering of freckles across her tiny nose. He caught a whiff of her flowery perfume. He could get used to being around Daleigh. He had no doubt about that. He pulled her around the corner, dodged a waitress holding a tray over her head, and faced Daleigh. "Everything okay?" A frown pulled at her glossy lips. "My sister and I have always been at odds. You'll have to excuse us. I know we're not fun to be around sometimes." "Don't worry about me, sugar. You're the one I want to know about." He couldn't resist tucking a hair behind her ear. She smiled, warm and sincere. "I appreciate that." "I know it's probably hard to see, but I think she's just trying to look out for you." "You think?" "I do." Daleigh raised her gaze to his and studied him a moment. "I like you, Ryan Shields. I don't know if I agree with you, but I like you." The smile she sent him made his spine turn to jelly. Why did he let Daleigh have this effect on him? He forced his gaze away, ready to change the subject, when Daleigh's fingers cut into his arm. She leaned into him close enough that her breath tickled his cheek. "They're gone." He glanced around the corner at her family, who still sat around the table chatting. "Who's gone?" "Dad's journals." The muscles across his back tightened. "What do you mean?" "Someone did break into the house yesterday, and they did it with a specific purpose, to take whatever evidence was there on those pages, before we could find out what was going on." So, there was some kind of cover-up, something big enough that someone had risked getting caught breaking into the cottage. His apprehension squeezed tighter. "I don't like the way things are looking, Daleigh. Maybe you should stay in the main house with your family." "I'll go certifiably insane if I do." She shook her head. "No, I should be fine. I'll just keep my theories quiet until I know something for sure." "Wait, you're not going to snoop around, are you? You should let the police handle it." "That's my first option, but if the police fall through, what other choice will I have?" Ryan caught a glimpse of the waitress setting their food on the table and saw Hannah motioning for them to come back. He placed a hand on Daleigh's arm. "Listen, let's talk about this some more later. They're going to wonder what we're talking about if we don't get back soon." He could see the strain in Daleigh's eyes, the turmoil over everything that had happened. He wished he could make it disappear, that he could ease her worry, but he was practically a stranger. "You're right. We should get back." She sent him a withered smile. "Thanks for everything, Ryan. Really." He cupped her elbow as they made their way across the restaurant and sat at the table. Bruce began talking about his work schedule for the upcoming week, and Hannah listed all the practices the girls had to go to. Daleigh remained quiet, except for a few comments to her nieces. "So, Ryan, are you a fan of that whiny, twangy country music?" Hannah took a sip of her water, her eyes never leaving Ryan's. He nodded, taken back at her open criticism of the style. "As a matter of fact, I am." She shrugged. "I can't take it. All that singing about lost dogs and watermelons and tractors. No, thank you. Not all country music is like that, Ryan said. Daleigh's music is a mix of folk and country and acoustic rock. I don't think she's ever mentioned a dog, tractor, or watermelon once. He smiled at Daleigh, trying to erase some of the unease from her face. He'd never seen Hannah be this brutal or rude. Call it what you want. It's not my thing. Hannah's embarrassed to tell people we're related, Daleigh said quietly beside him. That's how much she hates country music. He waited for Hannah to deny it, but she didn't. Instead, she glanced at her fingernails and shrugged. Ryan wanted nothing more than to squeeze Daleigh's hand under the table or put his arm along the back of her chair. He knew it wouldn't be appropriate, though. Instead, he finished his barbecue and tried to appear interested in the conversation around him. When Hannah got up to take Clara to the bathroom, he stole a glance at Daleigh. Her napkin was shredded in her lap. Hannah would come back. They'd paid the bill, then it would be time to go. Daleigh could end this torturous experience once and for all. If she was smart, she'd pack her bags and go far away from this town, from Hannah. She could leave here and never see her sister again. At the moment, it sounded oh so appealing. Ryan caught her eye, and Daleigh stopped tearing the napkin. Ryan would be the one thing she'd regret about leaving here. She'd enjoyed their time together, getting to know him. He'd been a real godsend. She broke her gaze as Hannah glided back to the table. Daleigh, whatever happened to that crazy man who followed you everywhere? Now there was a happy subject to chat about around the dinner table. Where had that question come from? She shrugged. The thin man? Nicknamed that because of his painfully thin physique and his ability to disappear into thin air. Nothing. He started leaving me alone. The restraining order expired, and that's that. Hannah grabbed her purse and shook her head as she flung it over her shoulder. Creepy. I guess that's the price of fame, huh? Some would say, Daleigh muttered. Ryan turned toward her. You had a stalker. Her muscles tightened as she remembered the apprehension she'd felt during that time of her life. She remembered the fear she'd experienced, the way she had to constantly look over her shoulder, the feeling of unseen eyes watching her. But that episode was over now. Or a crazed fan, Daleigh shrugged. It was pretty intense there for a while, but I haven't seen him in a few months now. Thank goodness. A strange expression crossed Ryan's face. Was it worry? Yes, she decided. That's what it had to be. After they'd paid their bills, they pushed past the throngs of people still waiting to be seated. The warm spring sunshine greeted them as they stepped into the gravel parking lot. We need to drive into Elizabeth City to pick up a few things, Bruce said in reference to the neighboring town. Do you want us to drop you off first? Ryan touched her elbow and electricity coursed up her arm. I can give you a ride home. Relief filled Daleigh. You wouldn't mind? Not at all. Hannah shrugged. Suit yourself. Daleigh climbed into Ryan's F-250. As soon as Ryan closed her door, she shut her eyes and shoved her head into the seat behind her. Ryan's door opened, and she smelled his leathery cologne as he climbed in. Keys jangled and his door slammed. She waited for the engine to roar to life. Silence fell instead. You okay? Ryan asked. The earnestness in his voice soothed her frayed nerves. I've got to get out of here. Out of where? This town, away from my sister. I thought I could stay, but obviously it's a bad idea. So, you're going to run away? She opened her eyes. Not run away. If I stay here, I'm running away. For my career, my life in Nashville? No. Staying here just isn't a good idea. I don't know why I thought it was. What about your dad? What would he want you to do? Her dad. How could she have forgotten about him? He would want my sister and me to be friends. It seems near impossible sometimes. He was the only thing holding us together, and now that he's gone. Your relationship seems like something that's easier to avoid than actually deal with. She nodded. Yeah, I guess. Ryan nudged her chin toward him. Do what you have to do, Daleigh. Only you know what's best for you. Believe me, I have no idea what's best for me lately. I don't know where to go with my music, what to do with my life. It's amazing how quickly things can go from good to a total mess." She shook her head. "Every time I'm around you, I start pouring out my problems. I don't know what gets into me." "I don't mind listening." "You're kind." "I mean it." She smiled. "Thanks." Ryan started the truck, and they took off down the road. "So, your dad's journals are gone?" "Yeah, I have to find someone who might know what he was studying, what might have been in those journals." She leaned her head against the window. The truck rumbled to a stop at a red light. "Look, Daleigh, I can't even imagine how hard this has been on you. It's hard enough to lose a loved one, but on top of that." "I just don't think I'll have any peace until I find some answers." "Give yourself some time. You've had a rough week." They started down the road again, and a few minutes later, sleepy, winding downtown Hertford came into view. Daleigh knew her house waited around the corner. Her stomach knotted as she thought about sitting there with only her thoughts for the rest of the afternoon. That's when she made the decision to do a little more research. "How hard is a university in Elizabeth City to find?" "Benjamin Nelson University, if I remember correctly." He raised his eyebrows. "Not too hard, just a few turns off the highway. Why?" "I want to go look through my dad's things there." Ryan nodded slowly, thoughtfully. "How about if I take you?" "I hate to impose on you any more than I already have." They hardly knew each other, and Daleigh had already taken up too much of his time. Certainly, he had better things to do than be her escort for the day. "You're not imposing. The shop is closed today, and I don't have any plans." His gaze held hers, and she saw the sincerity in his baby blues. Finally, she nodded. "I'm not going to lie. I'd appreciate the company." "What exactly are you hoping to discover there?" She shook her head and absently straightened the hem of her dress. "I have no idea, but it's a place to start." A grin tugged at Ryan's lips. Daleigh caught herself watching him, his expression, his boyish manners. Her heart sped for a minute as she drank in his half-smile. What was behind that expression? Did he think she was crazy for trying to find the answers herself? He caught her staring and did a double-take. Daleigh quickly looked away, trying to hide her own smile. Why did she suddenly feel like she was on her first date, jittery and inexperienced? The smile slid off her face when she remembered Vince. They'd only broken up yesterday, but if she were honest with herself, things between them had been over for much longer. Was she even ready to play with the idea of being in another relationship? Or was it even smart to let herself think about another man when her father may have been murdered and her career was on the rocks? Chapter 9. "So this is Elizabeth City." Daleigh glanced around the various buildings they passed as they traveled down the highway. Even though Ryan had told her there were 2 colleges and 1 university within the city limits, the town would still be considered by most to be small. From what Daleigh had seen, there appeared to be a mall, several restaurants, and a couple of big-box stores. Ryan's hand was draped casually on the steering wheel, yet he maintained an aura of total control of the vehicle as they cruised down the road. "It sure is. It's the big city. We come here from Hertford when we want some excitement." She chuckled, already liking Ryan's sense of humor. "Hertford's a great little town. There's nothing wrong with moving at a more relaxed pace." "I like it there." She glanced his way, curious about the man beside her. "You said you lived in other places, for a short while at least." His hands lightly gripped the steering wheel as they turned at a stoplight. "That's right. I went to college at Duke. Then I lived up in New York for 5 years." "New York? It's a beautiful state. Where exactly did you live?" "Manhattan." She did a double-take. She would have never guessed him as a Big Apple kind of guy. "No." She didn't even try to hide the disbelief from her voice. He grinned. "It's true. I used to don a business suit, an expensive one at that, every day. Lived in a nice little apartment, ate at fancy restaurants, you name it." Well, you just surprise me more and more all the time, Ryan Shields. I would have never guessed. What did you do in New York? His grin widened, revealing an adorable dimple in his cheek. You'll never guess. She settled back in her seat, up for the challenge. You were an actor, part-time, a waiter full-time. He laughed. No, no, there's not a creative bone in my body. You owned a garage. He shook his head. Okay, but this is my last guess. You were a news correspondent on the Today Show. I was wondering when you'd finally recognize me from that interview I did with you way back when. His eyes sparkled. No, I was actually a stockbroker. He cast a side glance her way. I know what your next question is going to be. Why am I a mechanic now? You embezzled money. A Ponzi scheme. You're bad with numbers. No, nothing quite like that. I just had some things in my life that made me realize that life is too short to live someone else's dream for you. I was the hometown boy who did well for himself. I made everyone proud here at home, but I lost a lot of my joy in life. I didn't enjoy what I was doing, and I knew something had to change. So you moved back home and traded your business suit for coveralls. Her voice didn't hold any condemnation, just curiosity. You're quite the man, Ryan. I don't know about that. I've been called a lot of things since I made the decision, and most of them aren't admirable, but I'm doing okay. I still play around with my investments. I'm doing what I love by working on cars. It's not a bad life. I really admire someone who follows their dreams, no matter what other people's opinions might be. He cast her another glance. I guess you know a thing or two about following your dreams. Look at you. They pulled up to the university. Daleigh was glad she had an excuse for changing the subject. Her dreams had both thrilled her and disappointed her, but she wasn't sure she wanted to talk about those highs and lows now, especially when everything in her life felt like it was in flux. Listening to Ryan talk about himself was much more interesting. She pointed to a sign in the grass beside them. It looks like my dad's building is to the left. A few minutes later, they parked and walked in comfortable companionship toward the red brick building that had been like a second home to her father. Daleigh tugged at the tinted glass door and was surprised when it opened. She stepped inside, Ryan behind her, and found a directory on the wall. They started down the carpeted hallway until they found the Department of Sociology. A couple of paces later, she spotted her dad's nameplate on a door. Her throat went dry as she paused there. You sure you want to do this? She stared at the door another moment before nodding resolutely. Yeah, I'm sure. Her hand went to the handle, and she twisted. It was locked. She sighed and took a step back. I should have known. It looks like all of this was for nothing. Can I help you? Daleigh turned her head toward the voice. A woman in her late 20s stood down the hallway, a computer tablet in hand. She stepped toward them, her sneaker-clad feet nearly soundless on the low-pile carpet. Daleigh soaked in her sloppy ponytail, oversized glasses, and university sweatshirt. She looked vaguely familiar, though Daleigh couldn't figure out why. I was hoping to see my father's office. The woman blinked and leaned closer toward Daleigh. You're Daleigh McDermott. I love your music. Huge fan. I appreciate that. Thank you. Your father used to always talk about you. He was so proud. He even bought us all one of your CDs for Christmas. He was a wonderful father. Her throat clenched at the word was. Reality still hadn't completely sunk in. The woman pushed her glasses up higher. I was your father's graduate assistant. I'm so sorry to hear about his passing. None of us have gotten over it here at the university. It's been quite a shock. You were at his funeral, weren't you? That's where Daleigh had seen her. The woman nodded. That's right. I'm Patricia Davis. She pointed toward the door. I can get you in if you want. If you wouldn't mind, that would be perfect. Patricia pulled out some keys from her pocket and jangled them for a moment before finding the right one. The next instant, she slipped the door open. Daleigh's heart went to her throat as her father's office came into view. Piles of paper littered his desk. Pictures plastered the shelves against one wall. Artifacts and trinkets from his time in other countries filled every other available space. It looked just like her father. Patricia cleared her throat. I was going to try and pack up some of his things for you. I just haven't been able to bring myself to do it. It will make his passing seem too real, I guess. Daleigh lowered herself into his desk chair. Her heart clutched with familiar grief again. She understood Patricia's words all too well. The last thing Daleigh wanted was to erase the evidence of his life. Part of her wanted to leave everything, his cottage and his office, the way it was. She glanced back up at her father's grad assistant. What was he researching, Patricia? Did he have any big projects going on? Patricia leaned against the doorframe and hugged her computer tablet to her chest. He was studying the effects of government assistance on a person's likelihood of becoming independent and successful in modern society. Daleigh nodded slowly as she processed her words. Wow, did that make anyone mad? He was about to publish a report in a national journal. It had caused somewhat of a stir. He released some of his preliminary results early via one of his colleagues' blogs, and he created a bit of a backlash. Ryan stepped forward. From whom? Mostly from people who got government assistance, I suppose. There are some organizations that get government funding for their programs to help the poor. Your dad's results showed that there's some truth to that old saying that you should teach someone to fish rather than giving them a fish. Daleigh nodded. Could I get some names from you? Sure thing. Are you thinking about finishing your father's research? Patricia waited, her eyes wide with curiosity. Daleigh shook her head. Not exactly. I'm just doing some research of my own. Is there anyone else who hadn't seen eye to eye with him lately, or who might want to hurt him for some reason? Patricia gasped, nearly dropping her computer in the process. Her hand went to the wall to steady herself. You think someone hurt him? I don't know anything for sure. There have just been some suspicious things going on. I'm trying to get to the bottom of everything. Patricia pulled her arms across her chest and looked off into space for a moment. Were those tears filling the woman's eyes? The moisture disappeared as quickly as it materialized. There was one student whom your father had expelled. He'd been cheating. He copied a research paper from another student, not thinking that your father would catch it. Of course, your father caught it. He had a brain like a computer. That was reason enough for expulsion? Daleigh asked. Patricia nodded. He'd been in other trouble. That was just a tip of the iceberg, as the saying goes. Daleigh picked up some nesting figures from a shelf and ran her hand over the wood. Could I get his name also? Absolutely. Anything else I can do to help? If you don't mind, I'd like to look around a bit. She put the figure back where she'd found it, trying to grasp where to even start here. Of course, I'll just be down the hallway. There's some things you can't take with you. You know, papers that are confidential. Daleigh nodded. I understand. I just want to look at his personal items. As Patricia wandered back into the hallway, Daleigh turned toward the desk. She picked up a picture of her and her father, tracing the outline of his smile as she fought tears. That's a great picture, Ryan said. He stood behind her, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Daleigh nodded. He came up to a concert I did in Philadelphia. I was opening for Lily Parsons. I was so nervous I thought I was going to pass out. You get nervous? Not as bad as I used to, but I still do get a little nervous. I think having a minor case of the nerves helps to keep you more focused, though. But my dad showed up before the concert and reminded me that even if I'd stunk, he'd still love me. There are not many people I can say that about. Certainly there are a lot of people in your life who'd still be there for you, even if you weren't successful. She glanced up at him. You might be surprised. Fame is fickle. Friendships gained through fame are even more fickle. To look at you from the outside, most people would think that you had everything. To really know me, you'd realize I don't have very much at all. She cleared her throat, not intending to say as much as she had. She shook her head and grabbed a paper. Anyway, I don't know what I'm expecting to find. Talking to Patricia certainly helped. Keep turning stones over, and eventually you'll find something underneath one. Daleigh looked up at him and nodded. That's exactly what I plan on doing. Ryan wished he knew Daleigh better. As she sat in her father's chair, She looked so small and tiny, like someone who could use a friendly hug. He had to remind himself to keep his distance. The woman had a boyfriend. She lived another state over, and she was way out of his league. Still, something about her seemed so familiar, so comfortable. He felt like they'd known each other for years, not mere days. When she talked about not having anyone who loved her for who she was, a strange protective instinct had risen from deep within. Instead, Ryan shoved his hands into his pockets and gave her space. What about Vince? Did she include Vince in the group of people whose loyalty was uncertain? Because she deserved better than that. She deserved someone who'd be by her side always. Speaking of which, why hadn't Vince come to the funeral? Why was Daleigh here all alone? Those questions weren't his to ask, no matter how badly he might want to. Daleigh shook her head and pushed another drawer shut. Let me get those names from Patricia and we can go. I don't know what else there is to do here. As you wish. She stood and grabbed a picture from the shelf. I think I'll take this with me. Ryan glanced over her shoulder at the photo. It showed Daleigh and her dad laughing with the jungle behind them. That's a great snapshot. Daleigh smiled sadly and traced the outline of her father. Brazil. He was telling stories to a group of street children who'd like to stop by our house. That's just one more reason my dad and I were so close. We both like to tell stories, only I tell mine through song. She pointed to the photo. He had to help me act this particular tale out. I think it was about an African witch doctor who accidentally ate fermented berries. Where's Hannah? Why didn't she help? Daleigh frowned. She was inside cleaning, if I remember correctly. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't that we didn't want her out there. It was just that she always insisted on taking care of the details along the way. Sounds like a modern-day Mary and Martha. Daleigh frowned again. I guess in some ways it was. She shrugged. I've always felt like she was a bit of a martyr. She always thought I was a bit irresponsible. I suppose there's a place we could meet in the middle. We just haven't been able to find it. They found Patricia in the chair in the hallway. As soon as the students spotted them, she thrust a piece of paper in Daleigh's hand. Here are the names. The student who is expelled, Danny Harris, works at a bakery here in town. You might have a better chance of catching him there than by phone. I put my contact information on there too. If there's anything else you need, please let me know. Daleigh nodded, hair from her twists beginning to escape. The look softened her features. Ryan's throat tightened. The woman was beautiful, inside and out. I will, Patricia. Daleigh glanced at the paper. And thanks for your help. I really appreciate it. Maybe we can meet sometime and go through my father's things together. She nodded. Just give me a call. Having you here would make it a lot easier. Ryan put his hand on Daleigh's back and led her toward the outside door. His thoughts wandered through all they'd learned and hadn't learned today. Did you ever consider that your dad may have had a lady friend? Daleigh looked up at him, her eyes wide. A lady friend? Yeah, you know, a girlfriend? Daleigh's smile slipped away. I would think he'd tell me. Patricia just seemed to have a deeper sense of grief than I expected. You think my dad was dating his grad assistant? I'm sure that's against the rules, which doesn't sound like my dad at all. He raised his hands. I'm not saying anything, but it's something you might want to consider. I'd really like to consider a piece of chocolate cake right now. My treat. You game? Let me guess. At Danny Harris's place of employment. That's the one. If eating cake with you is the sacrifice I'll have to make, then I guess a guy's gotta do what a guy's gotta do. She giggled. You're funny, Ryan. I like that. He swallowed, willing himself not to blush. Why did she have that effect on him? Why did he more than anything want to hear her giggle and see her smile? This wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. Somehow, someway, he had to get Daleigh McDermott out of his mind. After they had cake. Chapter 10. Daleigh took another bite of decadent double chocolate cake and glanced at the college boy working behind the counter. His name tag read Danny. Every once in a while, he glanced over at her, too. Did he recognize Daleigh? Danny looked bored, but not crazy. Not like the type who might kill a professor over having him expelled. But were people's motives ever that easy to identify? Or were some people masters at disguising their true intentions? She glanced over at Ryan. He seemed like the real deal, like there was nothing fake about him. She had the strange desire to explain to him that she'd broken up with Vince, but the idea was crazy. Why would she share that information with him? Why should he care? Besides, just because they were hanging out didn't mean she owed him any explanation. She wiped her mouth with a crisp paper napkin when Danny disappeared into the back of the bakery. "How'd you and my father meet?" "We struck up a conversation at church one day and discovered we both liked to fish. I lost my own father when I was a boy, so it was nice to have someone like your dad to chat with. In return, he used to ask my advice on his investments and retirement fund. We used to have a good time. He was a great man." "My dad took up fishing, huh? That's funny. I've never known him to fish, but I can see him doing it." "You ever fish?" She pointed to herself. "Me? No, I'm not into fishing, I guess you could say. I've never even tried." "Now that's a shame. I'll have to take you before you leave. I'll show you your father's favorite spot." She felt her lips curl up in a smile. "I'd like that." Just then, Danny approached the table. The clean-cut boy had neat brown hair, but wore a scowl across his otherwise even features. "You want a refill on your coffee?" He held a pot in his hands and frowned. Daleigh nudged her cup forward. "I'll take some." She felt like a coffee addict sometimes, especially when she had all-night writing sessions or when they recorded into the wee hours of the morning. Danny paused after filling her cup. "Do I know you?" Daleigh shrugged. "I don't think we've met." "Do you attend the university?" "No, but God bless you for thinking that I'm young. Maybe you knew my father. He taught there." "Oh, yeah? Who was he?" "Dr. Ray McDermott." The boy's face went pale, and any hint of friendliness disappeared as he stiffened. "Yeah, I know your dad." "You must not have been a fan of sociology." Daleigh continued, trying to keep him talking. He took a step away, pausing only long enough to shrug. "I don't know about that. Your dad just had it in for me." "Why would you say that? I don't think I've known my father to have it in for anyone." "Yeah, well, he got me kicked out of school. I'd call that having it in for someone." "You sound angry." He seethed. "Yeah, I'm angry. Look at me now. I'm working this lousy job when I should be getting my degree." "How exactly did he get you kicked out?" "He said I cheated." "Did you?" Some of the fierceness left his gaze and was replaced with fear. "I just got a little help." "You weren't the one who threatened my dad, were you?" His face became even paler. "I don't know what you're talking about. I've got to get back to work now before another McDermott gets me fired." He stormed away. Daleigh glanced over at Ryan. Maybe that boy was hiding something. The question was, what? Daleigh pivoted in the truck seat as Ryan pulled to a stop in front of her temporary home. She paused with her hand on the door handle as she glanced over at Ryan. His easy profile brought her an unreasonable amount of comfort. Funny how she felt like she'd known him for weeks instead of mere days. "Thanks for coming along for the ride today." "My pleasure, Daleigh." The sun had set now, and darkness had fallen over the peaceful little town. "I didn't make it home before dark," Daleigh mused. How quickly her mind went back to her father's advice. How quickly she shuddered at the thoughts of everything the darkness could hide, including evidence of murder. "If I can ever repay you, let me know." He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling. "There is one thing you could do." "What's that?" "My nephew is a huge fan. He's been through some really tough times lately. I would love to surprise him and have him meet you." "I think that sounds great. I can even bring my guitar and play a few tunes for him, if you'd like." "He would love that." "When's a good time?" "You free tomorrow? Early evening?" Not a plan in the world. He grinned and straightened. Okay then, how about if I swing by around 5? I'll be waiting. Ryan nodded toward her cottage. Mind if I walk you up? Half her lip curled with pleasure. She had to admit that a part of her was filled with ominous dread that the place had been broken into again. Aren't you a Southern gentleman? What can I say? I try. I would love it if you walked me to the door, Ryan. Her voice took on an unexpected husky tone. Ryan made her feel so cherished, she supposed was the right word. She hadn't felt like that in a long time. A grin stretched across his face. He ran around to her door and helped her out, before taking her elbow to navigate over the broken sidewalk and various routes that snaked through the uneven landscape. Crickets chanted around them, and, somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. I should have left the light on, but I didn't think about it earlier. Suddenly, Ryan's grip on her elbow tightened, and he grunted. Daleigh jerked to a stop. What? She followed Ryan's gaze to the porch. Across the wood plank exterior were the words, I'm watching you, in red spray paint. Her heart stopped at the sight. Who was watching her, and why? Ryan pushed down the anger that threatened to rise in him as he stared at the threatening words staining the cottage with blood-like essence. Who would have done this? Hannah had mentioned that Daleigh had a restraining order against someone in Nashville. Had that person followed her here? He put a protective arm around her and turned her until she dragged her gaze away from the letters. I think we should call the police. She nodded. I think that's a good idea. When the police cruiser arrived 5 minutes later, it seemed like everyone on the street came out of the woodwork to see what was going on. Several neighbors gathered around the cottage to stare. A police officer named RJ had questioned the neighbors and gawkers, and no one had seen anything. If not the thin man, then who would have done this? Danny Harris wouldn't have had the time to leave the bakery and get here to do this. The only other people who even knew that Daleigh was investigating were Dr. McDermott's graduate assistant Patricia and Chief Rollins. At least, as far as Ryan knew, those were the only people. It was obvious that someone knew Daleigh was asking questions, and they didn't like it. But how far would they go? Would they leave it at idle threats? Or would this become more? Was Daleigh's life in danger? Daleigh! A high-pitched voice cut through the crowds. Everyone quieted and stared. Ryan glanced at Daleigh and saw her muscles go rigid. It was Hannah. The woman broke through the crowd until she reached Daleigh. What happened? Daleigh pointed to the words on her cottage. That happened. Hannah's eyes widened. Who would do such a thing? Daleigh shook her head. I have no idea. I saw the police cars. I thought... She shook her head. I just don't understand. Hannah, have you ever considered that Dad's death wasn't an accident? Daleigh whispered. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Of course it was an accident. Her voice rose with each word. Keep your voice down, Daleigh hissed. I shouldn't have brought it up. I don't ever want to hear you suggest that ever again. Do you understand? Do you understand? Hannah. Daleigh stopped abruptly and shook her head. You know what? I'm not going to argue with you. I wish I had never said anything. Hannah stalked back to her house, fumes still coming from her ears. Before Daleigh came back into town, Hannah had always seemed a bit emotional, but never rude. He could feel the strain between the two sisters as if it was a physical thing. Finally, the police and most of the neighbors cleared away. You okay? He wanted to step closer, wanted to rub her arm and offer some comfort, but he had to remember that she was taken, even if she did make him feel like he was the only man who made her smile, even if she did make his heart race like a stallion. The fact remained that she wasn't his to hold. She pulled her arms around herself. I guess I wasn't expecting this. You should stay with your sister tonight. Her eyes narrowed. No way. I'd rather take my chances that a crazy person might find me. You don't mean that. Her sharp glance told him that she did. Hannah and I have a strange relationship, I know, but I should be okay. The police checked out the cottage. Everything is fine. I'll lock my doors and keep the phone close by, just in case I hear anything. You're sure? She nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. Can I see your phone? She squeezed her eyebrows together, but pulled out the phone anyway and placed it in his outstretched hand. Ryan pulled up the screen, trying to ignore the text messages that came up from Vince. He had a hard time overlooking them, though, had a hard time ignoring the man's insistence that Daleigh call him. Instead, Ryan found the keypad and typed something in before handing it back to her. What was that about? My number's in there. Call if you need me. Promise? Her eyes held some swirling emotions in their depths as she looked up at him. I promise. And thank you. Ryan stepped back toward his truck, wishing there was something more he could offer, wishing Daleigh was his to protect. Since she wasn't, he'd have to watch out for her, but only from a distance. Chapter 11. Daleigh woke up the next morning, curled into a ball on her bed, her phone clutched in one hand. Was everything just a nightmare? She remembered the blood-red words scrawled on the front of her cottage, her father's death, her sagging career, her relationship with Vince. All of that was real. Too real. She shoved her head into the pillow. What she wouldn't do to be able to bury her head in the sand and ignore the overwhelming issues circling her. But she had to find some answers first. She had to clear up the mystery surrounding her father's death here before she returned to Nashville and cleared up the mess she'd left there. Last night, she spent some time reading her Bible and crying out to God for answers, for comfort. God had always been part of her life, though lately he'd been a very distant part. From an early age, her dad had taken the family to church, even when in Africa. Funny how she'd gradually slipped away from doing things like reading her Bible and praying. Eventually, she hadn't even realized what happened, or that she'd slipped so far. What a shame that it had taken her dad's death to put things in perspective. Now that she was older, she marveled that her dad had been so grounded in his faith, especially since he'd been surrounded by academia so much. He'd always told Daleigh that the things he'd seen in other countries had only confirmed that God was real. Daleigh had never forgotten that. Nor had she forgotten the missionaries they'd met overseas, people who'd given up everything to serve the Lord. When she'd started in the music business, she'd been determined to be a missionary to those around her by singing songs with the pure underlying, though subtle, message of God's love. When had that faded? How exactly did she go about restoring it? She had to get her focus back. That was all there was to it. She had to turn off all these outside voices that taunted she wasn't good enough and focus on finding God's approval. He was the only one who really mattered. Her day with Ryan flashed into her mind. Spending time with the mechanic had been surprisingly refreshing. Talking with Ryan had also made her realize that her relationship with Vince had been anything but healthy. Healthy relationships didn't make you feel like crying all the time. They didn't make you feel like you constantly had to change in order to be accepted. She pulled the covers up around her shoulders, tempted to stay in bed all day. That's when she heard someone outside her house. Her entire body tensed, went rigid at the noise. Who was outside? Had the person who killed her father come back to finish her off? She pulled a robe on over her t-shirt and pajama shorts. She crept from her bedroom toward the front of her house. There was more than one voice, she realized, and neither sounded threatening. In fact, they were laughing. What was going on? She approached the window when she saw two men she'd met at the funeral. They wore splattered coveralls and brandished paintbrushes. Paintbrushes! She cracked open the door and stuck her head out. Good morning. One of the men, the one with the round belly and face, paused mid-stroke and grinned. Sorry to wake you, ma'am. We heard what happened and knew that that was no way to welcome you to town. Your sister gave us permission to come over and paint over this junk someone spray-painted on the place. It's a shame, I tell you, that someone would do this. A crying shame. "This ain't no way to treat Ray McDermott's daughter," the second man said, easing his paintbrush back and forth against the house. He was tall and thin, with a pointy nose and a friendly voice. "Wow, I really appreciate that you do this for me." "We like to take care of each other here," said the chubbier of the two men. She pulled her robe closer, realizing just how different life was here in small-town America. "Can I do anything?" "You can promise not to hold this against the town. How about that?" She grinned. "It's a deal." She paused, wondering if this was her chance to ask more questions. She jutted her hip against the doorframe and crossed her arms. "By the way, did either of you notice anything strange on the day my father died?" The round man paused and tapped his brush against the house. "I did see a burgundy sedan parked outside your house here. I normally wouldn't notice, but it looked just like a model I checked out myself." "Can you tell me anything else about it? License plate, maybe?" She tried to keep her voice even in an effort not to raise their suspicions any more than necessary. The chubby man shook his head and dunked his brush back into the canister of white paint. "No, honey, I can't tell you that. I can tell you it was a Civic, probably 10 years old, painted burgundy." He raised an eyebrow. "Everything okay?" She nodded. "It's just fine. Thank you for the information." It wasn't much, but it was something. She needed to look for a burgundy Civic. Daleigh got dressed and headed to the police department. Chief Rollins welcomed her into the office with a warm smile and an inquiry on how she was doing. "I've been better," Daleigh answered, leaning back in her chair. "They say time heals all wounds." "I'm hoping the truth will help heal mine." She stared at the chief's perky features, from her upturned nose to her curly hair. Would this conversation help heal Daleigh? "Have you found out anything?" The chief's smile dimmed. "I have asked around, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to tell you. Crime has been very low around here recently. 2 weeks ago, we had a case of petty larceny. On the outskirts of town, we had a DUI. But murder," she chuckled, "nothing like that going on in my city." Ryan's words came back to her. The chief cared too much about her reputation. Of course, she didn't want to acknowledge the crime in the area. Daleigh leaned back in her chair. "What should I do then?" The chief jutted her chin out and nodded confidently. "You have to accept that your dad was working on a piece of fiction, that there were no truth in those journal entries." "Listen, someone stole those journals. They painted a threatening message on the side of my house. I wouldn't call that fiction." "Of course," she muttered. She met Daleigh's eyes. "I'll tell you what. I'll put one of my officers on it. We'll get to the bottom of this for you. No worries." "No worries," Daleigh repeated, although in her mind she was doubtful. She had a feeling no worries was the chief's mantra. Daleigh left the police department and wandered down the street, walking off some of her frustration. She passed the garage where Ryan worked and wondered what he was doing. A smile formed just thinking about him. The sign for the pharmacy stood on the corner, a proud reminder of this town's history. This would be a good time to pay her father's friend, pharmacist Henry Snelling, a visit. Maybe he could help Daleigh piece together the last few days of her father's life. As she approached the front door, she noted the sign in the window, Snelling for mayor. Her father's friend was running for office. She stored that information in the back of her mind. Bells jangled on the door as she went inside. She instantly felt like she'd stepped back in time as she caught a panoramic view of the store. The old-fashioned register to her left boasted huge keys and loud dings. The shelves were short and well-stocked. A black and white checkered floor stretched down the aisles. "If it isn't Daleigh McDermott." Daleigh turned around and spotted a slight balding man wearing a white lab coat. She vaguely recognized him from the funeral. "Henry Snelling?" He snubbed a thumb into his chest. "I was hoping you might stop by while you were in town." "My father mentioned you as a friend." "I considered him one of my closest." The smile disappeared from his round face. "It's such a tragedy that he's not with us any longer. I'm so sorry for your loss." "I'm hoping you can answer some questions for me." Whatever I can do to make this easier for you, let me fix your float and we'll chat." Daleigh smiled. She liked Mr. Snelling already. Her father had trusted him, so she felt she could also. A moment later, she sat in a corner booth, away from a family with 2 toddlers and other listening ears. Mr. Snelling scooped some ice cream into a mug and popped open a glass bottle of root beer. "I assume you like root beer. Your dad did." The liquid foamed as he filled the glass. "It sounds great." He stuck a fluorescent pink straw into it and set it in front of Daleigh with a clunk. He squeezed across from her in the booth with a glass of water in hand and rested his elbows on the table. "Now, what can I do for you?" "I'm trying to trace my father's last few days before he passed away. I'm hoping you can help me." "I'll certainly do whatever I can. What do you need to know?" "Did you see him at all during that time?" "I did. We had lunch at the cafe a week ago today, actually." "What did you guys talk about that day? Anything you can remember would help." He leaned back. "Let's see. We talked about the high school production of The Taming of the Shrew that we both saw the weekend before. We both thought it deserved the public school version of a Tony Award. Then we talked about taking a trip to Norfolk to see a Tides baseball game. It's probably best that we didn't since they've had an abysmal season." He shook his head. "Really, just general stuff like that. Nothing extraordinary." Daleigh leaned in closer. "Did he seem like himself?" "He was a bit reflective, like there was something on his mind. I didn't think much about it, though." "Did he mention any projects or anything out of the ordinary?" "He was always studying something. A lot of times he would just sit on the park bench outside the pharmacy with his notebook in hand, jotting down observations. I asked him once what he was writing about, but he just laughed and closed the notebook. Said I wouldn't be interested." A smile grazed her lips. "Sounds like my dad." "Any reason why you're asking?" "I'm just trying to put some pieces together." He leaned in closer. "You don't think—" He stopped himself and chuckled. "Never mind. It was a crazy thought. It's just that the way you're talking, asking these questions—" "Sometimes things aren't as they seem, Mr. Snelling. I just want some answers." "Why would you think—" It was as if he couldn't say the words. Daleigh's heart leapt into her throat, pounding there like it might choke her. Should she mention the journal? Her father had trusted the man, but she wanted to keep quiet about what she'd discovered. The less people knew, the better. "I found some things that made me wonder." His gaze locked on hers. "Do you have any idea what might have happened?" She shook her head. "All I know is that there was some foul play involved. I have to get to the bottom of this. I can't go on unless I do." Mr. Snelling frowned. "If there was foul play involved, your father would want you to stay out of it. If some people hurt him, they could do the same to you. He wouldn't want that." Daleigh's chin dropped. "I know, but I think my dad wanted me to know something was wrong. I think he wanted me to make sure things were righted." He pushed his drink aside. "I don't know, Daleigh. Maybe there's something you're not seeing, something you're misunderstanding." "I hope there is. I hope all these theories I have floating around in my mind are wrong. But I have to make sure." She stood, her drink nearly untouched. "There's nothing else you can think of." He shrugged after a moment of thought. "He met with Fanny Pasture every week." Fanny Pasture? Could this be the elusive girlfriend that Ryan had mentioned he might have? "She's a widow living out in the country, about 5 miles from here. He went over each week to read the Bible and pray with her as part of his role as deacon at the church." Daleigh nodded. It was something. Something was better than nothing. "Thanks for your time, Mr. Snelling." "Call me Henry." Daleigh smiled. "It was nice to meet you, Henry." "Come back and visit again, Daleigh. And be careful." Back outside, thoughts swirled in Daleigh's head. She was no closer to getting any answers. Hope didn't even bob on the horizon. She wandered back toward her house, ambling down the sunny sidewalk and enjoying a cool breeze coming off the water. Her conversation with Henry both comforted and disturbed her. He'd been kind, helpful, yet his response confirmed in her mind that something was wrong. Did he know something that he wasn't sharing? Daleigh. She turned and saw Ryan jogging across the street. Just the sight of him caused her to smile. His mechanic's uniform looked well used, yet she didn't mind. It fit Ryan, who he was and what he enjoyed. She paused and waited. What are you up to? He stopped beside her, a light covering of sweat across his brow. His hands went to his hips, but he wasn't out of breath. Trying to tie up loose ends. Any luck? Not a bit. What are you going to do now? She shrugged. I have no idea. His gaze lingered on her, and she wondered what he was thinking. Finally, he cleared his throat. I could ask around to a few people, see if they know anything. Hope flitted inside. Really? He shrugged. Yeah, it wouldn't be a problem. Maybe between the two of us, we can find some answers. Daleigh liked the sound of them working as a team. It fit. Too well. Thanks, Ryan. Their gazes locked, and Daleigh lost herself in the depths of his bright blue eyes. The moment ended when a man yelled from the garage that he needed Ryan's help. Ryan muttered something about a Frank as he turned back to her, the same sparkle in his eyes that enticed her. We still on for tonight? You betcha. He grinned. I'll swing by around 5 then, if that's okay. Daleigh couldn't help but grin also. I look forward to it. Daleigh drove through the iron gates on either side of the entrance to Fanny Pasture's house just as a black truck was leaving. The travel to the woman's home had taken Daleigh through country back roads and across a one-lane bridge. She was certain she was lost until finally she found the address. A gravel tree-lined driveway stretched beside a creek that branched out from the Perquimmons. Branches covered with moss reminded Daleigh of an old woman wearing threadbare shawls on their bony shoulders. At the end of the drive, a huge white plantation house appeared, standing like an aged beauty queen in the unkept landscape. A has-been, Daleigh thought. That's what this house was. She felt a moment of kinship with the structure. A cloud of dust surrounded Daleigh's car as she stopped in front of the massive wraparound porch. She'd called Fanny earlier, and the woman said she could stop by this afternoon. Daleigh had plugged her address into her GPS and headed out right away. As she climbed the creaky steps to the front door, Daleigh marveled that one person would live in a house of this size. The nearest neighbor was probably 20 minutes away. Why wouldn't an 80-year-old woman move closer to town? To help? Daleigh raised her hand to knock at the screen door, but before it even connected with the wood, a woman appeared on the other side. Daleigh McDermott. The woman pushed open the door and revealed an aged, frail face, complete with red lipstick, pink blush, and blue eyeshadow. The woman wore a lacy dress and had her hair curled back neatly from her face. Fanny Pasture? I reckon that's me. I'm so old sometimes that I forget. She turned away. Come inside. I's just fixin' some collard greens and liver. You like to join me? Daleigh stepped into the house, noting how the inside looked like it was stuck in another decade. A bitter scent mixed with that of onions mingled in the air. I just ate, actually, but thanks for the offer. Collard greens were your father's favorite, you know. He had some every time he came, except last week. Daleigh followed Fanny into a pea-green and mustard-yellow kitchen. What happened last week? He insisted he had something to take care of. I said, what could be more important than me? You know, I used to be Miss North Carolina when I was young. She flipped a faded blonde curl over her shoulder and jutted her chin out. In fact, my daughter won 20 years after I did. My family has lived in this state for generations. Those Yankees tried to take this house from us, but my great-grandfather and his brothers fought 'em off. Sounds like quite the legacy. The house was built in 1802 by my ancestors. We ain't ever gonna give it up. When I pass away one day, I'll give it to my kids, and they'll give it to their kids, all of whom live in the South, by the way. She gracefully lowered herself into a chair by the mahogany table. Sure I can't interest you in some greens. I season them with fatback, with some pepper vinegar and onions. They're just about as close as you'll ever get to heaven on earth. Really, I'm fine, but thank you. Your father also loved my Brunswick stew. Only make that about once a month, 'cause it takes all day. But it's just delicious. I make the best in the state. That's what they tell me, at least. People always said I should go into business for myself. I told them it would take the fun out of it if I did. About my father. You know what else I make real good? Tomato pudding and fried okra. Used to always bring 'em to potlucks at church and never returned with a spoonful even. Daleigh's stomach roiled at the thought. She lowered herself across from Fanny and tried to redirect the conversation. Did my father tell you why he had to leave last Tuesday? Business, he said. Seemed bothered by something. Kept fidgeting and looking out the window. I said, Ray, you got ants in your pants or something? He laughed, and he loved my southern expressions. I think he wrote 'em all down in his little book as soon as he left here. Daleigh smiled. Fanny was probably right. You knew about his journals. I saw him with them in his car, always jotting down things. I finally asked him what in tarnation he was doing. He just said he was a-writing about life. What kind of business do you think he had to attend to? He didn't say, and I didn't think it was my place to ask. Of course, she was a Southern belle. What about Hertford? You've lived here all your life. Is it pretty safe? Except when we have those Northerners come into town. They always try to take us over. They think they can steal our land and property. You're talking about the Civil War. Call it what you want. My daddy always said we had our pride, and they could never take that away. Daleigh stayed an hour longer, listening to the old women's stories of life in the good old days before the Yankees tried to take over. As she stood to leave, Fanny called her name. Daleigh turned to the woman. Fanny's eyes looked bright and perceptive as they locked onto Daleigh's. Something's happening on these rivers at night. What? She shook her head. I'd give my eye teeth to know. Was the woman telling the truth? Or was she reliving some ancient time in life? Daleigh didn't know. I've heard screams, Fanny nodded. Any hope that had started to rise deflated. The woman was hearing things, probably some kind of fantasy about the Civil War or something. Daleigh sighed. The one thing she did know was that she wasn't one step closer to the truth. Chapter 12. Ryan knocked at her door precisely at 5 o'clock. Daleigh's heart quickened as soon as she saw him. He leaned against her doorway. His chiseled biceps flexed enough to make her throat go dry. His hair glistened like he'd just gotten out of the shower. His face looked freshly shaven, and she wondered if she got close enough, if she'd smell soap and aftershave. You're prompt. I like that. She grabbed her guitar, placed it back in its case, and stepped toward the door. My mama taught me that. Respect other people's time. He lowered his arm, straightening as she approached. At the last minute, she grabbed her cowboy hat from the coat hanger by the door and slipped it onto her head. It sounds like your mom would be someone I liked. Most assuredly. Ryan tapped the top of her hat, playfully shoving it down over her eyes. Cute. It goes with the country western singer persona. She stepped outside, strolling down the sidewalk with Ryan. Ryan pointed across the street. My sister's house is just down the road. How do you feel about walking? Walking sounds wonderful. The early spring day had just enough sun left to light their path, and the breeze was perfect. Stretching her legs sounded like just the right medicine to drive away the doldrums that had washed over her. Well, walking and being with Ryan sounded like a great solution. I'll carry this then. I'll be your roadie. He took the guitar from her hands. Their hands brushed, and shivers shimmied up her spine. She could definitely get used to having Ryan as a roadie. They kept a steady, leisurely pace beside each other. The wind swept over them, and Daleigh delighted at the scent it brought. Minty soap and leathery aftershave. He nodded toward her guitar. You been playing today? I have, and it felt good. I can't tell you how long it's been since I've played just for the simple love of music. When you stop loving it, it becomes work. You're absolutely correct. He glanced over at her. How'd you make the jump to where you are today, Daleigh? So many people want to be discovered. How'd it happen for you? She sidestepped a crack in the cement as they strolled past Ryan's garage. I was working part-time as a waitress at this place in Nashville, barely making ends meet. They let me play there on weekends sometimes. Anyway, one day a guy from a label came in and liked my sound. Long story short, he signed me. Unfortunately, the label buried me with that contract. Buried you? She nodded, waving hello to a passerby. Record labels do that sometimes. They see someone could be competition for their other artists, so they sign them just so no one else will. But then they don't do anything to move that person's career forward. Maybe they'll release an album that gets no publicity. Maybe they'll let them open for an artist who's relatively unknown, knowing they'll get no exposure. They really just sign that artist so they don't have to worry about them competing with their stars. That sounds nasty. She pulled her arms across her chest. The music business can be a nasty place. Then what? Toward the end of my contract, someone got in touch with me. They'd heard bits and pieces of the album I did and thought I had potential. We worked in the studio to write some new pieces and produce them. Then he let his friend at another record label hear it, and I signed with them. And the rest is history, Ryan asked. She shrugged as they turned away from the historic downtown and onto a residential street, filled with small woodside houses, most of which needed a facelift. People think it's a lot easier than it really is. I was fortunate that my first single on that second album did really well. I got booked on a great tour and really got some steam. The release time between my first and second album took way too long. I lost some of the momentum. But eventually I put out my third CD, and another single made it onto the top 10. I did 200 tour dates with that album, though. It was fun and exhausting. Now that momentum is dying down again, and they're pushing me to do another tour. She shrugged again. I'm just not sure I'm up for it. They worried about your career. They're always worried about careers. I mean, think about it. Half the songs that were on the radio a decade ago were by flash-in-the-pan artists you never hear about anymore. That could be me. But you're really good, Daleigh. I appreciate that. I do. But sometimes it's not talent that determines popularity or longevity. She paused. You know what, though? I think God is teaching me that my worth is found in Him and not in any of my worldly successes. That can be a hard lesson to learn, can't it? But it's true. For a long time, I was a Christian in name only. Then God took me through some things that brought me to the end of myself. It wasn't until I lost everything that I realized how messed up my perspective was. You are a wise man, Ryan Shields. They paused in front of a small house located only a few blocks from the downtown area. This is it. Trevor is going to love meeting you. I could hear him screaming into the phone when I called last night. Let's do it then. Ryan knocked at the screen door before pulling it open. Anyone home? A woman wearing her hair back in a ponytail came around the corner, a dish towel in her hands. The woman had to be Ryan's sister. They shared the same square jawline and sandy hair. Only this woman looked tired, exhausted almost, as she reached up to kiss Ryan's cheek. Thanks for coming. He stepped back. Willa, this is Daleigh McDermott. Willa extended her hand. We're big fans around here. I love to hear that. It's so nice to meet you. Daleigh waited to hear feet pattering toward the door. Instead, a boy of about 8 scooted around the corner in a wheelchair. He had a shock of black hair and an infectious smile. I've dreamed about this day. The boy extended his hand to her. Daleigh reached out both hands to take his outstretched one, soaking in the t-shirt he wore. It was from one of her concert tours. You must be Trevor. You're just as handsome as your uncle. Uncle Ryan? He asked, his eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. He's kinda old to be handsome. Daleigh fought a laugh. I hear you like country music. I like your country music. This time, Daleigh did laugh. And you're a charmer like your uncle, too. He's always had a way with the ladies, Willa said. She motioned for everyone to follow her. Let's get out of the entryway and sit down. They sat in the living room, a small space with worn-out furniture placed specifically so Trevor could get around in his wheelchair with ease. Daleigh made sure to sit close to Trevor. So, tell me about yourself, Trevor. Trevor proceeded to tell her that he loved video games and fishing. As he told her that he used to like baseball and roller coasters, her heart ached for the boy. What had happened? Where was his father? She wished she had more time to learn about Ryan and his family. She hoped she'd be around long enough to get an inside peek at least. Still, the realization remained in her mind that the relationships she was best at were the short-term ones. They were all she'd known for almost her entire life. Maybe they were all she was meant for. Period. Ryan listened as, for the next 30 minutes, Daleigh entertained Trevor with stories about her songs, often laughing at herself and her reasons behind writing certain lyrics. She also talked about the losses and hurts and making decisions that sometimes didn't make sense. This was part of the reason people liked her so much, Ryan thought. She had the great ability to tell stories, not only through her songs, but also through her interaction with her audience. She wasn't one of those performers who used lights and dancers. She didn't change into 5 outfits and have a band drowning out a mediocre voice. She was Daleigh McDermott, just as she was. She was the same person now as she was yesterday, bouncing down the road in his truck. He found himself falling even harder for the kind-hearted beauty. Finally, after the sun had sunk below the horizon and after they downed some brownies, Ryan stood, knowing that Trevor would gladly keep Daleigh here for the rest of the night. We should get going, Ryan started. Daleigh put her guitar back into its case and stood. I'm so glad I had the chance to meet you. Trevor took her hand and kissed it. The little Casanova. No, the pleasure was mine. Daleigh actually giggled as she stepped back. She shook her finger in the air at the boy. You're a little charmer. I only speak the truth. Daleigh giggled. Maybe I'll see you again before I leave town. You never know. You would make my dreams come true, Daleigh McDermott. Trevor brought his hand over his heart, a look of sweet amour sweeping his features. They told Willa goodbye and then stepped into the early evening. Ryan again took the guitar from Daleigh's hands. He could see himself being by Daleigh's side for a long time. They just seemed to fit together, and whenever she was near, he felt complete. He hadn't felt that way in a long time, probably since the early stages of his relationship with Jennifer. He glanced over at her, and Daleigh caught him staring. She tucked a hair behind her ear, and her angelic cover-girl face smiled up at him. What? She asked. He shook his head, wishing he'd contained his thoughts better. Too late now. Nothing, really. I'm just marveling over your talent and humility. You're really amazing, Daleigh. Her cheeks reddened, and she waved her hand in the air flippantly. Oh, stop it. You're too sweet. You've seen me at my worst, yet you still find a way to compliment me. If I've seen you at your worst, then your best has got to be spectacular. Her blush deepened, and she swatted at his arm. They fell into step beside each other, comfortable silence between them for a moment. Your nephew is a sweet boy. He oozes charm and confidence. I loved every moment of being there with him. He is one smart, funny kid, no doubt about that. His heart warmed at how easily Daleigh had fit in with his family. He chose to ignore the doubts clamoring for his attention and instead decided to enjoy the moment. Daleigh glanced up at him. Do you mind if I asked what happened? Those dark days flooded back into his mind, his heart still twisted at the memories. Trevor and his father were in an auto accident. His dad died on impact and Trevor was left paralyzed. That's awful. He nodded. My sister was a stay-at-home mom. They had a life insurance policy, but it only went so far. She needs a new house, one that's easier to get around in. We've been fundraising to help her out. We'll get there eventually. Until then, we're making the best out of what we've got. That's great that you're so involved. Trevor was one of the reasons he would never leave Hertford. He'd promised his sister that he'd help her out, and he intended on keeping his word. My father passed away when I was a boy. and my mom died several years back. Willa and I are all that's left in our little family. We have to be there for each other. You're a good man, Ryan Shields. He started to object. She raised a finger in the air and waved it at him. And before you deny it, I want to do something to help. What do you think about a benefit concert in Trevor's honor? Gratitude swelled inside him, the enormity of the emotion nearly making his steps falter. You would do that. Would I ever? I'd be honored to do whatever I could to help. Bake sales and car washes can only go so far. He couldn't deny her words. They'd worked hard, yet the results felt minuscule at times. His arms brushed against hers, causing tingles to dance through his nerves. Could his feelings for her really be developing this quickly? It didn't seem possible. You're amazing, you know. She shook her head. I'm just like everyone else. Just because people might recognize my name and my music doesn't mean I'm any different. Ryan shook his head this time. No, you are different, Daleigh, but it's because of who you are on the inside, not the success you've had. She glanced up at him, a heavy emotion swirling in her gaze. The thought fluttered through his mind that maybe he should ask her to dinner. He should take the chance and just do it. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw a figure standing in front of Daleigh's house. It couldn't be. It was Vince Torres. Chapter 13. Ryan's voice brought her out of her state of shock. Daleigh? She turned away from Vince's approaching frame and met Ryan's gaze, one filled with a depth of questions that made her heart ache. I have to go, Ryan. I'll explain later, okay? His eyes flickered to the side, and he nodded. Understanding and maybe something else, disappointment, rolled over his features. No problem. He set the guitar on the sidewalk, his face taut. I appreciate everything. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Ryan. She wanted to explain, to make things right. He paused. Yes? Her heart sank. She just didn't have the time to say everything she needed to say now. Instead, she settled for, I'll talk to you tomorrow. He nodded and waved goodbye. Her heart thudded in disappointment. She felt like she needed to explain, like she needed to tell him that she hadn't led him on, but that she and Vince had broken up. Why hadn't she told him earlier? I told you I'd be here for you if you needed me. Vince's unmistakable voice, tinged with a northeastern accent, sounded behind her. She turned and found herself tangled in his arms. All you had to do was say the word, and I'd come. A little late, she mumbled into his chest. I wanted to surprise you. Vince finally pulled back. Every time Daleigh saw Vince, even after 5 years, his size stunned her. He'd been a quarterback for the University of Tennessee until an injury benched him for good. That's when he turned to music. Well, it worked. I'm surprised. She studied his face, his black hair, tan-skinned, his bold Italian features. She'd felt so lucky at one time to have Vince fall for her. She looked away and cleared her throat, trying to regroup her thoughts. Did you drive in? Daleigh picked up her guitar, wondering if Vince would offer to take it from her. He didn't. They started down the sidewalk toward Daleigh's cottage. No, I flew into Norfolk, then rented a car. You know how much I hate being on the road. Yeah, and he knew how much Daleigh hated being on the road, yet that never discouraged him from pushing her to line up uncountable tour dates across the country. The strain of last year of being on the road had nearly sucked her soul out of her. She thought she had to do it to break in, but she was exhausted on all levels. His gaze surveyed the town. So, this is Hertford, huh? It's smaller than I thought. What do people do around here for fun? They sit on their porches and talk, or go to the soda fountain to catch up with neighbors. They go to the park or take their boats out for an afternoon on the water. That would get old quick, huh? She dropped her head to conceal the smile that feathered across her lips. No, not really. You seem different. He stopped and turned her face to him. The time off been good for you? She propped up her guitar and casually draped her elbow across it, as she'd done so many times in the past. This guitar practically felt like an appendage. I think so. I've been going full speed ahead for so long, I started to forget about the things that were important to me, starting with who I am. He brushed her cheek with the back of his hand. I knew you'd be okay. You seem happier than I've seen you in a long time. Vince. His lips covered hers. She struggled to get away when abruptly, Vince stepped back. His piercing gaze bore a hole through her. Is that any way to greet your boyfriend that you haven't seen in almost a week? He muttered, his lips pulling into a frown. Vince, I feel like I don't even know you sometimes. He sighed and stepped back, shaking his head in what appeared to be frustration. Daleigh looked down at her hands, trying to gather her thoughts before bobbing her head back up. Why don't we go inside for a minute, somewhere private where we can talk? Let's do that. He grabbed her arm, and she almost didn't have time to grab her guitar again before he started pulling her toward the cottage. A million thoughts she'd love to spit out circled in her mind. She kept them quiet, knowing most of them were unnecessary, words that would only be slung out of hurt. Daleigh opened the door, shrugged out of Vince's grasp, and quickly walked inside. She deposited her guitar by the kitchen table before sitting on the couch. Vince's heavy footsteps followed behind her. Daleigh crossed her arms as Vince dropped into the chair across from her. Her gut twisted as she wished she could simply fast forward through this conversation and come out on the other side where Vince was already gone. What would you like to talk about, Vince? He leaned with his elbows on his knees, his dark, heavy gaze on her. How are you, Daleigh? I'm hanging in. Hard times can show you what you're made of. Half his lip curled up. Sounds like a song in the making. Daleigh shrugged. Maybe. You never know. Anything else new? Same old, same old. Dealing with my father's untimely death, arguing with my sister, trying to figure out who wanted my father dead. He raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Should she even bother going into this? Maybe the subject change would be good for them. In fact, it beat talking about their relationship, at least for the moment. I think he was murdered. Why? I found a journal entry that indicated he saw something he shouldn't have. Vince grabbed a walnut from the coffee table and cracked it. Sounds like hocus pocus to me. Your dad had the same imagination that you have. He was probably just playing with an idea, never thinking the journal would see the light of day. Daleigh leaned back, his statement hitting her between the eyeballs. So, I have an overactive imagination now. You used to call it creative. He sighed and shoved a walnut in his mouth. You know what I mean, Daleigh. Don't try to turn things around on me. I'm just telling you what I heard. Vince let part of the shell float down to the rug below as he grabbed another nut. What's gotten into you since you came to this hick town anyway? What happened to my sweet little Daleigh? Sweet little Daleigh is developing some backbone. Sweet little Daleigh is tired of being walked on, of other people making decisions for her, telling her what to wear and how to act, and what to sing and how to spend her time. His eyebrows flickered up. You just need some sleep. You're not thinking clearly. I'm thinking more clearly than I have in a long time. She shook her head, knowing exactly where the conversation would head next. I'm not going back to Nashville with you. He froze. You don't mean that. Did she mean it? It was the first she'd heard of the idea also. She lowered her voice. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, but I don't plan on leaving Hertford any time soon. I need to be here with... Ryan's words about the importance of family came back to her, and Hannah's picture fluttered through her mind. With my family, I need to figure things out. I can't keep on going the way I was before my dad died. You're making a huge mistake. She rubbed her lips together, reminding herself to be strong. That's not what my heart is telling me. Have you even worked on your music at all? I've played a couple of times. I've decided to do a benefit concert in a couple of weeks for a little boy here in town who was injured in a car accident. He sighed, any of his cordialness fading. "Daleigh, you really don't have time to do stuff like that. I can't get the PR people to crank out the press we need for." Daleigh ran a hand through her hair, fighting rising frustration. "This isn't a PR stunt, Vince. I want to do it out of the goodness of my heart. I'm more excited about this concert than most of the ones I've done in the past year." "Your emotions are causing you to make bad choices, like breaking up with me. I understand that emotions can jerk us around. I knew when you saw me that you'd come to your senses." She grimaced and took a deep breath. "You're wrong, Vince. I'm feeling more sensible now than I have in years." He stood, his jaw jetting out. "Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this town is messing with your head, putting strange ideas in your mind. We were meant to be together, Daleigh. You and I both know it." "We're done, Vince. That's all there is to it." She lifted her chin, not willing to back down. Vince stared at her, fire flashing in his eyes. "No, you don't mean it. I made you, Daleigh." "No, you didn't make me. My talent made me. But you have controlled me. Not anymore." "You're nothing without me." Daleigh rushed to her feet, her hands going to her hips as her heart pounded with adrenaline. "Is that what you really think? Or are you afraid that you'll be nothing without me?" As soon as the words were out of her mouth, their truth hit her. Vince had a lot to lose, too. Why didn't she realize that before? He stared at her a moment before finally shaking his head. His voice sounded eerily still as he said, "You don't know what you're doing. You'll watch your career sink to even more despair than it has now." "Just because I'm not on every magazine cover or hosting the Grammy Awards doesn't mean my career is in the garbage. I still have loyal fans. I still have talent." "You've lost your momentum. You're going down fast, Daleigh. You need me to help you salvage what's left. Otherwise, you're going to become a nobody. A has-been." "Oh, go talk to Piper about it." "What's Piper have to do with this?" She refused to blink as her gazes locked. "Why don't you tell me?" He looked away and chuckled. Breaking eye contact, wasn't that the first sign of a lie? "You don't know what you're talking about." "Look me in the eye and tell me you've been faithful." He seemed to drag his gaze back to hers. "You know I love you, Daleigh." "You didn't answer my question." He stared at her a moment, but remained quiet. Finally, he shifted. He started to reach for her, but his hand dropped midway. "Maybe this upset was just what we needed for a fresh start." She shook her head. "That's not happening." Vince's jaw was set in a hard line, and his shoulders looked tense. Not many people stood up to Vince. Daleigh still couldn't believe she had, but she'd been carried along with the breeze for far too long now. It was time to stand her ground. He blinked. "You're serious?" She pictured the future without Vince and felt a jolt of fear and excitement. He could be right. Leaving him behind could be a disaster. But it could also be the best thing that ever happened to her career. Maybe she would actually enjoy singing again now. "We've been over for a long time, Vince. It's just that neither of us wanted to admit it." The words caused a surprising ache to throb in her chest. She was never one to embrace change, even if it was for the best. He started toward the door. "I guess I should go then." Her temples pounded. "Where are you going to go?" "To a hotel." "There are no hotels in Hertford." "Then I'll drive until I find one. I don't want to stay where I'm not wanted." "I do want to be friends, Vince. We're just all wrong for each other romantically. You need someone who's feisty, who has a stronger personality to keep you in line." His gaze bore into hers. "And what do you need?" She licked her lips as Ryan's face flashed into her mind. "I need someone who appreciates me for who I am." "I appreciate..." Daleigh shook her head. "Let's not go there, Vince." His jaw clenched. "What about your music?" "I don't have any answers for you, Vince. I guess I just need to lay everything before God and see what He wants to do with it." The statement shouldn't have sounded like such an epiphany to her own ears, but it did. Why hadn't she realized that earlier? He half frowned, half scowled. I guess I can't argue with God. You can, but it won't do any good. She laid a hand on his arm. Come on, I'll get you a room at my sister's house. The next morning, Daleigh walked into the Have a Nice Day cafe, where she and Ryan had shared coffee, and saw Henry sitting in a corner booth reading the newspaper. He lowered the newspaper as she approached. He'd left a message last night, saying he'd remembered something she might be interested in and wondering if they could meet this morning. He grinned when he spotted her. If it isn't Daleigh McDermott, looking as beautiful as always. She slid into the booth across from him, glad he picked a table by the window. Thanks, Henry. He looked across the restaurant and raised his voice to anyone listening. Y'all take note that this beautiful young lady is having breakfast with me. I've still got that magic touch. She just feels sorry for you, old-timer. A wrinkled gentleman shouted from another booth. You're just jealous, Vern. Henry quirked back. Maybe I am. Young lady, would you like to have breakfast with me tomorrow morning? Don't let old Henry hold this over my head. Do an old man a favor. He wagged his shaggy gray brows. Daleigh chuckled. Now, no fighting over me. You're causing me to blush. The waitress stuck a menu before her, but Henry suggested the pancakes and bacon. Daleigh agreed and ordered a coffee to go with it. Henry tucked the paper away in the corner. What I have to tell you might not mean anything, but I thought I would let you decide. You never know what will help. He took another sip of his coffee. Your father told me that the man who runs the food bank in Elizabeth City had threatened him. He leaned closer. Between you and me, the man has been locked up before. He started helping at the food bank as part of his parole, and he turned his life around so much that he eventually became director of the place. Why would he threaten my dad? The man, his name is Chuck Arnold, agreed to let your dad question some of the clients there for his research study. He got their permission first, of course. Your father showed Chuck the results of his study, and Chuck felt like he'd been duped. He'd hoped your father's findings would result in more support of the nonprofit, but apparently it didn't. And he got angry enough over that to threaten my father. The man's always had a temper, from what I hear. You sound like you know him. He lives here in Hertford. Why was he in jail? Assault. An eyebrow twitched up. Think about it. Maybe Chuck came over to have a friendly conversation with your father. Maybe things got heated. Maybe he gave him a little shove, and your dad fell and hit his head, and Chuck realized that he accidentally killed him. That's the only theory that my mind has been able to fathom. A shiver ran down Daleigh's back. Could that be what happened? Thanks for your help, Henry. One more question. She pulled out a piece of paper where she'd begun to jot her father's schedule last night when she'd been unable to sleep. She smoothed the wrinkles and slid it across the table. Can you fill in any more of these blanks? He pointed toward Sunday evening. We played Chickenfoot. Chickenfoot? It's a game played with dominoes. Your father had only been playing with us for a couple of months. He seemed to enjoy it, though. Who's us? Just myself and a couple of other old men around here. Something we did to pass the time, I suppose. Daleigh still couldn't picture her father playing dominoes. He'd always hated games of any sort. Did my father have any other good friends here? People that he talked to on a consistent basis? Henry rubbed his beard. Sometimes he and the pastor at the community church would have lunch, but besides that, he pretty much was acquainted with everyone. He was always waving to people on the streets, stopping to ask them how their day was. We'd become quite fond of him here in Hertford. He was easy to become fond of. Henry smiled across the table. As are you, Daleigh. The waitress set their breakfast before them. Her gaze remained on Daleigh for long enough to make Daleigh squirm. Finally, the woman nodded and told Daleigh what was on her mind. Some man was in here 2 nights ago. The tension became even tauter across Daleigh's shoulders. A man? She nodded. Looked Italian. Said he'd come to town to find you. Vince. The waitress nodded. Vince, That sounds right. Good-looking fellow with dark hair and brooding eyes. Sounds like Vince. You said you saw him last night. No, 2 nights ago. A feeling of unease sloshed in her gut. If he was here 2 nights ago, why didn't he let her know? Besides, that was when the graffiti had appeared on her cottage. Vince wouldn't have. She shook her head. No, he wouldn't sink that low. Even if it was the only way to get her back to Nashville. The waitress wandered to another table. Daleigh looked up to see Henry watching her. Vince was my boyfriend, she explained. We've broken up, though. I'm sorry. It's better this way, believe me. I see that you and Ryan Shields are becoming friends. How did he manage that? Daleigh's cheeks warmed at just the mention of his name. He fixed my car for me. The alternator went out. Ah, yes. There's not much old Ryan can't fix. The boy's a wonder with cars. It sounds like you know him pretty well. He sliced into a pancake. I knew his wife, actually. Daleigh blinked. His wife? I thought you knew. Her cheeks warmed. Was Ryan married? Certainly Hannah would have mentioned that. Ryan would have mentioned it. No, I didn't know. She passed away a few years back. Sweet girl. I was so sorry that things ended the way they did. Such a shame. A certain sense of relief filled her. She hadn't been totally fooled. Still, the idea of Ryan being married and losing his wife caused sadness to press on her chest. What happened? Overdose. Things were just starting to go well for them, too. They'd moved back here. It seemed like everything was on track for them. Henry frowned. You'll have to ask him to tell you the rest of the story. Daleigh nodded. It wasn't exactly a subject she'd bring up. The new insight into Ryan only made her feelings for him stronger. Ryan's been a great friend to me throughout this whole ordeal. Definitely a godsend. He's the real deal. He's gonna make some woman mighty happy one day. Daleigh smiled and took another bite of her pancake. Yes, he would, she thought. Yes, he would. She glanced out the window in time to see a man with dark hair and sunglasses pull up in a truck and stare right at her. As soon as Daleigh looked his way, he sped away. Her unease deepened. Did you see that? She asked Henry. He shook his head. See what? There was a man outside watching us. A fan? Daleigh shrugged. Maybe. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm sure you have star-struck supporters everywhere you turn, that or the paparazzi, right? You are famous after all. He leaned forward. Why don't you come over for dinner sometime before you leave? Your father was my best friend. It seems like the least I could do. I'd love that. How about Thursday evening, then? You can even bring Ryan with you, if you'd like. His eyes twinkled. Just then, the whole atmosphere in the restaurant changed. Daleigh saw that a distinguished-looking man in his 50s stepped inside. He was a striking man with black hair just graying around the temples and a fit build. Henry turned back toward her, his face now etched with grim lines. Who's that? Daleigh whispered. Thorne Alligood. He thinks he owns this town just because his family has lived here for generations, and he employs about half the people in this part of North Carolina. He leaned closer. Now, he's someone you might want to look at. He stopped speaking to your father a couple of weeks ago and didn't make a secret of how unhappy he was with your dad. What happened? Henry shrugged. That I can't tell you. I can tell you that he likes to destroy people who stand in his way. He even threatened to call the state board, trying to have my pharmacy license revoked. Would have ended my career. Thankfully, he didn't do it. He sounds ruthless. If you're planning on talking to him, I'd be careful. There's something about that man I don't trust. Chapter 14. 30 minutes later, Daleigh left the cafe. As she passed Ryan's garage, she glanced through the open door and spotted him underneath a car. She contemplated crossing the street to chat, but she knew she needed to check on Vince first. Ryan waved, then continued working. His mild reaction disappointed her. Daleigh wanted him to jog across the street like he'd done the day before. She wanted to see his eyes light up. She shook her head, scolding herself for the silly thoughts. He was busy, probably. She couldn't read into it. Vince and Hannah were sitting on the porch as she walked up. Hannah's reception to her last night had been aloof, and, had Vince not been there, Hannah probably would have ignored her. But when her sister had seen Vince, her face lit up, and her charm magically reappeared. Daleigh stuffed her hands into the sweatshirt she wore. As she approached, she noted the mugs of coffee they sipped. They both leaned back in their rocking chairs and laughed together like old friends. Daleigh wondered if she was the cause of their laughter. She could mentally hear them talking about poor, naive Daleigh and how desperately she needed both of them in her life to keep her straight. She pushed aside her insecurities and approached. "Where have you been, Daleigh?" Hannah took a sip of her coffee. "Having breakfast." "Well, you could have come here for breakfast. We had apple muffins and fruit." "It was a business meeting." "Business?" Hannah pushed. "And what kind of business do you have around here?" "I'd rather not discuss it." Especially after Hannah's reaction to the implication that Dad's death may not have been an accident. She could only imagine the fireworks that would explode if Hannah knew Daleigh was looking into what had happened. The smirk fell from Hannah's face, and she narrowed her eyes at Daleigh. "I see. Vince, would you excuse us a minute? There's something I need to discuss with my sister." "No problem." He disappeared inside, and Daleigh took his seat. "What's up?" "Are you out of your mind breaking up with him? He's perfect," she said in a loud whisper. "He's not perfect for me." "Daleigh, you're going to give up prestige and the promise of a good life where you don't have to worry about making ends meet. Why would you do that?" "Vince and I have been over for a long time, Hannah. It's just that neither of us wanted to admit it. Besides, I'm not all about prestige and the so-called good life. I just want to be where I'm supposed to be." "Daleigh, if you just listen to me for this one time as your older, wiser sister." She paused. "If you break up with him, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life." "My life is a little more complicated than that right now, Hannah. I want to date someone who respects me for me. That's not something I can say about Vince." Hannah glared at her. "Don't say I didn't try to warn you." Daleigh twisted the fabric inside her sweatshirt. Her sister had so much nerve. To act like she really knew Daleigh when they only spoke once a month, if that. Hannah was so wrapped up in her own life that she couldn't see past her big, fluffy blonde hair. Still, Daleigh felt like she needed to say something. "I don't get you, Hannah." "I don't get you either, Daleigh." Tension stretched between them. "Why didn't you tell me that Ryan used to be a stockbroker?" Daleigh ventured to ask. Hannah shrugged. "I figured you could figure it out on your own that he threw away his big chance and is now wasting his life as a mechanic." Daleigh started to retort when Vince appeared through the door, his luggage trailing behind him. "I should get going. I was able to change my ticket and catch an earlier flight out of here." He glanced at Hannah. "Thank you for your hospitality, and it was nice to finally meet you." Daleigh rose to walk him to his car. Silence lingered between them as they hurried down the pathway. They paused at his Mercedes rental and faced each other. "When did you get into town?" she blurted. He shifted, as if caught in a lie. "Sunday evening." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I tried to call you." "I tried to call you back." He shrugged. "I wanted to surprise you. You weren't at the cottage. I tried a couple of times Monday morning, but I still couldn't find you. I worked on the computer in the meantime. I found a place to stay in the next town over. When your sister graciously let me stay at her home last night, I couldn't refuse." His words left her feeling unsettled. Was there more to his story? Had he used Hannah to try to convince Daleigh to stay with him? She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "So, you're telling me that you, with your busy schedule, just sat around working on the computer for an entire day?" Something in his eyes changed, and Daleigh knew she'd caught him in a lie. What else was I supposed to do? You never sit around and do nothing, Vince. Never. He shrugged. I don't know what to say. Why don't you tell me the truth? He stepped back and sighed. Daleigh. She crossed her arms and waited. His jaw locked in place, and he stared into the distance for a moment. I may have gone up to Norfolk to check out a new band. Indignation rushed through her. How dare he pretend to drop everything to be with her, when, in fact, he was mixing this trip with business? His words only confirmed her decision. Of course you did. It's not like that, Daleigh. You know what? Save it. It doesn't really matter anymore. Vince's eyes narrowed. He looked at her. You haven't seen the last of me, you know. Don't make this any harder than it already is, Vince. Her throat burned as she stared up at him. Her world had once revolved around this man. Thank goodness she'd finally come to her senses. You're going to wake up one day and realize you've made a mistake. Only it will be too late to do anything about it. He stared at her, and Daleigh knew he'd hoped for a reaction. Tears, maybe. Regret? A moment of panic or fear. Instead, she held her chin up and offered a single nod. He drove away, and a chapter of her life closed. Daleigh leaned against the ancient magnolia tree, while sadness and relief mingled in her heart. Would Vince's prediction come true? Could she chance it? She was going to have to. She jogged back to her cottage and grabbed her purse. It was time to visit the food pantry. 30 minutes later, she pulled up to the lunchbox. It was located in an old downtown area of Elizabeth City. She pulled her purse over her shoulder before pausing by the door. Maybe she should have waited for someone to come with her, but she couldn't wait around all day. Ryan had to work, and there was no way Hannah would ever agree to come with her. Besides, it felt good to do something by herself. Back when she'd started in music, it had only been her and her guitar. There hadn't been any other songwriters to help her out, or manager to schedule concert dates, or record label breathing down her neck. It had just been Daleigh doing what she loved to do. There were times she missed the simplicity of those days. She pulled the glass door open and stepped onto the grimy floor of the pantry. A man sat behind a desk with stacks of papers in front of him. He looked up and smiled at Daleigh. Welcome to the lunchbox. What can I help you with? I'm Daleigh. She extended her hand. As he rose, Daleigh's throat went dry. The man easily stood at 6'5" and had the build of a linebacker. Maybe this hadn't been a good idea. I'm Chuck. I don't need any food, but I'm hoping to find some answers. Maybe you can help. Have a seat and let's see what I can do for you. Daleigh lowered herself into a chair across from him. It's about my father, Dr. McDermott. His eyes darkened. Yes, I knew your father. I heard you didn't like him. I didn't like his methods. I didn't like being his case study. The man's voice had hardened. Look, I'm not trying to stir anything up. I'm really not. I'm just looking for answers about his death. I heard it was an accident. Some have said it was murder. His eyes widened. You think I'm guilty? She shook her head. No, maybe we should start this conversation again. Maybe you should leave. He pointed toward the door. Fear pounded with each heartbeat that echoed in her ears. There's nothing to talk about. Now I suggest you leave before I have to call the police and have them escort you. She stood. That's not necessary, nor is any of this hostility. I merely wanted to ask you questions. No, you wanted to implicate that I'm a crutch for the weak. You want to use my own words against me in order to get my program unfunded. It's not like that. No, you want to take it a step further and have me arrested also. I don't think so. He pointed to the door again. I'll let you see yourself out. Daleigh sighed, realizing she'd just hit another dead end. Daleigh ventured outside just as the sun was setting that evening. She grabbed her guitar and sat on the porch swing. The Perquimans River stared back at her. Cypress trees draped with Spanish moss dotted the water's edge. Between stumps stretched a pier, the pier where her father had died. She pulled back the tears that threatened to escape again. Instead, her fingers plucked at the guitar strings absently. The woodsy acoustic sound of the strings reverberating in the guitar's body caused her to close her eyes. The sound was so simple and crisp. It felt so good to have the instrument in her hands without the pressure brought on by a nose-diving career. She hummed lightly, a melody coming to mind. Home Before Dark, a song written based on her father's advice. So many of her songs were about the lessons her father had taught her. "I'll figure out who did this to you, Dad." Playing out here by the river felt more therapeutic than anything else she'd done in recent months. Yes, she loved playing the guitar. She couldn't argue that. What she didn't like was the pressure placed on her by the music industry. How had such a simple dream of making a life as a musician turned into such a hectic schedule full of pressures and expectations? How had such a pure joy turned into a complex nightmare? She wanted to go back to her roots, where she started in music, back before the image consultants and the A&R reps came into her life, before Vince had dictated what was right and wrong, before she forgot who she was. Maybe coming to Hertford was just what she needed to get her priorities straight. Maybe she wasn't only supposed to figure out what happened to her father. Maybe she was supposed to make peace with herself as well. She closed her eyes, listening to everything around her and trying to calm her spirit. A car drove past. Water lapped against the pier. A bird tweeted. Like a juvenile, she foolishly hoped to hear Ryan's footsteps. But why would he stop by tonight? They had no plans. He probably thought that she'd been leading him on. It was better this way, she rationalized. She'd be leaving soon. Why did her heart feel heavy at the thought? As evening fell, she watched as a boat trolled past. Darkness concealed the driver's face. The watercraft disappeared behind a cluster of trees not far from her cottage. The hum of the engine became silent. Daleigh rose. What was going on over there? She took a step in the direction of the boat. The wind whipped around her, and the trees reminded Daleigh of skeletons as their branches scratched together. At the edge of the trees, she stopped. She should get someone to go with her. She couldn't be stupid. Just as she took a step away, a motor cranked and the boat sped off. Daleigh remembered her father's untimely death and decided the safest place for her to be was to be locked inside her cottage. Chapter 15. The next morning, Daleigh stared at a notebook on her lap. She jotted down her father's schedule during his last days. What had happened to put him in danger? A game of chickenfoot? She doubted it. Church? Not likely. The lunchbox? Maybe. Something at the college. It was a possibility. Somewhere on these blank slots, an answer waited. She sat cross-legged on a couch and rubbed the wrinkles out of the paper. Come on, Dad. What am I supposed to see here? What am I missing? The town seemed safe enough. What was it the police chief said? In the past several months, there had been a DUI and some petty larceny. Hardly motives for murder. What kind of secrets did this small town harbor, and how was her dad involved? Behind her, sunlight streamed in through the tall, white-trimmed windows. The day had been so nice that she put her windows up and let the spring breeze wash over the wooden floors and billow the sheer white curtains. It swept past her and tickled her hair against her cheek, gently tugging on the corner of the paper in her hands. She'd been staring at the paper all morning. A clock on the fireplace read 10:30. She grabbed her purse, looking for the journal entries she'd stuffed here. Her hand brushed against something at the bottom. She pulled out a rumpled letter. When she saw the handwriting, tears filled her eyes. Her dad. She'd nearly forgotten about this letter. He'd sent it to her a couple of weeks ago. She'd had a trip home scheduled, but had canceled at the last minute. Guilt still pounded at her when she thought of it. Her dad had never been one to email, but he loved writing letters. Daleigh had a whole stack of them at home. She kept them in a box by her bed. She swallowed, her throat suddenly dry and achy as she pulled the letter out. Her dad wrote about how he wished Daleigh had been able to make it to Hertford, but that he understood. Then he talked about fishing on the pier by the house, about looking at a '65 Mustang that could be fun to fix up. He wrote about having dinner with Hannah and how quickly his granddaughters were growing. At the end, below his name, he jotted a scripture. Psalms 55, 12 through 14. She'd never bothered to look it up before. Out of curiosity, she found her Bible and flipped it open to Psalms. She read the verses. If an enemy were insulting me, I could endure it. If a foe were rising against me, I could hide it. But it is you, a man like myself, my companion, my close friend, with whom I once enjoyed sweet fellowship. Interesting. She wondered if her father had accidentally transposed the numbers. What an odd scripture to jot down. She brought the letter to her chest and held it there. She was going to miss these letters from her dad, always sent to her at unexpected times. After a few minutes of silence, she stood, stretching her cramped legs, and went into the kitchen. Maybe some food would help jumpstart her brain and give her some more ideas. She opened the cabinets and found random cans of green beans, carrots, and corn, a jar of processed meat, and some lumpy flour. She would go to the little market down the street and grab a few groceries, enough to last her until the end of the week. The end of the week? Would she leave then? If so, where would she go? Did she still have a future in music after the things she'd said to Vince? The thought of her career being over didn't bring the panic she thought it might. Somehow, she'd figure things out. Even if she had to live on noodles and water while relying on tips she made singing at small, little-known venues. After tugging on some jeans and a t-shirt, she grabbed her wallet and stepped out into the warm, balmy day. She tucked a hair behind her ear and jogged across the street. Hertford waited for her with that grin-shaped Main Street. Or was it a frown? Beneath the polished, cheerful exterior of the town, did something rotten lie? She pulled her hoodie closer around her neck and continued walking. In the distance, she saw a black truck pull away. Was that the same truck she'd seen yesterday from the diner? The one with the man inside who'd stared at her. She shrugged off the thoughts as the truck disappeared around the corner. Finally, the General Mart came into view to her left. She slipped inside through the glass doors and stared at the well-stocked shelves. After grabbing a basket, she filled it with bread, lunch meat, juice, and crackers. The bell above the door jangled, and she saw Ryan step inside. He threw a smile at the gray-haired woman behind the counter. "How are you doing today, Miss Fay?" he asked, his boyish charm making Daleigh's heart work overtime. "Doing just fine, Ryan," she said, her voice scratchy with age. Her wrinkled face lit up at his attention. "How about you? Work keeping you busy?" "Always." "You know, my niece has been asking about you. I've been thinking about trying to set the two of you up next time she's in town. What do you think?" Daleigh held her breath, waiting for his response. She knew she shouldn't stay behind the cereal aisle where Ryan couldn't see her, yet she couldn't bring herself to move. "I told her you were mighty fine-looking." "Now, Miss Fay, you have to stop telling those lies." "Hogwash. You know you're cute, so don't act modest. Now, have I told you how pretty Amy is?" "If she looks like you, she's a knockout." Daleigh smiled as Miss Fay blushed and waved Ryan off. "Oh, stop it. You always know just what to say to make my day. Did I tell you she wants to move to Hertford? I know how much you love this town. I think you and her could be awfully happy here." "I do love Hertford." "You ever going to move?" "Don't plan on it. My family has lived here for generations. Why ruin a perfectly good tradition?" Fay grinned. "That's my boy. Now, I made a ham and cheese sandwich with you in mind. You interested?" Daleigh stepped out from the aisle. Ryan's smile disappeared. "Daleigh." He ran a hand through his hair. "I thought for sure you'd be on your way back to Nashville by now." "No, I'm not quite ready to go back yet." His gaze wandered to her basket. "Stocking up on some food, I see." "I thought I might try my hand at cooking. I won't tell you what happened the last time I got this urge, though. Let's just say it's a good thing I like my food blackened." That got a small grin out of him, but still he acted aloof, like their time together hadn't happened. The realization caused disappointment to surge through her. Was this because of Vince? Well, I need to get back to work. It's been great seeing you. Faye? Daleigh? He grabbed the sandwich, plopped a few bills on the counter, and retreated. Daleigh stared after him, wishing their conversation had gone differently. What had gone so wrong between them? Or had she misread things all along? I might as well call my niece and tell her to mark Ryan off the list. Faye mumbled over the squeal of the receipt as it printed. Daleigh set her basket on the scratched wooden counter, still reeling from Ryan's strange behavior. Why's that? Because the boy obviously has it bad for you. Hope simmered inside. You think? Faye snorted. Of course, who doesn't? You are famous. I'm sure you have a lot of admirers. Daleigh did have her fair share. Some were innocent while others were downright creepy. Once a man she'd never met had sent Daleigh his grandmother's engagement ring and asked her to marry him. Then there was the thin man. Being famous wasn't all it was cracked up to be, yet some people would sell their very souls for it. Is that what Daleigh had done? Did she sell her soul to the devil, and was the devil's name Vince Torres? Ryan is a good boy. I don't want to see him hurt, Faye said. Daleigh heard the warning in the old woman's voice. The town was protective of their own. Part of Daleigh envied the very notion of an entire town watching out for someone. For that matter, she envied the notion of anyone watching out for someone. Was the woman implying that Daleigh would hurt Ryan? She would never hurt Ryan. Or would she? Was he just a rebound from her relationship with Vince? She paid for her groceries and walked back to the cottage. Her sister's car was gone as she walked up the sidewalk. Where was Hannah off to now? Was she avoiding Daleigh just as Daleigh was avoiding her? Dad, how did things become such a mess? This isn't the life you would have wanted for me or Hannah. This isn't what Mom would have wanted. But I have no idea how to make things right. She could apologize to Hannah, but she doubted anything in their relationship would change if she did. Daleigh couldn't live with Hannah putting her down and telling her what to do for the rest of her life, but there didn't seem any reasoning with her sister. So what was the solution? Ryan abandoned his half-eaten sandwich, took a long sip of his soda, and leaned back in the swivel chair behind the huge metal monstrosity he called a desk. He couldn't get Daleigh's picture out of his mind. His throat burned as he remembered seeing her at the Quick Mart. He hadn't expected her to be there. He'd expected her to be on her way home, with Vince. When he'd seen her, he'd wanted nothing more than to hug her and ask her how she was doing. He knew he couldn't, though. She had a boyfriend, and Ryan couldn't continue to pretend otherwise. He couldn't pretend like he had a chance with her, though there had been those fleeting moments when she looked at him and he thought there really was something there, when something in her gaze told him, "You've got it bad for her, don't you?" Frank leaned in the doorway to his office and flashed his crooked, snaggletooth grin. Ryan narrowed his eyes. Haven't we been over this? Every time she comes around, you get that look. That same look I get when I get to go drag racing down at the track. Ryan stood, knowing he needed to get back to work. He pushed by Frank and walked into the garage. You don't know what you're talking about. Frank started to follow, but Ryan held out a hand. You've got to go and pick up that car down the street, remember? You're trying to get rid of me because you know I'm right. Frank, she's dating a record producer. She's off limits. No, she's not. Ryan put his hand on his hip. What? You've talked to her. You know this. She looks at you the same way you look at her. Ryan's heart involuntarily lifted. No, he told himself. He had to accept the facts for what they were. She was someone else's girl. Go pick up the car now, Ryan stated. Frank raised an eyebrow and retreated. Ryan could hardly concentrate on the air conditioning on the Chevy he tried to fix. His thoughts kept drifting back to Daleigh, to her expression when she spotted Vince, how her cheeks flushed, how she forgot about Ryan, like a homeless person given a mansion. His life would have been easier if she hadn't come around. He would have come to work each day and spent time with Trevor and Willa in the evenings. On weekends, he would go out with his friends from church or fix up his house or take his boat out. Life was simple then, before Daleigh McDermott came along. That's what he was determined it would return to, no matter how hard it appeared. Any day now, Ryan felt certain that Daleigh would be packing up and going back to Nashville. He gave her 5 days max before she hit the road. He could avoid her for 5 more days. No sweat. After lunch, Daleigh had walked to the pharmacy, desperate to get out of the house. As soon as she stepped inside, she noted a change in the air. People were whispering and shaking their heads. What was going on? She pushed through what seemed to be unusual crowds inside and found Henry in the back, talking to a large man wearing an expensive suit. As soon as Daleigh approached, the man nodded toward her and then strode away. Daleigh soaked in Henry's heavy gaze, her gut clenching even tighter. He shook his head and frowned. "Daleigh, did you hear the news?" Her hand went to a shelf so she could keep her balance in case the news was as bad as she thought it would be. "What's that?" "Fanny died last night." "Fanny Pasture? No, I just talked to her." He nodded, grimness in each action. "It's like losing a figurehead around here. She's been a staple around this town." "What happened?" "Rumor has it that she had a heart attack." Daleigh swallowed the information. Did she really have a heart attack, or was there something much more sinister going on? There was only one way to find out. She was going to Fanny's house. She told Henry goodbye before jogging down the street and hopping into her car. She remembered how to get to the woman's house and tried to keep her speed steady, despite the adrenaline that made her want to go faster. She turned away from the town and headed through the rural area, surrounded by cotton fields on either side. She gripped the steering wheel as she maneuvered the winding country road. Was Fanny's death really from natural causes? Or what if she'd given away something to Daleigh when they spoke? What if the woman really had known something? Would someone have killed her to keep her quiet? Did this have anything to do with the river? She rounded the bend in the road, her thoughts heavy, when she spotted the same one-lane bridge ahead. The structure had caused her entire body to tense when she drove out this way last time. She pressed on the brakes to slow down, but nothing happened. Her heart sped along with the car. What was going on? She pressed harder, more frequently, over and over. Still, nothing happened. The car continued to accelerate toward the bridge. Panic raced through her. She'd be fine as long as another car didn't. Just then, she spotted the truck coming toward her, about to cross the bridge. She had to think, and quick. What had her father told her to do in situations like these? The emergency brake. She grabbed it, pulled it. The car barely slowed. Sweat sprinkled across her forehead. She was going to hit the truck, head on. Oh, God, help me. She swerved to the right, off the road and away from the bridge, toward the water, a branch of the ominous river that Fanny had talked about. She braced herself for whatever happened next. Chapter 16. Ryan looked up from some paperwork as a tow truck pulled a car into the bay. He blinked when he saw the vehicle. It looked an awful lot like Daleigh's. His chair scraped across the floor as he stood and walked in autopilot toward the vehicle. His heart raced as a million thoughts crashed in his head. Was this Daleigh's? Was she okay? What had happened? Just then, the door to the tow truck opened, and Daleigh emerged. All of his resolve to keep his distance disappeared. He stepped toward her, closer than he should have, and soaked her in. Gauze and medical tape on her forehead, an ace bandage around her elbow. Dirt smudged her cheek, and her hair looked tousled. He grabbed her arms. "Are you okay?" "Just a little accident." Her voice cracked as she said the words. Her entire body trembled under his hands, sending off alarms in his head. "You should go to the hospital." She shook her head. "No, I'm fine, really. Just a little shaken. The paramedics looked me over at the scene and said I was good to go." "What happened?" He pulled her to a seat in his office. "Here, sit down a moment. Can I get you anything?" She lowered herself there, still looking a bit dazed. "My brakes went out." He shook his head, unable to accept her words. "That's impossible. I checked your car out myself. Your brakes were fine." She shrugged. "They weren't fine earlier. I don't know what happened. One minute I was driving down the road and fine. The next moment, I pressed on the pedal, but nothing happened." "What did you do?" "I had the choice, a head-on collision with a truck or driving into the river. I chose the river. Thankfully, there were a couple of saplings that I smashed through first before I hit a ditch. The truck driver was able to help me out of the car and call 911. She swallowed. It could have been much worse." "Did you talk to the police?" "You know just about how willing the chief is to accept that anything dirty is going on in this town." Daleigh shrugged. "She did say she'd talk to you, just to make sure this was all a terrible accident, but nothing more." "No worries." Yes, that was the chief's mantra, and everyone knew it. The problem was, sometimes people needed to worry. "Doesn't sound like she's too serious about investigating, does it?" "Not at all." "Frank, get that car up on the lift. I want to take a look at those brakes myself." Frank gave him a thumbs up and a wink before going to work on the car. Ryan went back to Daleigh. He knelt in front of her. "You could have been killed." "Thankfully I wasn't." "Let me make you some coffee. I'll make a fresh batch for you and won't make you drink this old stuff." He began to fiddle with the coffee pot. He couldn't help but notice how she slumped in the chair, and worry coursed through him. A moment later, he poured some coffee and handed it to her. She trembled as she held the cup. His hands covered hers to steady the mug. Finally, she took a small sip before nodding thank you. "Ryan, the car's up. Come take a look." He glanced at Daleigh one more time, studying her for a sign of her state of mind, before nodding toward the Bay Area. "I'll be right back." He went into the garage and stared up at the underbelly of the car. The entire front end was rumpled. Water dripped down from it. Things could have turned out much worse. Still, he didn't like where this was going. He looked up at the brake lines. It was just like he thought. There was a nice, clean cut there. Someone had tampered with her car. Her accident was no accident. And he'd bet that her father's death was no accident either. Daleigh looked up as Ryan walked back into the office. "Well?" "Someone did this to you, Daleigh. That brake line was cut." She closed her eyes. What did that mean? Why would someone want her dead? Ryan knelt in front of her again. "Look, I'm closing up shop here in a minute. Can you wait? We'll go talk somewhere afterward." She nodded, thankful for his friendship. "That sounds great." She watched as he shut down the garage and then washed his hands. Finally, he came back over to her. "Let's get out of here." He led her to his truck and she climbed inside. Once there, she took a deep breath and tried to gather her thoughts. How had life spiraled out of control like this? "You want to grab a bite to eat?" "At a restaurant?" She shook her head. "I really don't want to be around crowds right now." "Make something at your place?" "How about your place instead? Maybe the change of scenery will do me some good." "That sounds great." They pulled off the main highway and traveled down a country lane for a few minutes before pulling up to an old farmhouse located on the river. The place had seen better days, but there was still a certain charm to it. The white wooden planks could use a fresh coat of paint, and the flower beds could use some sprucing up. The place had obviously been beautiful in its day. "It's not much to look at." She shook her head as her gaze traveled up. "It's great. Is that a tin roof?" "Sure is." "I want to be here sometime when it's raining. There's a song in there somewhere." "I don't know if it's anything to romanticize about, but you're more than welcome to stop by any time you'd like." He jumped from the truck and ran around to open her door. They walked quietly to the front door. Inside, the place was clean and neat, though it could use some upgrades and new decor. "I have some big dreams for this place. I keep saying I'll get around to everything one day." Daleigh glanced at the kitchen cabinets, which appeared new. She noticed that the front porch had also been replaced. "There's a lot of potential here." He nodded. Yeah, that's what I've always thought, too. You seem like a do-it-yourself type of guy. Yeah, I've done some stuff whenever I have the time. I've always enjoyed working with my hands. He pointed to a simple blue couch. Why don't you have a seat? Why don't I help you instead? What I didn't tell you is that I'm a lousy cook and I don't have a ton of food in the house. I can help then. She browsed through the cabinets and finally settled on making baked potato soup. Ryan peeled some potatoes while she chopped the onions. I used to work at a cafe way back when. I would help make the potato soup every day. I'm sure it's going to be delicious. Now, I didn't say it was a nice restaurant. She elbowed him playfully. They worked for several moments in silence. So, did you find out anything new today? Ryan asked, peeling another potato. His muscles rippled gently beneath his short-sleeved t-shirt. Daleigh's heart sped just looking at him. She quickly turned away, her gaze focusing on the butter melting in the pot on the stove. Daleigh filled Ryan in on the rest of her day, before the accident. Ryan shook his head slowly. I can't believe Fanny died. I thought that woman would live forever. My dad went to visit her every week. I thought she might know something about his death. I stopped by her house on Monday. I don't think I ever mentioned that, mostly because I didn't learn anything new except that she makes some killer collard greens, apparently. She was a piece of work. Did Civil War reenactments religiously. Can't leave home for church, but when one of those comes around... He chuckled. She's going to be missed, that's for sure, but no clues about your father. I didn't walk away with much, but she did say something about seeing a lot of traffic on the river lately, especially at night. Does that mean anything to you? He shook his head. I can't say it does. I'm still trying to fill in all the time on his schedule during the week before he died. How about your sister? Maybe she can fill in the missing pieces. Daleigh frowned. She probably could, but every time we talk it turns into an argument. I'm close to giving up. We've never really gotten along if you can't tell. I'm sure that's tough. Tough would be an understatement. Sometimes the relationship left Daleigh feeling plain miserable. It amazes me sometimes that my sister and I came from the same parents. She doesn't get me and I don't get her. What more can I say? It sounds strange, but it almost seems like the two of you bring out the worst in each other. Daleigh chewed on the thought. It does, doesn't it? Maybe that's why we try to avoid each other in general. That would be a disservice to both of you if you did that. What do you mean? She glanced up from stirring the pot. Your sisters, whether you like it or not. People will come and go from your life, but family is constant. You should hang on to that. Her heart plunged with guilt. Ryan was right. She should be grateful. He nudged her chin up with the crook of his finger. Hey, it wasn't meant to condemn you. I was just speaking from my experiences. No, you're right. I should make more of an effort. She is my sister, whether I like it or not. They worked in silence another several minutes, Daleigh's thoughts heavy. She hated feeling like she was carrying these unseen burdens, but she was doing a terrible job laying them down. Ryan cleared his throat. I had an interesting conversation today, Daleigh. She paused. Go on. A guy who works for the Coast Guard station over near Weeksville brought in his truck to the shop today. While we chatted, he mentioned they'd been especially busy lately. Did he say why? He said there's been some suspicious activities going on along the coast. He asked me to watch for anything that sets off alarms. He didn't give any more details? Ryan shook his head. But I just remembered what you said about Fanny, how she'd seen things on the river. I couldn't help but think there was a tie-in. Daleigh's mind raced with possibilities. Could this be the first official confirmation from authorities that something really was going on? What kind of crimes take place on the water? Daleigh asked. If we were in Florida, I'd say immigration. But here, these waters around here were known for pirates in their day. Their peacefulness can be deceiving. There are all kinds of hidden coves where unseen things can happen. Like drugs. Ryan shrugged. It makes sense, don't you think? Your dad could have been out on the water and seen something meant to be kept a secret. Daleig's thoughts pounded in her head. How do we prove it? How do we know who's involved? That's probably better left to the police. She frowned. I suppose you're right. All of this just seems like a nightmare instead of reality. It's going to get better, Daleigh. I know sometimes it seems like these dark days will never pass, but they will. She stole a glance over at him. You speak about it like you know. Yeah, you could say that. He scooped up a handful of potatoes and dropped them in the pan. She waited for him to say more, but he didn't. She stirred the onions and potatoes again, feeling like she'd been transported from her old life to this new life. In a certain way, it felt like a second chance, a new start. She paused for a moment. Did you have any doubts that you were supposed to walk away from your life on Wall Street? His eyes widened. He wiped his hands on a dish towel and glanced up at her a moment as if contemplating his answer. Before I answer that question, what do you have left to do? Just add the chicken broth? She nodded. Using a manual opener, he opened the cans she'd pulled out earlier and then dumped the liquid into the pot. Daleigh gave it a final stir and then put the lid on. Ryan took her hand and led her outside. They walked to the river where she saw a pier with a gazebo at the end. Neither said anything until they settled beside each other on the bench at the end. The stars reflected down into the water. This place seemed like the picture of all that was peaceful. Not a car or another soul in sight. Finally, Ryan spoke. To answer your question, it was easy to walk away from Wall Street because I realized it was sucking the life out of me. I realized there were more important things than money and titles and your placement on the social ladder. We've only got one chance to do right in this life. We've got to make it count. It's true. He looked down at his hand. It was still intertwined with hers. Daleigh made no effort to let go. I've never told you that I was married, Daleigh. Her throat burned. What happened? My wife was one of the reasons I moved back here. She couldn't stand life in the big city. I worked long hours and was never home with her. She hadn't managed to make many friends. She said she couldn't relate to the people in New York. She had 2 miscarriages also, and those nearly did her in. I didn't think I'd ever get her out of the apartment again. My heart just broke for her. So you gave up everything for her? He nodded, his face grim and lined with sorrow. I'm afraid it was all too late, though. She started taking antidepressants before we left to come back here. I thought being back here in Hertford would lift her spirits. We bought a place and dreamed of making it a home. I thought she was doing better. I really did. But I came home one day and I found her. She'd overdosed. His voice sounded raw with emotion. She squeezed his hand as grief squeezed her heart. I'm so sorry, Ryan. I can't imagine. There were some really dark days that followed. All of that really brought me to the end of myself. I realized how desperately I needed Jesus in my life. That's beautiful. It wasn't long after that I met your father. He really helped me find some perspective and reminded me of who I'm called to be. He was an amazing man, and I'm so glad he was part of my life. I'm glad too, Ryan. He glanced up, and his gaze caught hers. Daleigh, I'm really glad I met you. Her heart sped a beat. I'm glad we met too. There's been something I've been wanting to talk to you about. She drew in a deep breath, trying to find the right words. The nice part to writing songs was that she could ponder the right words for days. In real-time conversations, that was never the case. Ryan, I know you've seemed upset with me, and you have every right. He squeezed her knee, his head waving back and forth. I wasn't upset with you, Daleigh. He pulled away and ran a hand through his hair before looking away and chuckling. No, Daleigh, I wasn't upset at all. Then what was it? Had she done that bad of a job reading him? Something had been wrong, she was certain of that. It's just that. His gaze caught hers and something unsaid passed between them. Electricity tingled through Daleigh. Yes? Daleigh could feel his breath against her cheek. She took a deep breath and inhaled his cologne, along with the faint scent of oil. Her heart sped. He paused, mere centimeters away from her, as if giving her the chance to pull back. Not in a million years. Finally, his lips brushed hers. He leaned in closer and pulled her toward him. An aura seemed to swirl around them, locking them in the moment. Tingles ran down her spine and back up again. Then, just as quickly as the kiss started, it ended. Ryan darted to the other side of the gazebo as if he'd touched fire. What had just happened? Ryan stood far away from her, his eyes closed and regret pulling at his features. "Ryan, I'm sorry." Daleigh stared at him, her heart squeezed in confusion. She had no idea what was going on, except that Ryan had just apologized for kissing her. This wasn't exactly the way she'd hoped things would play out. "Sorry about what?" Her voice sounded breathless, even to her own ears. He shook his head and ran his hand through his hair. His thoughts were obviously heavy and burdened. Even his voice sounded tight and husky with emotion. "I know you have a boyfriend, Daleigh. I've known it all along. I should have stayed away. I tried. God knows I've tried. But then tonight..." She moved across the gazebo and placed her hand on his shoulder, everything suddenly coming into clarity. "Wait, Ryan, you need to hear me out. Vince and I aren't together anymore. We broke up." He looked up, and his eyes widened. "But he was just on the news talking about you. He showed up at your cottage. He kissed you." "Talking is what he does best, Ryan. Getting his way is another one of his many talents." She glanced up at Ryan's chest and shook her head. "I don't know. Relationships are just messy sometimes, aren't they?" "It's that same messiness that makes them real, though." He stepped closer, his hands going protectively to her waist. "I can't argue with that." She shook her head. "I don't know. I guess I knew a long time ago that my relationship with Vince was over. I just didn't want to face the facts. It's easier to stay with what's familiar than to face the unknown. He hasn't always been faithful, but I always took him back. He could be very convincing. But I've just realized that my life is spiraling out of control. Everyone wants a piece of me. Everyone wants to tell me what to do. It's been going on for so long that I don't even know what I want anymore." His fingers went to her chin, and he nudged her face up. "Hey, I can tell you one thing. You're worth fighting for. Your dreams are worth holding on to, whatever direction it means that you take." She sucked on her bottom lip, her throat suddenly dry. "People would sell their souls to be in my shoes, Ryan. But my own soul is the one I need to worry about. I feel so far away from everything that I at one time thought was important." "Have you prayed about it?" "Not as much as I should, but I'm working on it." She glanced over at the reflection of the moon on the river. "All I ever wanted to do was to be a singer. I was the stereotypical kid who sang with a hairbrush in front of the mirror. Then I moved on to school talent shows and special music at church. My dad, in all of his wisdom, took a walk with me by Lake Victoria. We were there on one of his trips the summer between my junior and senior year. The moon was reflected on the water. He leaned over the pier, touched the moon's reflection, and told me that sometimes reaching your dreams was as easy as changing your perspective." "Your dad always was a wise man." "What am I going to do without him?" Her voice cracked as the words slipped from her lips. Ryan pulled her into his arms. Her head nestled against his chest as he stroked her hair. He tenderly kissed the top of her head. He said nothing. There was nothing to say. His presence offered her all the strength and comfort she needed. She stepped back. "We should probably go check on that soup." He made no effort to move. Instead, he ran his thumb down her cheek and gently pressed his lips into hers. He pulled away and rested his forehead against hers. "I guess we should, shouldn't we?" She laced her fingers through his, and they walked back toward the house. Halfway there, Daleigh stopped in her tracks and pointed toward the woods. "Did you see that?" "See what?" The moonlight just hit something over there on the edge of the trees. It looked like binoculars. Are you sure? He squinted in the distance. There, did you see it? I sure did. Let's put an end to this once and for all. Chapter 17. Ryan marched forward a few steps when Daleigh pulled him back. You can't go in there. You don't know what you're facing. You don't know if they have a gun. All of this needs to end. Daleigh's eyes pleaded with him. Please, I can't stand the thought of losing someone else. Just then, someone scampered through the underbrush. Daleigh could feel Ryan's muscles bristle beneath her hand. She knew that more than anything, he wanted to go after the person who'd been watching them. But if that person hiding had a weapon, Ryan would be a goner. She couldn't even think about the implications. She waited with bated breath to see what he would do. Finally, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the house. Let's get you inside. I don't like this. Inside, Ryan leaned against the kitchen counter. His jaw appeared locked and his muscles rigid. Daleigh knew that he'd wanted to see who'd been hiding in the woods. She simply couldn't see any positive outcome from the experience, though. Ryan's jaw flexed again. Okay, let's talk this through. Who could have had a motive to kill your dad or want you to be quiet? Daleigh stood across from him and crossed her arms, her back squeezed with tension, with a touch of fear. Who had been out there? Why? There's no one suspect that stands out. Let's talk about all of them, then. Daleigh nodded. Okay, first there was Danny Harris. I'm not sure getting expelled from college is a strong enough motive for murder, though. I agree. Then there's Chuck from the lunchbox. I guess my father's study took a different direction than Chuck hoped, which made the man angry. He also served some prison time for aggravated assault, so he has a history of violence. Definite possibility. Maybe there was something else your father discovered about the lunchbox during his study. Maybe funds were being embezzled or something. I have a hard time thinking publishing the results of a study would lead to murder and all of these threats against you. Henry mentioned that Thorne Alligood didn't like my father. Do you know anything about that? Thorne? He doesn't like half the town. I suppose I might have heard something about it, but I didn't give it much thought. I assumed he didn't like your father because he was friends with Henry, and Henry is running against him for town mayor. I heard he has a temper. Ryan nodded. He does. He loves power and dislikes anything that threatens that power. I don't know if I could see him killing for it, though. Of course, I hate to think of anyone around here who'd be desperate enough to kill. Daleigh shook her head. That's as far as I've gotten. At some point, I've obviously looked in the right direction, otherwise someone wouldn't have cut my brakes. You've got that right. Tell me about this river. Where does it lead? To the north, you reach the Dismal Swamp. Go south and you get to the Albemarle Sound, and then to the Atlantic. It used to be a thoroughfare for the area. The county has rich history, you know. Hertford was the capital of North Carolina at one time. So, who would use the river at night? Fishermen? He waved his head from side to side uncertainly. Maybe there are a few people out there doing that. I don't see it causing a steady stream of traffic, though. Then who else? Maybe someone doing something illegal and hoping not to get caught. Daleigh had just walked into her cottage when someone pounded at her door. Her heart sped, but only for a moment. Daleigh, it's Hannah. Can I come in? She sighed with relief and pulled the door open. Her relief was short-lived, however, when she saw Hannah's wide eyes and red cheeks as she stormed inside. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. I heard you were in an accident. Daleigh stepped back and took a deep breath. I was in an accident, but I'm fine now. I was just hanging out with Ryan for a little while tonight. Her sister's hands went to her hips. I've been calling Bruce every 30 minutes to see if you've been brought into the hospital. Do you know how worried I was? Hannah had been worried. Calling the hospital? Even though Hannah might have had a funny way of showing it, she really did care about Daleigh, didn't she? Daleigh leaned against the kitchen counter, praying for wisdom. I'm sorry, Hannah. I guess I didn't think. I was in such a state of shock and Ryan was there. We decided to have dinner and talk through things. Hannah squeezed the skin between her eyes. What happened? My brakes went out. I crashed into a ditch beside the river. Your brakes went out? Last time Daleigh brought it up, Hannah had gone into hysterics. Should she even bother now? How long could she bite her tongue and keep the truth from her sister, though? Tension pulled across her chest, causing a subtle ache there. Someone tampered with my car, Hannah. It wasn't an accident. Her sister's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Why would someone do that? Maybe for the same reason that they wanted to hurt Dad. Tears rushed to her sister's eyes. I told you not to talk like that. It's crazy. No one would want to hurt Dad. Everyone loved him. I agree that Dad was hard to dislike. But something was going on, Hannah, whether you want to believe it or not. Hannah waved her finger in the air. You're just starting drama. Aren't you getting enough attention with your career? Now you've got to come to my hometown and stir up things. Her words slapped Daleigh in the face. I'm not trying to stir up anything, Hannah. Well, you are. Maybe you should go back to Nashville, Daleigh. You've always been good at staying away. Her sister turned and stomped toward the door, slamming it behind her. Daleigh sank onto the couch and cradled her head with her hands. The bridge needed to bring Daleigh and Hannah together seemed impossible to repair. Was it even worth trying for anymore? Daleigh wasn't sure. Daleigh's head weighed 1,000,000 pounds the next morning as her fight with Hannah slammed back into her mind. Sisters. Why couldn't she and her sister get along and be best friends just like other women? Because it was like Ryan said, relationships were messy. That's what made them real. It seemed like most of Daleigh's relationships didn't have a chance to get messy because inevitably, she ended up moving. That had been the case for her entire life. Perhaps all of this moving had set her up with unrealistic expectations of relationships. Perhaps she'd underestimated the amount of work involved in them, not only work, but sacrifice, honesty, growing pains. She'd mastered surface relationships and had uncountable acquaintances and admirers. What she really needed was to get her hands dirty with some deep relationships, though. Before Daleigh could even get out of bed, her cell phone rang. She moaned when she saw caller ID. It was Gus, her manager. She'd requested a week off, and that week was almost up. No doubt Vince had returned to Nashville and filled him in on everything that had transpired. Gus, of course, would side with Vince and give Daleigh an earful. Begrudgingly, she answered. She tried to sound perky as she said, Hey, Gus. Daleigh. She could hear the frustration in his voice. What are you doing? Just waking up. You? That's not what I mean. What are you doing with your career? His voice sounded clipped, tight. She sat up in bed, pushing her hair out of her face. Can you be more specific? He sighed. I thought you'd be back by now. I told you I needed a week off. You said that was fine. I know you need to mourn your father's death. I know losing someone you love can do terrible things to the soul. We need to channel those emotions right now. She squinted against the early morning sunlight. What do you mean? I need you back here and writing songs. We need to record. I'm talking to a music promoter today. He mentioned setting up your tour. It's going to be a grueling schedule, Daleigh. I'm not going to lie, but I think this could be just what you need to put your career back on track. It could be the final straw in paying your dues. The weight tugging at her heart suddenly felt heavier. I'm not sure I'm up for another touring schedule like that, Gus. I'm tired. My life is passing me by, and I don't have any relationships to show for it. I keep thinking that one day I'll settle down and have a family. I've realized that this one day I keep dreaming about is always just a few days out of reach. You're not thinking clearly, Daleigh. I am thinking clearly, Gus. I know it's not what you want to hear, but my contract is up in a couple of months. I have some serious things to consider. I don't want to keep running in circles and never going anywhere. My life has been spinning out of control for a long time now. Do you know how many people would kill to be in your shoes? These shoes are feeling awfully tight and hard to walk in lately. He didn't say anything for several minutes. I need you back here, Daleigh. I'm still tying up loose ends. Monday. I need you here Monday, understand? There's a reporter who wants to interview you and bring her photographer out. I've got a new song I want you to hear, and the president of the label wants to talk to you. An interview? About what? They want you to talk about your father's death. Anger simmered inside of her. I'm not exploiting my father's death. It will show people a hurting side of you. People love to see celebrities getting real. This could be just what your career needs. My career needed my father to die to bring it back? Even saying the words brought a bitter taste to her mouth. What kind of world had she gotten mixed up in? Daleigh. I know you talked to Vince, Gus. I know he ran over the details of our conversation with you, and you're close to a panic now. I don't panic. I can hear it in your voice. Gus, for the first time in my life, I have to think about myself. What good is it to be on magazine covers and to have people recognize you when you walk down the street if you're miserable? I have to figure some things out. Monday, Daleigh. I hear you. She bit her lip. The thought of returning to Nashville and being thrust into that hectic schedule again caused the muscles between Daleigh's shoulders to tighten. What would she do if she didn't go back to that old life? Stay in Hertford with her sister? She might as well go back to Nashville. Since I have you on the phone, there's one more thing I've been meaning to tell you. Remember that man who was following you around like a lost puppy dog? Her stalker fan, the thin man. How can I forget? Well, he turned his sights on another singer, actually broke into her home. He's been arrested and is in jail. I thought you'd want to know. When was he arrested? A couple of days ago. Thanks, Gus. So the man in the black truck was not her stalker. Who was he then? Her sense of relief was mixed with more questions and confusion over everything. No sooner had she hung up with Gus than did her phone ring again. She didn't recognize the number. Daleigh? This is Patricia, your father's graduate assistant. Patricia, how are you? I need to talk to you. Is everything okay? I found something. Can we meet? She remembered her car being in the shop, possibly even totaled. Still, she found herself saying, Yes, of course. The relief was audible in Patricia's voice. Great. How about lunch for tomorrow? She rattled off a place in Elizabeth City. Daleigh agreed and hung up. Just what had Patricia learned? Maybe the answers were finally getting closer. Chapter 18. Daleigh took a long shower, played her guitar for a few minutes, and then decided to walk to a used bookstore she'd seen at the other end of town. Willa had said she'd work there part-time. Maybe she could check in with her and see how Trevor was doing. She needed to ask about the benefit concert also, so she could go ahead and get things lined up. She had to find a band and sound equipment, and the organizers would need to start advertising here locally. She detoured past Ryan's garage, taking a longer route. She caught a glimpse of Ryan busy at work under a car as she passed. He didn't even see her. As much as she wanted to stop and say hello, she let him work. She'd see him tonight after all, when they ate at Henry's place. Just the thought of spending more time with him caused a smile to stretch across her face. She never thought when she'd come to Hertford to bury her father that life would have taken the best and worst turns. The best was Ryan. The worst was realizing her father's death was no accident. She stepped into the bookstore and spotted Willa behind the desk. A huge smile stretched across the woman's face as she stood to give Daleigh a hug. Daleigh, how are you? Trevor hasn't stopped talking about your visit. You made more than his day, you made his year. I'm so glad. How's he doing? He's doing great. She pulled a chair up beside her desk and motioned for Daleigh to sit down before moving a pile of books aside and sitting herself. Ryan had mentioned that you're going to do a benefit concert for Trevor. Is that true? Daleigh sat across from her. It is. He said you have a friend who helps with fundraising who can set up the venue. Ryan mentioned maybe doing it next weekend if we can pull things together. We would love to do that, and I bet we could make it happen that quickly. I can't believe you'd be that generous. Thank you so much. She shook her head. I tell you, it's been tough. Ryan has pretty much cleaned out his savings account in order to help us with the medical bills, and he's worked tirelessly to help us raise money. Every little bit helps, don't get me wrong, but sometimes the task just seems overwhelming. Daleigh's heart warmed when she realized all that Ryan had sacrificed for his family. Could she be that generous? Despite popular opinion, she wasn't rich or even close to it. She'd earned enough money to make a living and afford an apartment in Nashville. She could manage paying for a band for the concert if they didn't volunteer to play for free. Still, there was the transportation issue. How would she get them out here? She'd figure it out, one way or another. It's my pleasure to do whatever I can to help, Willa. What can I ever do to repay you? Ryan was telling us at the bulkhead on Sunday that you make a mean pimento cheese sandwich. Willa smiled. I'll make you all the pimento cheese sandwiches you want. Daleigh laughed. That sounds perfect. They chatted a few more minutes before another customer came in, and Daleigh slipped out the front door. Just as she stepped out, she nearly walked right into someone. Thorne Alligood. Mr. Alligood? The man narrowed his eyes at her. His hand dropped. Had he been reaching for the door to the bookstore? He stared at her. Yes? I'm Daleigh McDermott. She extended her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. His face softened, but only for a moment. Nice to meet you, Miss McDermott. Now, if you'll excuse. His path changed course, and he started down the sidewalk again. Daleigh needed to keep him talking. Someone said I needed to speak with you about using the city park for a concert. He stopped and scowled again. You'll have to take it up with someone in my office. I'm sure it won't be a problem. He started to take another step. I'm hoping to use it next Saturday. Will that be a problem? Ms. McDermott, you're about as persistent as your father. It's as I said, you'll have to go to my office and talk with someone there. I don't handle those matters myself. You really didn't like my father, did you? Protectiveness welled in her. Did this man have it out for her dad? Did Thorne dislike her dad? Enough to kill him. His scowl deepened. He glanced back at the bookstore one more time before bringing his hands to his hip. I thought he asked too many questions, just like you, apparently. Now, if you'll excuse me. It's for Trevor. He paused with his back toward her. He turned and handed her a card. Call my office. He stormed toward a car waiting in a parking lot across the street. A maroon sedan, for that matter. Hadn't the painters mentioned a maroon sedan had been parked in front of her dad's place the day before he died? Daleigh stared at the figure inside. Was that Chuck Arnold? Daleigh filled Ryan in on her day as they drove to Henry's house for dinner. She had a feeling she was getting closer to finding the truth, a thought that both thrilled and scared her. Sometimes the truth wasn't pretty, and you wished you didn't know. She wasn't going to let that stop her, however. She told him about the maroon sedan and the benefit concert. She'd also told him about Patricia's call. Ryan agreed to go with Daleigh to meet Patricia, since Daleigh's car was totaled from the crash. They pulled up to a brick house located on the Perquimmins. Unlike Ryan's house, this one was new and stately, with a well-manicured yard and modern exterior. A second, smaller house stood behind the main lodging. An in-law suite, perhaps. Nice, Ryan muttered. This is your first time here? It is. I didn't realize pharmacists made so much money. Henry's got family money. I seem to remember that his dad was a logger. This is the old family property. I heard Henry had this place built a few years back. In a strange twist, Thorne Alligood's house is located the next property over. Of course, it's separated by acres of woods and swampland. I just think it's funny that the two men running for mayor are neighbors. Ironic by all means. I'm beginning to think that everyone around here lives on the water. If they have a choice, they do. You ready? Daleigh nodded toward the house. His fingers intertwined with hers. Let's go. They knocked at the door, and Henry opened it a few minutes later with a wide grin. Daleigh could see why her dad liked the man. He was smart and friendly, and had a down-home sensibility about him. Come in, come in. They stepped into a home decorated in a hunter's motif. Deer heads, stuffed wildcats, antlers, and other animal parts filled the walls, and hunter's camouflage blankets rested on the backs of leather couches and recliners. Henry followed her gaze. It's a bit of a bachelor pad. We just had it built before my wife decided to leave me for an old high school boyfriend. Unfortunately, she wasn't here to help me decorate. I did the best I could. I didn't realize you liked to hunt, Daleigh said. She'd seen him as more of a quiet thinker who played dominoes and had friendly debates in the cafe. Nothing I'd rather be doing than hunting. Spend a lot of time in those woods beside my house. Even have an old hunting cabin that goes back generations out there, and several deer stands. He motioned for them to follow him through the kitchen. Now, enough talk about that. It's a lovely evening. How do you feel about eating on the deck? The mosquitoes aren't too bad yet. In the summer, they might just carry you away. Outside sounds lovely. Daleigh stepped onto an expansive deck with the perfect view of the river. They made themselves comfortable in plush patio chairs while the scent of chicken grilling filled the air. You should have let me bring something. Henry checked on the food, flipping over a thigh with oversized tongs. Nonsense. You just won't get anything too fancy. I picked up the potato salad from the bulkhead, along with some fruit and rolls. It's easy that way. That sounds wonderful. How are you doing, Daleigh? He asked. Are you holding up okay? About as well as to be expected. I don't think everything has sunk in yet. It takes a while, that's for sure. Daleigh stared at the woods beyond the house as she mulled over the thought. She still had trouble thinking about her life ever feeling normal again, not without her dad. She cleared her throat, deciding to change the subject. So how much land do you own exactly, Henry? He closed the grill and came to sit across from them. About 10 acres. Family land. Developers have approached me about buying the real estate to build some ritzy neighborhood. I've always said no thank you. Some things are more important than money. Isn't that the truth? Daleigh muttered. He raised his glass. Speaking of which, you are always welcome to stay here when you're in town. I have plenty of space in the house out back. I know you usually stay with your sister, but if you need a change of pace or decide to bring your band with you, there's room here. My wife and I always envisioned using our property to host people passing through town, whether they're visiting missionaries, college exchange students. We never saw that come to fruition, but the offer stands. I appreciate the offer. If things continued the way they were going between her and her sister, she might have to seriously consider his invitation. Henry's gaze focused on her, a new seriousness overcoming his features. Have you found any answers about your father's death, Daleigh? I know you've been concerned. She shook her head. No, not really. I just keep reaching dead ends. Did you talk to Chuck? She nodded. I did. Nothing. He was very hostile, but that doesn't mean he's guilty of murder. And Thorne? Again, he's unfriendly, but capable of murder? I don't know. She looked off in the distance at the moon as it reflected on the water. I keep wondering if his death had something to do with the river. Henry shifted. Why would you think that? I know my dad spent a lot of time fishing in the weeks before he died, and more than one person has told me that they think something strange is going on at night. She leaned closer. Do you have any idea what it might be? I sit out here a lot at night and watch the river. Ryan set his drink down. Has there been a lot of activity after the sun sets? He shrugged. Maybe. Some fishermen do prefer the night. I guess it helps them to avoid game wardens. Some of them say the fish are easier to catch. Some people, that's the only time their wives will let 'em out of the house." He chuckled. Ryan nodded toward the water. "Now that I think about it, we do have some interesting phenomenon here on the water on occasion. Gases form out of the swamp and look like big electrified balls of light floating in the air. We had a TV station out here doing a big report on them once. It was all the talk of town. I think that special just aired a few weeks back. Maybe we have some crazy tourists coming out hoping to see something." Daleigh nodded, realizing that would make sense. "Anything is a possibility, I suppose." Suddenly, a scream cut through the night. Shivers raced through Daleigh's muscles before they went rigid. That was a woman screaming, from somewhere in the woods surrounding Henry's property. Ryan stood. Adrenaline surged through him at the sound of the woman screaming. What was going on out in those woods? "Someone needs help." Henry's face went white. He stood, took a step toward the edge of the deck, but stopped. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket. "I'm calling the police." "They won't get here in time," Daleigh said. Her voice sounded as tight as her muscles looked. Her arms were pulled over her chest, and her jaw appeared locked in place. Henry shook his head. "RJ will. I asked him to stop by to drop something off for me. He's supposed to be here any minute." Henry stepped away from them and mumbled into the phone. A moment later, he turned toward them. "He's pulling into the drive now." Just then, another scream pierced the air, followed by, "Help me!" Daleigh's face went pale beside him. What was going on? That was the question. Ryan could hardly keep himself on the deck. RJ rushed up the back steps, still in his police uniform. "I just heard it too. I'm going to check it out." Ryan stepped forward. "I'm going with you." RJ shook his head. "You don't know these woods like I do." "I don't really care. Someone needs help. I'm not going to sit around and do nothing." RJ finally nodded. "You take the north side of the woods. I'll get the south. Little creeks run through that area. You can get stuck in mud as thick as quicksand if you're not careful." "Be careful," Daleigh muttered as Ryan stepped off the deck. He nodded to her before taking off toward the tree line. How far away had that scream come from? All the way from Thorne's property? Could this have something to do with those mysterious boats people had been seeing in the area? As Ryan reached the woods, he stepped onto the soft ground filled with swampy recesses and spongy underbrush. He listened for another telltale sound that would give him an indication as to where to go. He heard nothing. Cautiously, he pushed deeper into the woods. He sidestepped thorny underbrush and avoided patches of murky water. He didn't hear the scream again. Where had it come from? What was happening? He finally reached the edge of the woods. A house stood in the distance. Thorne's house. All the lights at the man's massive home were off, as if no one was there. Ryan knew that he had a second home on the Outer Banks, about an hour's drive from here. Had the screams come from his house? Ryan doubted they would have carried all the way to Henry's. He didn't know what was going on, but he did know that someone was up to no good. "I hope they're all right." Daleigh rubbed her arms, warding away a chill that had settled on her ever since she heard the scream. She leaned against the railing of the deck, watching for a sign of Ryan returning. Henry stood beside her. Worry lined his face as well. Daleigh was glad he'd chosen not to venture into the woods tonight. Even if he was a hunter, he didn't have youth on his side like Ryan and RJ. "They're tough boys, country bred, not like those city folks in Nashville." "There are a lot of country boys there, too, believe me." She rubbed her arms again. "It's a good thing that RJ was close by." Henry peered at her. "You did know he's my son, didn't you?" Daleigh blinked. "I had no idea." "Yep, he's my one and only. I'm hoping to give him a piece of my land so he can build himself a home one day, whenever he's ready to settle down." "It seems like everyone in Hertford is related." Funny that Henry was RJ's dad. Daleigh had first met the police officer when the journals disappeared from her house. but she'd recognized him from the bulkhead. The officer had been seated at a table behind them. A boat trolled by on the water. It was larger than most Daleigh had seen, bigger than the average fishing vessel. She turned to Henry. "Should we stop them? Maybe they know something about the scream we heard." A man on board waved at them. Henry motioned back and shook his head. "If they were up to no good, I doubt they'd be waving right now, Daleigh. They'd be getting out of here as fast as they could." She conceded his point and paced for another several minutes, wondering exactly what was going on out there. Was Ryan hurt? Did he need help? Was there anything else she should be doing? Finally, she turned to Henry. "Maybe I should go." "Don't even think about it. We have no idea what's going on out there. Those woods are no place for a young woman like you. There are snakes, bears. I've seen a wildcat on occasion." Finally, someone appeared from the tree line. Ryan. It was Ryan. She resisted the urge to run across the lawn to meet him, but her fingers dug into the wood beneath them as she waited for him to reach the deck. As soon as he took the first step toward her, her hands went to his biceps. "Are you okay? Did you find anything?" Ryan shook his head. "I didn't find anyone or hear a thing. Maybe RJ had better luck." Her head dropped toward her chest as the mystery involving her dad's death only grew deeper and blacker, just like the river in the distance. Her time was running out. Would she ever figure out who killed her father, or what kind of crimes were taking place in this sleepy town? Chapter 19. Daleigh hadn't gotten home the night before until well past midnight. RJ had finally made his way back to Henry's house, only to tell them he'd discovered nothing, so the mystery of the screaming woman remained. The best Henry and RJ could offer was that perhaps it was a fox, which could make a screeching sound at times. Daleigh had felt exhausted and slightly overwhelmed. Unease lined Ryan's face as well as he told her good night. She could tell that he was worried about her when he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a long, warm hug. He gently kissed her goodbye and slipped away to his truck. When Daleigh looked out her front window the next morning, she saw Ryan's truck still parked outside on the street. She shook her head. He'd spent all night out there, no doubt trying to keep an eye on her. It was incredibly sweet of him. She got dressed, charged across the grass, and knocked on his window. He jolted upright, his dazed eyes finally coming to rest on her. He rolled his window down. "Hey there," he muttered. "What are you doing out here?" He shrugged. "Enjoying the view." Her lips curled in a smile. "I appreciate this, but you didn't have to. You're going to be exhausted today." "I'll take exhaustion if I can have some peace of mind." "Do you want some coffee?" He shook his head. "I need to get home and get changed anyway, but thank you. Another time." "Are we still on for lunch?" He nodded. "I wouldn't miss it. Listen, I was thinking we could take my boat. It's a beautiful day and the restaurant is on the waterfront." "That sounds perfect. Thank you." Daleigh spent the rest of the morning talking with the woman heading up the benefit concert. They confirmed the date for the following Saturday, just a little more than a week away. The organizer, Patty Lynn, said she thought it was enough time to get everything done. She'd already begun to make posters that she'd plastered around town, and the city had approved their venue, a waterfront park. Daleigh called a few musician friends who'd been on tour with her before and asked them to play. One by one, they each told her that Vince had just asked them to play at an event on the very same day. By the time she hung up with the last person on her list, she was fuming. Vince had done this on purpose. She'd mentioned the concert, and he probably called her band and made some kind of subtle threat to make sure she'd fly solo. It was his way of teaching her a lesson. She stared at the phone, pushing back her desire to call the man and give him a piece of her mind. Before she could do that, someone knocked at her door and a fit of giggles sounded outside. Her nieces. "Will you play with us, Aunt Daleigh?" "I'd love to." She chased the girls in the front yard for a while. Then they asked her to come inside and paint their nails. She'd put the final pink tip on Clara's little finger when something across the room caught her eye. She gravitated toward a bookshelf in the living room. Once there, she pulled out some jeweled cases. Daleigh CDs. Hannah had all 3 of them. What sense did that make? Daleigh had always thought that Hannah hated her music. All these years, could she have been wrong? She shook her head, realizing she didn't have time to ponder it now. She had to meet Ryan. Maybe Patricia would have some insight that would blow open this whole mystery. Under Ryan's direction, Daleigh helped Ryan launch the boat into the murky water. Once he climbed in, he held out his hand to Daleigh. Strong, callous fingers grasped her own as she lowered herself inside. Part of her didn't want to let go in the strength she found in this simple touch. She settled into a padded seat at the back and watched as Ryan maneuvered the boat into the river. Moments later, they were cruising through the water. The wind blew at her face, taking her cares with it. The boat glided along. Once she got used to the swamp-like water at the river's edge, it seemed more fascinating than creepy, she realized. This was definitely something she wouldn't find in Nashville. Ryan shifted the boat into a lower gear and leaned back toward Daleigh. "You really want a taste for this area, I'll have to take you out in the Great Dismal Swamp." "The Great Dismal Swamp?" "The swamp used to be part of the Underground Railroad," he said. "Slaves would live in what researchers called maroon communities, which means they found whatever dry land they could and hid out there. It was a perfect place because no one wanted to venture into the swamp to find them." The swampland would be the perfect place to hide out, she mused. Why did that seem important to her? Like it could be a piece of this puzzle. "How do you know all of this?" Ryan grinned. "Your father told me." As much as she tried to put aside the questions in her mind, they attacked and wouldn't let her get away. "So, he was studying the swamp," she shouted over the hum of the motor. "It seemed your father was studying any and everything." She nodded, understanding his answer completely. The drawing from his journal flashed through her mind. The pasture, the trees, the moon. There was also a snake-like drawing. What if that was actually this river? Ryan kicked the boat into higher gear, and they raced across the water. The sun shone high in the sky, inviting them to stay as long as they wanted. An afternoon out on the boat could be the perfect medicine for her otherwise heavy thoughts. "Want to drive?" Ryan asked. "As long as you don't let me crash." He extended his arm toward her. "I've got your back, Daleigh." She had no doubt that he did. She stood, and Ryan's hand found a place at her waist, steadying her on the moving boat. He explained how everything on the console worked before giving her the wheel. To her relief, Ryan stayed beside her as she dashed across the water. He leaned in close. "You're doing great." The feel of his breath on her cheek caused her stomach to do a flip. Why was she letting Ryan have this effect on her? She had to get a grip. Eventually, Ryan took over the controls, and the boat puttered until it came to a stop in front of a strip of buildings lining a bulkhead. She recognized the Elizabeth City waterfront. She helped Ryan to dock the boat. "I haven't told you this before. You're a lot like your dad." Daleigh smiled as she stepped onto the pier. "I've heard that before." He anchored the boat to the dock and glanced up at her. "I guess your sister turned out like your mother." "I never knew my mother. She died when I was young. Too young to remember, really. But my dad always said Hannah reminded him of Mom." Daleigh smiled. "He said they were both bossy." Ryan cast her a knowing smile as he stepped onto the pier with her. As they began to walk toward a waterfront restaurant in the distance, Daleigh glanced up at Ryan. "Did my dad seem happy before he died, Ryan?" She could feel Ryan's eyes on her, but refused to look his way. One look at the compassion on his face, and she might find herself in his arms. "He seemed really happy, Daleigh." "Good." Her lips faded into a frown. "You know, I was supposed to come home 3 weeks ago, but I had to cancel." "He told me." She turned her head toward Ryan. She looked for the condemnation in his eyes, but saw none. "He did?" "He was looking forward to it, but he understood that you couldn't make it." "A concert came up. Vince said it was too big of an opportunity to pass up. For some reason, I listened to him." "Vince knows what he's talking about. He's been in music a long time." "Yeah, but family should have come first." We have to live and learn, Daleigh. Are you always such a good listener? She paused for a moment to study his face, how the sunlight covered him with an orange glow that made him look like a travel guide cover model. He had down-home good looks, and that grin, whenever he flashed it, Daleigh went weak at the knees. I could listen to you all day. He flashed that charming dimpled grin and pulled on her hand. We should get inside before we're late. They walked into the restaurant. The inside was dimly lit and boasted decorations like fishing nets and plastic swordfish. An underlying scent of dirty dishwater hung in the air, turning Daleigh's stomach. She spotted Patricia sitting in the corner by the window. Her face looked pinched and pale. Daleigh tensed as she wondered what this conversation would hold. They slid into the booth across from her. Patricia's gaze fluttered up, and part of her lips curled in a half-hearted smile. Thanks for meeting me. No problem, Daleigh said. Before she could dive into her questions, the waitress appeared. Daleigh ordered a sweet tea, and Ryan got a root beer. Daleigh rested her arms on the table and studied Patricia a moment. The woman looked nervous. What's going on? Daleigh asked. Patricia glanced around, almost as if looking for anyone who was eavesdropping. I finally made myself go through some of your father's things. I found a recorder in his drawer. I've never really known him to record anything, although he said his arthritis was acting up lately. Maybe recording was easier than writing. She shook her head. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't know if I should listen to it or not, but I decided just to see what was on the recorder in case it had to do with his classes. Apprehension squeezed Daleigh's lungs. And? Patricia cleared her throat before leveling her gaze with Daleigh's. I think your dad was studying moonshiners. Moonshiners? Daleigh whispered. She leaned back, shocked at the new information. Of all the things she expected to hear, moonshining was not one of them. Really? Do people even do that anymore? She nodded. Apparently. It can be big money. It's also very illegal, Ryan added. Why do people even moonshine? I don't get it. What am I missing here? The waitress brought them their drinks. After she scurried away, Ryan rested his arm on the table. People moonshine to evade high liquor taxes. The alcohol content in moonshine can be much higher than commercial alcohol, which is dangerous. It's not regulated either, which can cause some problems. Patricia nodded. I did a little research. It's called moonshine because its makers used to move it at night, under the light of the moon, to avoid being caught by authorities. The river. At night. Could that be what was going on? Daleigh's eyes widened. Finally, maybe she was onto something. I thought of something else that might interest you, Patricia continued. The university has a bit of a reputation as a party school. Not too long ago, one of the students was killed in a drunk driving accident. Your dad seemed really preoccupied with the woman's death and trying to figure out who was selling alcohol to underage students. Did he know the student who died? She was in one of his classes. Daleigh shook her head, trying to process all the new information. Did my dad say anything else? That same strained expression pulled at Patricia's features. The recording was very staticky at points, but I did make out one name. Whose? Danny Harris. Daleigh leaned against the railing overlooking the water. Patricia had gone back to the university after their lunch, and now she and Ryan took a moment to mull over their conversation. Before she left, Patricia handed over the recorder, which was now in Daleigh's back pocket. She'd listen to it once she got home. She glanced over at Ryan and shook her head in disbelief. Moonshine? Could all of this be because of alcohol? People have killed for lesser reasons, though I agree it's strange. What if that's what all the activity on the river is? The Coast Guard thought it could be drugs. It could be moonshine. Exactly. And somehow, my dad discovered that Danny Harris was behind it, and he got himself killed. What if this student who died in the accident somehow got the alcohol, the moonshine, from Danny Harris? What if it did have a higher concentration of alcohol, and that somehow contributed to her death? How do I prove that? Ryan stared at her a moment. You're not thinking about going to talk to Danny Harris again, are you? Daleigh shook her head. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I'm not sure. I've got to think about this. She turned away from the sun, her gaze skimming the street behind them. She straightened as a familiar vehicle caught her eye in the distance. What is it? She pointed to the black truck that pulled away. She'd bet there was a dark-haired man wearing sunglasses inside. I've seen that truck several times since I've been in town, enough that it's starting to make me nervous. Ryan turned so he faced the street, casually surveying everything around them. Tell me about that stalker you had in Nashville. How often does stuff like that happen? More than I'd like. I think it comes with the territory. How so? People feel like they know me because they've seen my interviews and been to my concerts. They feel like we've established a relationship when the fact of the matter is, I don't know them at all. Some people get a little weird about it. How do you handle it? I really just try to keep life as normal as possible. I've never wanted to be a star. I've just wanted to sing and write songs. You're not thinking I'm a stalker or something, are you? Ryan's boyish grin pulled her from her thoughts. Not at all. Never with Ryan. With others, maybe. But there was something about Ryan that allowed Daleigh to give him her total trust. Have I told you you're incredible lately? Daleigh grinned. Not lately. He cupped her cheek. You're one incredible woman, Daleigh McDermott. He brushed her lips with his for a moment before taking her hand. I hate to end my time with you, but I do need to get back to work. You ready? She nodded. Ryan helped her into the boat, and a few minutes later, they were cruising down the river. Daleigh let the wind smack her face as she mulled over the conversation. What should her next move be? Go to the police? Give them the recorder? She looked across the water and saw a speedboat in the distance. It charged straight for them. Ryan, that boat appears to be heading right for us, she shouted over the noise of the engine. He glanced over his shoulder. It'll change course. Give it a moment. He sounded calm, but his gaze remained on the distant boat. It continued charging in their direction. It sure doesn't appear to see us. Daleigh's hand dug into Ryan's forearm. She couldn't pull her eyes away from the watercraft. Suddenly, Ryan cranked up the speed on the boat. I don't know what this yahoo's doing. We best be on the safe side. Daleigh waved her hands in the air, trying to get the driver's attention. From where she was, Daleigh couldn't make out how many people were on the boat, but it appeared to be just a lone captain. Aviator sunglasses and an oversized hat concealed his face. The buzz of the boat grew louder, and it didn't appear to be changing course. Its nose pointed directly at them. Ryan put the bay runner in gear, and they sped out of the kamikaze's way. Daleigh sucked in a deep breath when she noticed the other boat changed direction, and they remained in its path. Sit back and put on a life preserver, Ryan ordered, his muscles taut. Daleigh quickly obliged. She pressed herself into the seat, her eyes not leaving the boat. What was the driver thinking? Did he have a death wish? Lord help us, she silently prayed. Ryan cranked the boat into a higher gear and raced out of the boat's path. The other boat was in hot pursuit of them, though. It veered toward them, its speed surpassing their own. This lunatic is trying to hit us. Ryan shook his head. Hold on, Daleigh. Ryan jerked the boat to the right. Daleigh felt herself being tossed with the momentum, and she grabbed the edge of the seat. The waves from the boat's wake catapulted the vessel back and forth. Daleigh turned, searching for the predator. It appeared behind them. Holding her breath, she watched as it turned, still on their trail and getting closer by the minute. Daleigh's grip on the seat tightened. In a matter of mere seconds, their pursuer could ram them. Daleigh could barely make out the features of the driver in the opposite boat. Medium build, lean frame. A long-sleeved shirt covered the man's arms. He was going to hit them. No matter how fast they traveled, they couldn't escape. Daleigh's throat went dry. Brace yourself, Ryan yelled over his shoulder. Chapter 20. Daleigh's fingers dug into the seat as she struggled to keep her balance. Ryan pulled the wheel to the left. The boat suddenly jostled before hitting something. Metal screeched. Water reached up to grab them. The speedboat chasing them swerved across the river, barely missing them as it changed directions. The boat's momentum caused a wave to charge toward them with the propensity of a nuclear aftershock. Ryan's boat rocked violently, water lapping over the edges. Daleigh reached for something to steady herself, desperate to stay upright as the river began filling the boat's basin. God help us. Just then, another wave headed toward them. Its strength jarred the boat, swaying it. Daleigh flew from one side to the other. Ryan reached for her, but it was too late. Then, the entire craft flipped. The cold, murky water surrounded Daleigh, sucking away her breath. Her arm collided with something hard. The impact caused pain to rip through her muscles. Panic claimed her. She could barely see through the brown water. Boards and coolers and oars scattered across the depths, until finally her life jacket pulled her to the surface. She sputtered as she broke free. Just then, strong arms circled her waist and began tugging at her. Ryan. Was Ryan okay? An explosion sounded behind her. The boat. Ryan's boat. Come on. Ryan's hand latched onto her wrist. We've got to swim toward the shore. Using all of her strength, Daleigh propelled herself toward a grove of trees, away from the fumes swirling around the boat. Pain ripped through her arm, growing in intensity until she cried out. Ryan turned on his back, nestling Daleigh against his chest as he swam backward toward the shoreline. Where's the other boat? Daleigh looked around, waiting for it to return and finish the task. It disappeared as soon as our boat flipped. He was trying to kill us, she muttered, disbelief straining each word. Daleigh touched land, and she dragged herself to her feet. Ryan's arm wrapped around her, helping to steady her in chest-deep water. Pain shot through her shoulder, making her wince. What's wrong? Ryan gently took her arm and examined it. Pain continued to rip through her shoulder. I hit something when the boat flipped. My shoulder. We'll get you help. You hang in, okay? Another boat approached in the distance, beyond where Ryan's boat flamed. Ryan waved his hands in the air. Over here. Daleigh's lungs tightened. Could they trust these men? How did they know this boat wasn't the same one that had tried to ram them? The closer the boat came, the more tightly wound her muscles felt. Part of her wanted to run for the shoreline, but the stumps rising from the surface were like knives. One slip, and she'd only hurt herself more. The pain in her shoulder clouded her rationale. Instead, she sagged against Ryan, trusting his judgment. As the boat approached them, Daleigh spotted two elderly fishermen on board and breathed a sigh of relief. We saw the explosion. Is everything okay? An older Asian man asked them. We need to get to the hospital, Ryan said. Another boat tried to ram us, and Daleigh's shoulder is hurt. I'm Royce. The man reached toward Daleigh and helped pull her into the boat. Tried to ram you, you said. Daleigh climbed into one of the seats, accepting an orange towel from the other fisherman. That had been close. Too close. Her gaze met the man's, and she tried to focus. Thank you, and yes, whoever did this did it on purpose. Did you pass anyone on your way here? The man scratched his head. I did see a boat pulling away in the distance. Couldn't tell anything about it. The other man, he said his name was Gene, offered Ryan a hand. He climbed into the boat. Worry stained every expression as he sat on the bench beside her. Whoever it was, they knew these waters, he muttered. Why would you say that? Daleigh asked. When she shivered, Royce offered her another grungy towel. She draped it over her legs, fighting wooziness. Ryan's hand went to her knee, helping to ground her. The driver of that boat knew we'd try to get away from him. That's why he herded us toward this area. He must have known there were stumps just below this waterline that we'd hit. Daleigh shook her head. This wasn't a coincidence. This had to be connected with her father's death. Her heart nearly stopped at her next thought. What about? She reached for her back pocket. Both her cell phone and recorder were gone. Just as the doctor at the hospital in Elizabeth City finished wrapping a compression bandage around Daleig's shoulder, Hannah hurried into the room, both kids in tow. Mascara smeared beneath her eyes, and her normally perfect hair was lopsided and frizzy. "Bruce called and told me what happened." Hannah rushed. She paused at Daleig's bed, leaving the girls stationed near the flimsy curtain. "Are you okay?" Daleigh nodded, totally wiped out after today's events. She couldn't remember the last time when she felt so completely exhausted. "Nothing that won't heal." "What happened?" Hannah turned an accusatory gaze on Ryan, who sat in a chair by Daleig's bed in the curtain-enclosed emergency room. "Someone tried to sink my boat, with us on it." Ryan shifted in his seat and held his gaze against Hannah's. Daleigh fought a smile, glad to see that Ryan didn't back down from her sister. "Why would someone do that?" Hannah shot a wide-eyed gaze Daleig's way. Her sister did care, Daleigh realized, even if she did show it in odd ways sometimes. "We don't know," Daleigh said, "but they were determined to shake us up." "Someone tried to hurt you?" Clara gasped. Her little eyes widened to the size of half her face, it seemed. Daleigh sucked in a breath, trying to choose her words carefully. The last thing she wanted was to traumatize her nieces. "Someone just tried to make us go swimming when we didn't want to." Clara's lips stuck out. "That's not very nice." Daleigh shook her head. "You're right, it's not." Hannah opened her mouth, but shut it again, before finally saying, "So, you have no idea who tried to make you go swimming?" "Whoever it was made every effort to disguise himself so we wouldn't recognize him," Daleigh said. Was it because he was someone they knew? The realization occurred to Daleigh as she sucked in a breath. Clara gasped again, her little hand with the pink fingernails fluttering over her open mouth. "Disguise himself? Like on Scooby-Doo?" Daleigh swallowed hard. "Kind of, only they weren't quite as clever." Her adorable niece shook her head. "Why would someone do that, Aunt Daleigh?" Daleigh glanced at Hannah. "I think this Scooby-Doo villain is the same bad guy who's behind some other incidents in the area. Incidents where other people have been forced to go swimming." She stared at her sister, hoping she'd get the message of the same person who killed Dad. Hannah's eyes lit with emotion. "You haven't been poking your nose around, have you? I told you there's nothing suspicious going on." She glanced back at her girls. "No one is trying to make anyone go swimming. Not now, not ever." "If no one is forcing people to go swimming, why is—" Daleigh paused, trying to find the right euphemism. "Why is someone trying to teach me to hold my breath underwater when I don't want to?" "You're reading too much into things. It could all be just a crazy coincidence. No one forced Dad into the water." Tears overflowed down Hannah's cheeks, and instead of the usual anger Daleigh felt toward her sister, compassion stirred inside. Hannah was just as hurting and sad as Daleigh, even if she had a weird way of showing it. Clara tugged at Hannah's shirt. "Are you okay, Mommy?" Hannah ignored her daughter's question. Instead, her gaze landed on Ryan. "Why didn't you try to stop her? Why did you let her continue on with these crazy ideas? She could have gotten the bends, for goodness sakes." Anger replaced Daleigh's empathy. "Leave Ryan out of this. If I get the bends, it's all my own fault." "No, Daleigh, I'm part of this, no matter which way you look at it." The unwavering resonance of Ryan's voice sent ripples through Daleigh. "And Hannah, you've got to realize that your sister is her own person, and that no amount of badgering or condemning will make her into the person you want her to be." The truth of this statement silenced everyone. Hannah shot daggers toward Ryan, then Daleigh. She opened her mouth, but before she could speak, the doctor pushed into the room. "It looks like you're going to be fine, Daleigh. It's just a rotator cuff injury. Nothing too serious. Take some of those painkillers whenever you need them, and call us if any complications arise." A deeper question burned in her mind. She rubbed her shoulders. Playing the guitar, will that be a problem? The doctor, an elderly man with thin features, patted her hand. You'll be fine. Back to making that beautiful music in no time. If I understand what you've been telling me correctly, you're lucky your shoulder is the only thing that's hurt. Daleigh nodded. You're right. I am. He glanced at Ryan and nodded. The police are waiting outside to take a statement. Is it okay if I send them in? Daleigh pulled her gown closer to her neck. That's fine. She glanced at Hannah and studied her sister's upturned nose and raised chin. Invisible fumes huffed from her ears. As if she noticed Daleigh's gaze, Hannah turned, narrowed her eyes to her. I'll be going. She grabbed her girl's hands and took a step away. As they stepped out of the room, Daleigh heard Clara say, Mommy, I don't think I want to go swimming again for a while. If Hannah could have slammed the door, Daleigh felt for sure she would have. But as it was, she flipped aside the curtain and stomped away. Daleigh already felt so weary from the accident and everything that it implied that her sister's outburst only exhausted her further. She leaned back into the bed. She glanced over at Ryan. He looked as tired as she felt. But the bold set of his jaw, the unflinching steadiness of his gaze, said more than words. Clearly he was upset, though Daleigh didn't know if it was over the hit and run, or Hannah, or both. She wished she could find out, that she could have a moment with him alone. Instead, she squeezed his hand. His smile looked forced. A short, stocky Elizabeth City police officer with a mushroom-like nose walked into the room. He offered a curt nod toward both Daleigh and Ryan. It sounds like the two of you have had quite a harrowing day. Would you mind telling me what happened? Daleigh and Ryan took turns piecing together the story. With his pad in hand, the officer took notes and grunted, asking appropriate questions when they didn't give enough details. He paused when they finished. Any idea why someone would want to hurt you? There are some mysterious circumstances surrounding my father's death, she started. The officer raised an eyebrow, and Daleigh continued to share with him about the missing journals and the break-in. When she finished, Daleigh held her breath, anxious for his response. Ryan squeezed her hand, as if reading her thoughts. So, you think someone is trying to keep you quiet with all your theories? The officer asked. Daleigh nodded. Have you shared your theories with very many people? Only a few. Why don't you make me a list of who those people are? They'll be the first ones I check out. Daleigh felt apprehension knotting itself in her shoulders. It's not that simple. Really, the only ones I've mentioned it to are my family and my father's friends. Oftentimes, crimes are committed by someone you're close to. The words caused a sick feeling to settle in her gut. It couldn't have been someone Dad trusted who killed him. The thought made her head swirl. Nothing was worse than betrayal from someone you trusted. Nothing. I'll talk to Chief Rollins about the case, see if I can find out anything for you. I'll also check with some repair shops to see if anyone's brought a boat in. It sounds like the other boat may have nicked you and maybe it was damaged in the process. He handed her a card. In the meantime, give me a call if you need anything. Thankfully, Hannah stuck around in the waiting room to give them a ride home. Daleigh had changed into some leftover clothes from the hospital. Her hair, still reeking of the river, was at least dry. The trip was silent. Daleigh's shoulder throbbed, and she feared how this would affect her guitar playing, though the doctor assured her it would be fine. Things like this could ruin a musician's career, though. She was lucky things hadn't been worse. Daleigh's gaze wandered to the fields of new crops they passed. How had her life been turned so upside down? They pulled into the driveway, and thunder clapped overhead. Wordlessly, Hannah ran toward her house, and Ryan and Daleigh to the guest cottage. As soon as Daleigh closed the door to her home, rain burst from the sky outside. Ryan pulled her into his arms. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so afraid I was going to lose you. He pulled back and cradled her head with his hands. You doing okay? She nodded, but the reality of how close they'd come to dying hit her at full force. Whoever plowed into us on the river is the same one who killed my father. I just know it. He rocked her in his arms. The authorities are out searching for them right now. They'll be caught and this whole ordeal will be over. The thought of everything being resolved brought a measure of relief to Daleigh. It would be so nice to put this all behind her. Ryan stepped back. "Why don't you go take a shower and get cleaned up? It will make you feel better. I'll wait on the couch." Daleigh nodded, glad Ryan decided to stick around. He'd managed a shower at the hospital, and Bruce had let him borrow some old jeans and a sweatshirt. She hadn't fared quite as well. After carefully wrapping her bandage with a bag, just as the doctor had instructed, she washed the grime from the river out of her hair, moving slowly with her sore shoulder. Someone wouldn't get away with this. If they thought they could threaten her, they were in for a surprise. With new resolve, she dried off, wiping her tears, and vowing not to give up. Daleigh put on some yoga pants and a t-shirt, each movement reminding her of her aching body. Thunder rumbled as she stepped from the steaming bathroom. Lightning lit the sky, and the lights flickered. Ryan's head was propped on the back of the couch, his eyes closed. A smile tugged at Daleigh's lips. She should have insisted he go home. The day had no doubt been a strain on him. She grabbed a throw from a chair and placed it over him. Thunder rumbled again as she tugged the edge around his arm. His eyes fluttered open and locked with hers. He grabbed her hand and pulled Daleigh down beside him. "You okay?" he whispered. Daleigh simply nodded into his chest. The lights blinked again before completely going black. Daleigh snuggled closer to Ryan, drawing on his strength, wondering how she could ever leave him on Sunday. Speaking of which, she hadn't even told him yet. How would he take the news? Surely he knew she couldn't stay here forever, no matter how tempting it might be. Someone pounded at the door. Daleigh sat up, alertness pulsing through her veins. "Stay here. I'll get it." Ryan rose and strode to the door. He yanked it open. "Who are you? Where's Daleigh?" a deep voice asked. Daleigh stood, recognizing the voice. She hurried to Ryan's side and looped her arm through his. Dread pulled in her gut when her realization proved true. "Vince, I thought you went home." Vince ignored Ryan and stood in front of her. "I had to come back and see you." She stepped away from his touch. "Why?" "I got back to Nashville and realized I was a fool leaving you here as I did. You mean the world to me. Give me another chance." The blood drained from Daleigh's face. This couldn't be happening. She knew it had been too easy when she broke things off with him. "Vince, you can't be serious." "We're meant for each other, Daleigh. I can't imagine being back in Nashville and not having you at my side. I know things have been rough lately, but we can work on it. Don't give up yet. Don't give up your career for—" He glanced over her shoulder. "For a mechanic." Her spine straightened as indignation rushed through her. "Vince, you have no right to barge in here like this." "I'm fighting for you and your career, Daleigh. We need to have some serious talks." Daleigh glanced over his shoulder and saw Ryan retrieving his jacket. She felt torn in two. "Ryan, don't go." His gaze met hers, and Daleigh saw pain in his eyes. "I'll let the two of you talk." Before she could say anything else, Ryan slipped out the door. Grief clutched her heart. What was happening? Vince turned her chin back toward him. "Let him go, Daleigh. We're meant to be together. You know it just as well as I do." Chapter 20. Daleigh's fingers dug into the seat as she struggled to keep her balance. Ryan pulled the wheel to the left. The boat suddenly jostled before hitting something. Metal screeched. Water reached up to grab them. The speedboat chasing them swerved across the river, barely missing them as it changed directions. The boat's momentum caused a wave to charge toward them with the propensity of a nuclear aftershock. Ryan's boat rocked violently, water lapping over the edges. Daleigh reached for something to steady herself, desperate to stay upright as the river began filling the boat's basin. "God help us." Just then, another wave headed toward them. Its strength jarred the boat, swaying it. Daleigh flew from one side to the other. Ryan reached for her, but it was too late. Then, the entire craft flipped. The cold, murky water surrounded Daleigh, sucking away her breath. Her arm collided with something hard. The impact caused pain to rip through her muscles. Panic claimed her. She could barely see through the brown water. Boards and coolers and oars scattered across the depths, until finally her life jacket pulled her to the surface. She sputtered as she broke free. Just then, strong arms circled her waist and began tugging at her. Ryan. Was Ryan okay? An explosion sounded behind her. The boat. Ryan's boat. Come on. Ryan's hand latched onto her wrist. We've got to swim toward the shore. Using all of her strength, Daleigh propelled herself toward a grove of trees, away from the fumes swirling around the boat. Pain ripped through her arm, growing in intensity until she cried out. Ryan turned on his back, nestling Daleigh against his chest as he swam backward toward the shoreline. Where's the other boat? Daleigh looked around, waiting for it to return and finish the task. It disappeared as soon as our boat flipped. He was trying to kill us, she muttered, disbelief straining each word. Daleigh touched land, and she dragged herself to her feet. Ryan's arm wrapped around her, helping to steady her in chest-deep water. Pain shot through her shoulder, making her wince. What's wrong? Ryan gently took her arm and examined it. Pain continued to rip through her shoulder. I hit something when the boat flipped. My shoulder. We'll get you help. You hang in, okay? Another boat approached in the distance, beyond where Ryan's boat flamed. Ryan waved his hands in the air. Over here. Daleigh's lungs tightened. Could they trust these men? How did they know this boat wasn't the same one that had tried to ram them? The closer the boat came, the more tightly wound her muscles felt. Part of her wanted to run for the shoreline, but the stumps rising from the surface were like knives. One slip, and she'd only hurt herself more. The pain in her shoulder clouded her rationale. Instead, she sagged against Ryan, trusting his judgment. As the boat approached them, Daleigh spotted two elderly fishermen on board and breathed a sigh of relief. We saw the explosion. Is everything okay? An older Asian man asked them. We need to get to the hospital, Ryan said. Another boat tried to ram us, and Daleigh's shoulder is hurt. I'm Royce. The man reached toward Daleigh and helped pull her into the boat. Tried to ram you, you said. Daleigh climbed into one of the seats, accepting an orange towel from the other fisherman. That had been close. Too close. Her gaze met the man's, and she tried to focus. Thank you, and yes, whoever did this did it on purpose. Did you pass anyone on your way here? The man scratched his head. I did see a boat pulling away in the distance. Couldn't tell anything about it. The other man, he said his name was Gene, offered Ryan a hand. He climbed into the boat. Worry stained every expression as he sat on the bench beside her. Whoever it was, they knew these waters, he muttered. Why would you say that? Daleigh asked. When she shivered, Royce offered her another grungy towel. She draped it over her legs, fighting wooziness. Ryan's hand went to her knee, helping to ground her. The driver of that boat knew we'd try to get away from him. That's why he herded us toward this area. He must have known there were stumps just below this waterline that we'd hit. Daleigh shook her head. This wasn't a coincidence. This had to be connected with her father's death. Her heart nearly stopped at her next thought. What about? She reached for her back pocket. Both her cell phone and recorder were gone. Just as the doctor at the hospital in Elizabeth City finished wrapping a compression bandage around Daleigh's shoulder, Hannah hurried into the room, both kids in tow. Mascara smeared beneath her eyes, and her normally perfect hair was lopsided and frizzy. Bruce called and told me what happened. Hannah rushed. She paused at Daleigh's bed, leaving the girls stationed near the flimsy curtain. Are you okay? Daleigh nodded, totally wiped out after today's events. She couldn't remember the last time when she felt so completely exhausted. Nothing that won't heal. What happened? Hannah turned an accusatory gaze on Ryan, who sat in a chair by Daleigh's bed in the curtain-enclosed emergency room. Someone tried to sink my boat, with us on it. Ryan shifted in his seat and held his gaze against Hannah's. Daleigh fought a smile, glad to see that Ryan didn't back down from her sister. "Why would someone do that?" Hannah shot a wide-eyed gaze Daleigh's way. Her sister did care, Daleigh realized, even if she did show it in odd ways sometimes. "We don't know," Daleigh said, "but they were determined to shake us up." "Someone tried to hurt you?" Clara gasped. Her little eyes widened to the size of half her face, it seemed. Daleigh sucked in a breath, trying to choose her words carefully. The last thing she wanted was to traumatize her nieces. "Someone just tried to make us go swimming when we didn't want to." Clara's lips stuck out. "That's not very nice." Daleigh shook her head. "You're right, it's not." Hannah opened her mouth, but shut it again, before finally saying, "So, you have no idea who tried to make you go swimming?" "Whoever it was made every effort to disguise himself so we wouldn't recognize him," Daleigh said. Was it because he was someone they knew? The realization occurred to Daleigh as she sucked in a breath. Clara gasped again, her little hand with the pink fingernails fluttering over her open mouth. "Disguise himself? Like on Scooby-Doo?" Daleigh swallowed hard. "Kind of, only they weren't quite as clever." Her adorable niece shook her head. "Why would someone do that, Aunt Daleigh?" Daleigh glanced at Hannah. "I think this Scooby-Doo villain is the same bad guy who's behind some other incidents in the area. Incidents where other people have been forced to go swimming." She stared at her sister, hoping she'd get the message of the same person who killed Dad. Hannah's eyes lit with emotion. "You haven't been poking your nose around, have you? I told you there's nothing suspicious going on." She glanced back at her girls. "No one is trying to make anyone go swimming. Not now, not ever." "If no one is forcing people to go swimming, why is—" Daleigh paused, trying to find the right euphemism. "Why is someone trying to teach me to hold my breath underwater when I don't want to?" "You're reading too much into things. It could all be just a crazy coincidence. No one forced Dad into the water." Tears overflowed down Hannah's cheeks, and instead of the usual anger Daleigh felt toward her sister, compassion stirred inside. Hannah was just as hurting and sad as Daleigh, even if she had a weird way of showing it. Clara tugged at Hannah's shirt. "Are you okay, Mommy?" Hannah ignored her daughter's question. Instead, her gaze landed on Ryan. "Why didn't you try to stop her? Why did you let her continue on with these crazy ideas? She could have gotten the bends, for goodness sakes." Anger replaced Daleigh's empathy. "Leave Ryan out of this. If I get the bends, it's all my own fault." "No, Daleigh, I'm part of this, no matter which way you look at it." The unwavering resonance of Ryan's voice sent ripples through Daleigh. "And Hannah, you've got to realize that your sister is her own person, and that no amount of badgering or condemning will make her into the person you want her to be." The truth of this statement silenced everyone. Hannah shot daggers toward Ryan, then Daleigh. She opened her mouth, but before she could speak, the doctor pushed into the room. "It looks like you're going to be fine, Daleigh. It's just a rotator cuff injury. Nothing too serious. Take some of those painkillers whenever you need them, and call us if any complications arise." A deeper question burned in her mind. She rubbed her shoulders. "Playing the guitar, will that be a problem?" The doctor, an elderly man with thin features, patted her hand. "You'll be fine. Back to making that beautiful music in no time. If I understand what you've been telling me correctly, you're lucky your shoulder is the only thing that's hurt." Daleigh nodded. "You're right. I am." He glanced at Ryan and nodded. "The police are waiting outside to take a statement. Is it okay if I send them in?" Daleigh pulled her gown closer to her neck. "That's fine." She glanced at Hannah and studied her sister's upturned nose and raised chin. Invisible fumes huffed from her ears. As if she noticed Daleigh's gaze, Hannah turned, narrowed her eyes to her. "I'll be going." She grabbed her girl's hands and took a step away. As they stepped out of the room, Daleigh heard Clara say, "Mommy, I don't think I want to go swimming again for a while." If Hannah could have slammed the door, Daleigh felt for sure she would have, but as it was, she flipped aside the curtain and stomped away. Daleigh already felt so weary from the accident and everything that it implied that her sister's outburst only exhausted her further. She leaned back into the bed. She glanced over at Ryan. He looked as tired as she felt, but the bold set of his jaw, the unflinching steadiness of his gaze, said more than words. Clearly he was upset, though Daleigh didn't know if it was over the hit and run or Hannah or both. She wished she could find out, that she could have a moment with him alone. Instead, she squeezed his hand. His smile looked forced. A short, stocky Elizabeth City police officer with a mushroom-like nose walked into the room. He offered a curt nod toward both Daleigh and Ryan. "It sounds like the two of you have had quite a harrowing day. Would you mind telling me what happened?" Daleigh and Ryan took turns piecing together the story. With his pad in hand, the officer took notes and grunted, asking appropriate questions when they didn't give enough details. He paused when they finished. "Any idea why someone would want to hurt you?" "There are some mysterious circumstances surrounding my father's death," she started. The officer raised an eyebrow, and Daleigh continued to share with him about the missing journals and the break-in. When she finished, Daleigh held her breath, anxious for his response. Ryan squeezed her hand, as if reading her thoughts. "So, you think someone is trying to keep you quiet with all your theories?" the officer asked. Daleigh nodded. "Have you shared your theories with very many people?" "Only a few." "Why don't you make me a list of who those people are? They'll be the first ones I check out." Daleigh felt apprehension knotting itself in her shoulders. "It's not that simple. Really, the only ones I've mentioned it to are my family and my father's friends." "Oftentimes, crimes are committed by someone you're close to." The words caused a sick feeling to settle in her gut. It couldn't have been someone Dad trusted who killed him. The thought made her head swirl. Nothing was worse than betrayal from someone you trusted. Nothing. "I'll talk to Chief Rollins about the case, see if I can find out anything for you. I'll also check with some repair shops to see if anyone's brought a boat in. It sounds like the other boat may have nicked you and maybe it was damaged in the process." He handed her a card. "In the meantime, give me a call if you need anything." Thankfully, Hannah stuck around in the waiting room to give them a ride home. Daleigh had changed into some leftover clothes from the hospital. Her hair, still reeking of the river, was at least dry. The trip was silent. Daleigh's shoulder throbbed, and she feared how this would affect her guitar playing, though the doctor assured her it would be fine. Things like this could ruin a musician's career, though. She was lucky things hadn't been worse. Daleigh's gaze wandered to the fields of new crops they passed. How had her life been turned so upside down? They pulled into the driveway, and thunder clapped overhead. Wordlessly, Hannah ran toward her house, and Ryan and Daleigh to the guest cottage. As soon as Daleigh closed the door to her home, rain burst from the sky outside. Ryan pulled her into his arms. "I'm so glad you're okay. I was so afraid I was going to lose you." He pulled back and cradled her head with his hands. "You doing okay?" She nodded, but the reality of how close they'd come to dying hit her at full force. "Whoever plowed into us on the river is the same one who killed my father. I just know it." He rocked her in his arms. "The authorities are out searching for them right now. They'll be caught and this whole ordeal will be over." The thought of everything being resolved brought a measure of relief to Daleigh. It would be so nice to put this all behind her. Ryan stepped back. "Why don't you go take a shower and get cleaned up? It will make you feel better. I'll wait on the couch." Daleigh nodded, glad Ryan decided to stick around. He'd managed a shower at the hospital, and Bruce had let him borrow some old jeans and a sweatshirt. She hadn't fared quite as well. After carefully wrapping her bandage with a bag, just as the doctor had instructed, she washed the grime from the river out of her hair, moving slowly with her sore shoulder. Someone wouldn't get away with this. If they thought they could threaten her, they were in for a surprise. With new resolve, she dried off, wiping her tears, and vowing not to give up. Daleigh put on some yoga pants and a t-shirt, each movement reminding her of her aching body. Thunder rumbled as she stepped from the steaming bathroom. Lightning lit the sky, and the lights flickered. Ryan's head was propped on the back of the couch, his eyes closed. A smile tugged at Daleigh's lips. She should have insisted he go home. The day had no doubt been a strain on him. She grabbed a throw from a chair and placed it over him. Thunder rumbled again as she tucked the edge around his arm. His eyes fluttered open and locked with hers. He grabbed her hand and pulled Daleigh down beside him. "You okay?" he whispered. Daleigh simply nodded into his chest. The lights blinked again before completely going black. Daleigh snuggled closer to Ryan, drawing on his strength, wondering how she could ever leave him on Sunday. Speaking of which, she hadn't even told him yet. How would he take the news? Surely he knew she couldn't stay here forever, no matter how tempting it might be. Someone pounded at the door. Daleigh sat up, alertness pulsing through her veins. "Stay here. I'll get it." Ryan rose and strode to the door. He yanked it open. "Who are you? Where's Daleigh?" a deep voice asked. Daleigh stood, recognizing the voice. She hurried to Ryan's side and looped her arm through his. Dread pulled in her gut when her realization proved true. "Vince, I thought you went home." Vince ignored Ryan and stood in front of her. "I had to come back and see you." She stepped away from his touch. "Why?" "I got back to Nashville and realized I was a fool leaving you here as I did. You mean the world to me. Give me another chance." The blood drained from Daleigh's face. This couldn't be happening. She knew it had been too easy when she broke things off with him. "Vince, you can't be serious." "We're meant for each other, Daleigh. I can't imagine being back in Nashville and not having you at my side. I know things have been rough lately, but we can work on it. Don't give up yet. Don't give up your career for—" He glanced over her shoulder. "For a mechanic." Her spine straightened as indignation rushed through her. "Vince, you have no right to barge in here like this." "I'm fighting for you and your career, Daleigh. We need to have some serious talks." Daleigh glanced over his shoulder and saw Ryan retrieving his jacket. She felt torn in two. "Ryan, don't go." His gaze met hers, and Daleigh saw pain in his eyes. "I'll let the two of you talk." Before she could say anything else, Ryan slipped out the door. Grief clutched her heart. What was happening? Vince turned her chin back toward him. "Let him go, Daleigh. We're meant to be together. You know it just as well as I do." Chapter 21. Daleigh turned over in bed and rubbed her eyes, carefully rotating her sore shoulder to get the kinks out. She tossed and turned all night, her arm aching and a myriad of thoughts torturing her subconscious. The confrontation with Vince last night, Ryan leaving, the hit and run on the river, the fact her sister wasn't speaking to her, Vince's proclamation that her career was going down the drain. She pressed her head harder into the pillow. Maybe she would just stay here all day, avoid the world, pretend reality didn't exist. It seemed a good option. The only problem was that reality did exist. With hesitation, Daleigh threw back the covers and crawled out of bed. A glance at the clock told her it was already noon. Moments later, coffee percolated, its aroma calming her anxious spirit. She wrapped her fingers around a mug and stared out the window at the blue river stretching before her. "I've lost Vince, Ryan, possibly my career. The one member of my family who's still alive isn't speaking to me." Sadness pressed in on her. She recalled the conversation with Vince last night, when she told him it would never work out between them. He said she'd be nothing without him, that he wouldn't produce her songs any longer, that she'd be on her own, that her manager was going with him, leaving her because she'd been making bad choices. For a moment, and just a moment, she'd second-guessed herself. Then she told Vince that she'd be just fine without his help. He stormed out, and Daleigh tried to call Ryan to explain everything. He didn't answer, despite the messages she left. Just the thought of Ryan caused heaviness to press on her chest. A definite wall existed between them. What would it take to tear it down? Could it be torn down, or was the damage irreparable? She knew he didn't want to stand in the way of her career. He pulled away every time Vince came around. Did he also wonder if she still had feelings for Vince? An even bigger question lingered. How had Vince known about Ryan? How had Vince known he was a mechanic? There was only one answer Daleigh could come up with. Hannah. Had her sister sold her out? Had she told Vince what Daleigh had been up to? How could she? Daleigh threw some clothes on and stormed across the lawn to her sister's house. Hannah opened the door on the first knock, a dish towel draped over her shoulder, and surprise etched across her face. Before she could say anything, Daleigh blurted, "You talked to Vince, didn't you?" She blinked, as if composing herself for a moment. "What are you talking about, Daleigh? And please, put some makeup on, you look like death." Daleigh raised a finger. "You called Vince. Tell me it's not true." Her sister shrugged. "We may have talked." "How could you? What have I ever done for you to think that you have the right to treat me this way? You're not only killing your career, you're practically killing yourself while on this ridiculous investigation. Someone needed to talk some sense into you before you lose everything. You're obviously not going to talk to me. You hate country music." Daleigh sliced her hand through the air. "Why do you care about my career? All you do is complain that I never see enough of you because I'm on tour." Hannah seethed, her shoulders rising and her eyes narrowing as she muttered, "I'm just trying to look out for you." "You have a strange way of showing it. All I really want is for you to be my friend, Hannah. Not a dictator, not a judge, not a mother hen. A friend. Is that too much to ask?" Her sister stared at her a moment without saying anything. "I only want what's best for you." She said the words so quietly that Daleigh hardly heard her. "Letting me be my own person is what's best for me." Hannah let out a quick sigh and shook her head as tears glistened in her eyes. She stared off in the distance, her chin jutting out and her breathing coming fast. "You're like the prodigal son, you know. I'm left here to be the responsible one while you go chasing flights of fancy, yet whenever you finally come home, Dad treated you like a princess, forgetting that I'd been there for him the whole time." Daleigh's heart twisted, first with grief, then regret, and finally, anger at Hannah's implications. "I haven't gone out and squandered my life, Hannah. I've done the opposite, I'd like to say." Hannah frowned. "No, I guess I'm the one who squandered my life." She stepped inside and closed the door. Daleigh replayed their conversation, each remembrance of their verbal exchange causing emotions to punch her heart even harder. Was that really how Hannah felt? Like she'd drawn the short straw and been forced to be the responsible one? Was that at the root of all their issues? Daleigh wrapped her arms around herself and headed back to the cottage. She wasn't sure it was even possible to save her relationship with her sister. Maybe too many years of hard feelings had made the future impossible to change. Ryan only picked at the pot roast in front of him. He stared out the window, wondering if Daleigh would walk by the Have a Nice Day cafe, wondering if he should fight for her or if he should just let the pieces fall as they may. He'd camped out in his truck outside her house last night, just to make sure she was okay. Someone wanted her silenced, and he wasn't sure how far they'd take it. This morning, he'd made a couple of calls to boat repair shops in the area, hoping to hear if anyone had brought in a damaged watercraft. So far, no, but Ryan had gotten a couple of promises that people would call him if they heard anything. More than anything, he wanted Daleigh to be safe. He frowned at the thought of everything that had happened. He frowned at the thought of Daleigh and how life had changed in the brief period of time since they'd met. Daleigh wasn't interested in staying here in Hertford. She'd have to give up her record contract to do it, and he couldn't let that happen. He'd known from the start that this little fling would go nowhere. But something about Daleigh kept drawing him to her. He should at least talk to her, should explain why he was giving her space. Explain that he could never give her the life that Vince Torres would. Explain that he had no desire to live in Nashville, that he needed to be close to Trevor, and that he was happy with a simple life here. At least, he was before Daleigh came into it. If she left, when she left. Her absence in his life would be like Hereford without the Perquimmons. It just wouldn't be the same. "That's some good pot roast, if I do say so myself." Ryan looked up and saw Mildred standing there with her hands on her ample hips. "So, if it tastes good but you're not eating it, something must be the matter." He stabbed at a carrot. "Nah, I'm fine." "Does this have something to do with that McDermott girl?" Ryan cringed and scanned the restaurant, wondering how many people were listening to their conversation. Mildred's hearing aid needed to be turned up a couple of notches. "You mean Daleigh?" "Yeah, the real pretty one. Heard about your accident yesterday. Glad you're still in one piece." "Yeah, me too." Henry Snelling turned around from another booth. "I heard that boyfriend of hers came into town last night. I hope she gave him the what for and sent him on his way." "I wouldn't know." Ryan took a sip of water, trying to put the conversation out of his head. "You're much better for her than that Vince Torres," Faye yelled from 2 tables over. "He came into the general store to get something, and I've never seen anyone with their noses so high in the air." Why did the whole town always insist on knowing his business? Maybe Nashville would be a great place to live. Anonymity suddenly had its appeal. "They catch the guy who tried to run his boat into yours?" Faye asked. "Not that I've heard." "How about the person who cut her brake line?" Mildred asked. Ryan jerked his head back. "How'd you hear about that?" She shrugged, as if this was just the day in a life of someone living in a small town. "Word gets around." Ryan sighed. "I appreciate your concern more than you can ever know, ladies and Henry, but I really don't want to talk about it anymore." Begrudgingly, Faye and Henry turned around and Mildred got back to work. Thankfully, the gossip session was over. He glanced out the window in time to see Willa walking past with Trevor. He started to wave when he saw Thorne approach them. Ryan furrowed his brows in curiosity as he watched them. Willa's smile quickly faded as she stared up at the man. Thorne continued to say something. Finally, he threw his hands up in the air and walked away. What was that about? Ryan started to rise to check on her when Pastor Pete from the church slid into the booth across from him. Ryan gave a curt nod to the pastor, realizing his dreams of eating peacefully would not come true. He glanced out the window and saw Willa and Trevor walking away. He'd have to ask about that exchange at another time. For now, he glanced up at the man across from him. "Hey there, Pastor." "You look like you needed a friend." Pastor Pete leaned toward him on both elbows. Ryan shrugged. "Who doesn't need a friend? What's going on?" Even though Ryan told himself he didn't want to talk about it, he found himself pouring out everything about Daleigh and her career and even Vince. Pastor Pete nodded and grunted throughout the whole conversation, not offering a word until Ryan leaned back in the booth, clearly finished. Pastor Pete took his pastor stance again and leaned toward Ryan. "If I could give you some advice, don't worry about Vince Torres or Daleigh's career or how your lives can fit together. Just be there for her. That's what she needs. Remember, 2 are better than 1. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them up. Or, I should say in your case, pity anyone who falls into the river. If they have no one to help them, then they drown." Uncertainty squeezed at his heart. "I appreciate the advice and the bad analogy, Pastor, but I'm not sure I'm the best one to be there for her." "She needs someone, Ryan." Ryan dropped some money on the table. "I know, but right now I need to take Trevor for his therapy at the pool in Elizabeth City. Promise me you'll think about it." Ryan nodded. "I promise." But even as he walked away, he knew he had to give Daleigh space. After Daleigh made a quick stop to replace her cell phone, she decided to keep walking. She meandered up and down streets until she finally reached her father's grave. She knelt there and talked to her father until the sun began to set. She hadn't just been talking to her earthly father, though. She'd lifted up prayers to her heavenly Father as well. She needed wisdom in abundance. She yearned for peace and joy to become present in her life again. She had so many decisions to make, decisions that would greatly alter the direction of her life. Her emotions only made those choices even harder and clouded her thinking. She needed resolution, at least for a few areas of her life. She hated to leave Hertford before someone was arrested for her father's death. She had no evidence to give the police to prove that Danny Harris had done anything, and, though she hated to admit it, she doubted the chief's abilities. Then there was Ryan. She tried to call him today, but he hadn't answered his phone, nor was he at the garage. He seemed to get close and then pull back, which only left Daleigh's emotions in another tailspin. Of course, then there was Hannah. Without Dad around, Daleigh wouldn't have any reason to come back to Hertford. Well, Ryan had been a possibility, but unless he made up his mind about their relationship, then she wasn't going to keep up this on-again, off-again status. Without Hannah in her life, Daleigh really was flying solo. Did it matter if you had all the success in the world, but no one to share it with? And how did one define success exactly? Daleigh knew how the world defined it: wealth, prestige, awards, popularity. But what about the Bible? She glanced at the slip of paper in her hands. She'd jotted down a Bible verse earlier, from Colossians 3:15. Let the peace of Christ keep you in tune with each other. She knew all about keeping things in tune, about the beauty of harmony. How did she apply that to her life, and not just her music? When Daleigh finally wandered back home, she saw a white piece of paper that had been slipped under the door. She picked it up and unfolded it. Daleigh, meet at my garage, 7:30. It's important. Ryan. Why had he left a note instead of calling? Then she remembered that her cell phone had been lost in the boating accident yesterday. She stared at the paper. She didn't imagine Ryan to have the scrawl that scratched across the paper. Out of curiosity, she brought it to her nose, expecting to smell motor oil. Nothing. Daleigh glanced at her watch. 7 o'clock. Only 30 more minutes until she could explain everything to Ryan and hopefully help him to see what was really going on. Maybe they could finally have some clarity about their relationship. As Daleigh stepped outside, she noted that the nighttime air had a chill to it. She slipped back inside and grabbed an off-white sweater before starting toward Ryan's garage. She needed to sort out her priorities, including God and her career. Things were going to change, one way or the other. After life settled down, she thought there was a real chance that she and Ryan could make things work. His shop came into view, and she pulled her sweater tighter as a breeze came from off the water. The sun had sunk below the horizon, and the only light came from the street lamps above her. She looked for Ryan's truck, and when she didn't see it, figured he parked around the back. The 2 garage doors were shut, so Daleigh went to the door leading to his office. She knocked, but heard nothing except that radio blaring country music that always seemed to be on. She twisted the knob. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open, and the music became louder. Ryan? Dread pulled in her gut. Why would Ryan leave the lights off? Had he planned a candlelight dinner or something? Ryan! She called again into the darkness. Could he even hear her over the music? No way was she taking one more step into this building until she heard Ryan's voice. I'm in here. Someone called from the garage. The tension eased in her shoulders. Of course, Ryan was here. Her adrenaline was working overtime after all the events of the past week. She stepped through the doorway and into the waiting room. The door to Ryan's office and the door to the garage were both closed. Where had his voice come from? The music blared from the garage. Hesitantly, she twisted the knob. The music became louder as the door creaked open. Darkness slithered through the crack. Why would Ryan wait for her in the dark? Her instincts told her to retreat, but her heart told her Ryan could be trusted, and that he had answers. She desperately needed those answers. Ryan, where's the light? I can't see anything. Suddenly, a hand covered her mouth. She tried to scream, but couldn't. She kicked and squirmed. Her captor easily immobilized her. He tightened his grasp. Listen, he said, his voice raspy and snarled. Get out of this town and stop asking questions. Your father died. It was an accident. You keep snooping around and you're going to get hurt. Chapter 22. After Ryan dropped Trevor off at home, he plodded into his own house and dropped his keys onto the kitchen counter. He pulled his cell phone from his back pocket and glanced at the screen. Daleigh had called again. That made twice today. He frowned and lowered the phone. That woman was like forbidden fruit that he just kept coming back to again and again. He had to step back and use some logic. Just as he plugged the cell in to be charged, the phone let out a shrill ring. He paused and glanced at the caller ID. Whose number was that? Hesitantly, he put the phone to his ear. Hello? Ryan, it's Hannah. Her voice came out quick and high. Ryan's grip on the phone tightened. Hannah, what's wrong? I went to see Daleigh when I got home because I wanted to. Hannah's voice cracked. She didn't answer the door, so I went inside. I found a note from you saying to meet you at your garage at 7:30. Ryan, you were at the pool at 7:30. Ryan's mind raced. Call the police, Hannah. I'm on my way to the garage now. Hurry. He grabbed his keys, ran to his truck, and cranked the engine. He forced himself not to go too fast on the country roads. Carelessness would only cost him more time. But the thought of someone using his name to draw Daleigh out sent fire through his veins. Finally, his garage came into sight. He threw the truck into park and ran to the door. It was unlocked. He'd stopped by briefly when a customer wanted to pick up their vehicle, and he knew he'd locked it before he left. He always did. He stepped into the eerie silence inside. Daleigh, he called. Nothing. He flipped the lights on, but nothing happened. Through the dark, an empty waiting area came into sight. Crossing the room, he opened the door to his office. Everything was as he left it. A shuffling in the garage alerted his senses. He darted toward the sound, throwing open the door, separating the two spaces. His heart pounded. Please let her be okay, God. Please. He scanned the space. 2 cars waited on the hydraulic lifts. An air pump sat in the corner. An oversized toolbox stood beside him. A movement in the corner caught his eye. Daleigh. Tape covered her mouth, bound her wrists and ankles. He darted toward her, searching her for injuries. Not seeing any, he ripped the tape from her mouth. Are you okay? She nodded. Now I am. Ryan pulled out a pocket knife and cut the tape, binding her hands and feet. She let out a groan. He remembered the injury to her rotator cuff. She winced and slowly moved her arm in circles. Her other arm flew around his neck, and she buried herself in his chest. He sank to the floor and held her. Gently, he stroked her hair, her back. Thank you, God, that she's okay. I knew you'd find me, she whispered between cries. I knew you'd find me. Daleigh, you know I didn't write that note. I should have known. Police! Chief Rollins and Officer RJ burst into the garage. They lowered their guns when they spotted Ryan and Daleigh. It's clear, Chief Rollins shouted. Hannah ran through the doorway, mascara running down her cheeks and her hair mussed. She rushed over to Ryan and Daleigh. Daleigh! Hannah knelt on the floor and threw her arms around her sister. Are you okay? Just a little shaken, otherwise fine. The chief squatted beside Daleigh while RJ looked around the garage. Any idea who did this? Rollins asked. Daleigh shook her head, her eyes still lined with pain. She rubbed her shoulder, and Ryan could only imagine how uncomfortable she felt. I have no idea. I thought I was coming here to meet Ryan. What happened? The chief asked. Someone told me to get out of Hertford and to stop investigating my father's death. Then they tied me up and left me here. She trembled, and Ryan held her tighter. Someone wanted to scare you. The chief stood and looked into the distance. Ryan, I take it you didn't leave that note. No, ma'am. I saw him at the pool in Elizabeth City from 6:30 to 7:30, Hannah said. Her hand remained on Daleigh's uninjured shoulder. I can vouch for him. Hannah, did you see anyone by Daleigh's cottage today? The chief asked. Hannah straightened and closed her eyes. When she opened them, fire loomed in their depths. Her gaze fell on RJ. As a matter of fact, I did. Why don't you tell us all what you were doing at Daleigh's house, RJ? Daleigh watched as RJ shook his head. He stepped back, colliding with a wall full of hubcaps. They clanged together. I wasn't leaving a note, if that's what you're implying. I simply stopped by at the chief's orders to see how she was doing. I told him to stop by, Chief Rollins said, her hands on her tiny hips. Wanted to let Daleigh know there were no new developments. Now do you believe me when I say there's more to the story than meets the eye? Daleigh pulled away from Ryan's embrace and immediately missed his warmth and strength. She rubbed her raw wrists, grateful that Ryan had found her when he did. Too much more time alone on the concrete floor, and her personal demons may have driven her to insanity. Something's definitely going on. The chief's chin jutted out, and her gaze looked far away. We're going to find out who did this to you, Daleigh. You have my word on that. Have you checked out Danny Harris yet? Ryan asked. Daleigh tried to stand, but she'd been cramped for too long. Her legs gave out, and she found herself back in Ryan's arms. The chief shook her head. Who's Danny Harris, and why would I check him out? Ryan glanced at Daleigh. You didn't tell her. Daleigh shook her head. The recorder is gone, washed away in the river. I have no proof of anything. Fill me in here. Daleigh told the chief about everything that had happened yesterday. RJ stopped her near the end of the story. Did you say something about a maroon sedan? Daleigh nodded. That's right. I saw a sedan pull away from your house just as I drove up. The chief looked at RJ. Let's see if we can get a warrant to check out this Danny Harris place. We'll also send off that tape to see if there are any prints or particulates. Hannah stood. I've got to get back home to the girls. I'm glad you're okay, Daleigh. Thanks, Hannah. I'll swing by and check on you tonight, okay? Daleigh nodded, and Hannah sniffled again before walking away. Are we free to go? Ryan asked. One of his hands still firmly gripped her arm, as if he feared Daleigh might fall over. The chief nodded. I'll call you, Daleigh, as soon as we know something. Ryan tugged at her hand. Come on. With a steady hand on her elbow, Ryan led her to his truck. Neither said a word as they walked. After Daleigh was safely inside, Ryan climbed in. Still quiet, he cranked the engine and drove her home. They sat silently in the truck for a few minutes. Ryan cracked open their windows just an inch, and the sound of crickets and gentle waves wafted into the truck, along with a chilly breeze. Then he cut the engine. She stared at the water, replayed the events of the night, fought tears and anger and confusion. Ryan sat beside her, somehow understanding her need for quiet companionship. I'm ready to go inside, she finally said. He nodded and ran to the other side of the truck to open her door. His hand went to her waist as they walked through the inky dark to her cottage. I'm going to check out your place before you go in. He took her keys and let himself inside. A few moments later, he appeared in the doorway, declaring everything clear. The light shone from behind him, making him appear like a superhero to Daleigh. Thank you, Ryan. They stepped inside and settled on the couch beside each other. Daleigh could tell Ryan wasn't happy by his tight muscles and his inability to do anything but sit upright. Finally, he shook his head. I don't like leaving you here by yourself. His jaw flexed, and he crossed his arms. I'll be okay. I'll lock the windows, pull the shades, and sleep with the phone beside me. They should be checking out Danny Harris tonight. Maybe this will be everything they need to lock him up, or at least to bring him in for questioning. He nodded grimly. We can only hope. He glanced toward her, his shoulders finally loosening up some. I'm sorry I didn't call you back, Daleigh. I've had some things on my mind. I need to talk to you about some things. He pivoted toward her. What's going on? She swallowed, her throat burning. She'd had some clarity in her time in the garage. She'd prayed, and she knew what she had to do. I'm going back to Nashville, Ryan. His face looked solemn, almost too still as he glanced up at her. I knew you would. That's where you belong. Is it? Her heart felt like it was breaking as she said the words. Daleigh, you're an amazing singer and songwriter. You have a long career ahead of you. She nodded slowly, thoughtfully. Maybe. Maybe. Of course you do. She stood and stepped toward the window. Thanks for everything, Ryan. I appreciate all you've done. I wouldn't have made it through this time without you. He stepped behind her. His hands circled her waist, and he rested his chin on her shoulder. No, you've helped me, Daleigh. You've stirred up something inside me that I haven't felt in a long time. Why did his words have a certain finality to them? Before she could ask, he turned her toward him and kissed her, long and hard. Like a goodbye kiss. Like a goodbye forever kiss. Then he stepped out the front door. What time's your flight leave? I have to make reservations tomorrow. He nodded. I'll drive you to the airport. Just let me know. Her fingers covered her lips, which still tingled after their kiss. Maybe there were some things she just couldn't fix. Right now, that seemed to cover her entire life. Chapter 22. After Ryan dropped Trevor off at home, he plodded into his own house and dropped his keys onto the kitchen counter. He pulled his cell phone from his back pocket and glanced at the screen. Daleigh had called again. That made twice today. He frowned and lowered the phone. That woman was like forbidden fruit that he just kept coming back to again and again. He had to step back and use some logic. Just as he plugged the cell in to be charged, the phone let out a shrill ring. He paused and glanced at the caller ID. Whose number was that? Hesitantly, he put the phone to his ear. Hello? Ryan, it's Hannah. Her voice came out quick and high. Ryan's grip on the phone tightened. Hannah, what's wrong? I went to see Daleigh when I got home because I wanted to. Hannah's voice cracked. She didn't answer the door, so I went inside. I found a note from you saying to meet you at your garage at 7:30. Ryan, you were at the pool at 7:30. Ryan's mind raced. Call the police, Hannah. I'm on my way to the garage now. Hurry. He grabbed his keys, ran to his truck, and cranked the engine. He forced himself not to go too fast on the country roads. Carelessness would only cost him more time. But the thought of someone using his name to draw Daleigh out sent fire through his veins. Finally, his garage came into sight. He threw the truck into park and ran to the door. It was unlocked. He'd stopped by briefly when a customer wanted to pick up their vehicle, and he knew he'd locked it before he left. He always did. He stepped into the eerie silence inside. Daleigh, he called. Nothing. He flipped the lights on, but nothing happened. Through the dark, an empty waiting area came into sight. Crossing the room, he opened the door to his office. Everything was as he left it. A shuffling in the garage alerted his senses. He darted toward the sound, throwing open the door, separating the two spaces. His heart pounded. Please let her be okay, God. Please. He scanned the space. 2 cars waited on the hydraulic lifts. An air pump sat in the corner. An oversized toolbox stood beside him. A movement in the corner caught his eye. Daleigh. Tape covered her mouth, bound her wrists and ankles. He darted toward her, searching her for injuries. Not seeing any, he ripped the tape from her mouth. Are you okay? She nodded. Now I am. Ryan pulled out a pocket knife and cut the tape, binding her hands and feet. She let out a groan. He remembered the injury to her rotator cuff. She winced and slowly moved her arm in circles. Her other arm flew around his neck, and she buried herself in his chest. He sank to the floor and held her. Gently, he stroked her hair, her back. Thank you, God, that she's okay. I knew you'd find me, she whispered between cries. I knew you'd find me. Daleigh, you know I didn't write that note. I should have known. Police! Chief Rollins and Officer RJ burst into the garage. They lowered their guns when they spotted Ryan and Daleigh. "It's clear," Chief Rollins shouted. Hannah ran through the doorway, mascara running down her cheeks and her hair mussed. She rushed over to Ryan and Daleigh. "Daleigh!" Hannah knelt on the floor and threw her arms around her sister. "Are you okay?" "Just a little shaken, otherwise fine." The chief squatted beside Daleigh while RJ looked around the garage. "Any idea who did this?" Rollins asked. Daleigh shook her head, her eyes still lined with pain. She rubbed her shoulder, and Ryan could only imagine how uncomfortable she felt. "I have no idea. I thought I was coming here to meet Ryan." "What happened?" the chief asked. "Someone told me to get out of Hertford and to stop investigating my father's death. Then they tied me up and left me here." She trembled, and Ryan held her tighter. "Someone wanted to scare you." The chief stood and looked into the distance. "Ryan, I take it you didn't leave that note." "No, ma'am." "I saw him at the pool in Elizabeth City from 6:30 to 7:30, Hannah said. Her hand remained on Daleigh's uninjured shoulder. "I can vouch for him." "Hannah, did you see anyone by Daleigh's cottage today?" the chief asked. Hannah straightened and closed her eyes. When she opened them, fire loomed in their depths. Her gaze fell on RJ. "As a matter of fact, I did. Why don't you tell us all what you were doing at Daleigh's house, RJ?" Daleigh watched as RJ shook his head. He stepped back, colliding with a wall full of hubcaps. They clanged together. "I wasn't leaving a note, if that's what you're implying. I simply stopped by at the chief's orders to see how she was doing." "I told him to stop by," Chief Rollins said, her hands on her tiny hips. "Wanted to let Daleigh know there were no new developments." "Now do you believe me when I say there's more to the story than meets the eye?" Daleigh pulled away from Ryan's embrace and immediately missed his warmth and strength. She rubbed her raw wrists, grateful that Ryan had found her when he did. Too much more time alone on the concrete floor, and her personal demons may have driven her to insanity. "Something's definitely going on." The chief's chin jutted out, and her gaze looked far away. "We're going to find out who did this to you, Daleigh. You have my word on that." "Have you checked out Danny Harris yet?" Ryan asked. Daleigh tried to stand, but she'd been cramped for too long. Her legs gave out, and she found herself back in Ryan's arms. The chief shook her head. "Who's Danny Harris, and why would I check him out?" Ryan glanced at Daleigh. "You didn't tell her." Daleigh shook her head. "The recorder is gone, washed away in the river. I have no proof of anything." "Fill me in here." Daleigh told the chief about everything that had happened yesterday. RJ stopped her near the end of the story. "Did you say something about a maroon sedan?" Daleigh nodded. "That's right. I saw a sedan pull away from your house just as I drove up." The chief looked at RJ. "Let's see if we can get a warrant to check out this Danny Harris place. We'll also send off that tape to see if there are any prints or particulates." Hannah stood. "I've got to get back home to the girls. I'm glad you're okay, Daleigh." "Thanks, Hannah. I'll swing by and check on you tonight, okay?" Daleigh nodded, and Hannah sniffled again before walking away. "Are we free to go?" Ryan asked. One of his hands still firmly gripped her arm, as if he feared Daleigh might fall over. The chief nodded. "I'll call you, Daleigh, as soon as we know something." Ryan tugged at her hand. "Come on." With a steady hand on her elbow, Ryan led her to his truck. Neither said a word as they walked. After Daleigh was safely inside, Ryan climbed in. Still quiet, he cranked the engine and drove her home. They sat silently in the truck for a few minutes. Ryan cracked open their windows just an inch, and the sound of crickets and gentle waves wafted into the truck, along with a chilly breeze. Then he cut the engine. She stared at the water, replayed the events of the night, fought tears and anger and confusion. Ryan sat beside her, somehow understanding her need for quiet companionship. "I'm ready to go inside," she finally said. He nodded and ran to the other side of the truck to open her door. His hand went to her waist as they walked through the inky dark to her cottage. "I'm going to check out your place before you go in." He took her keys and let himself inside. A few moments later, he appeared in the doorway, declaring everything clear. The light shone from behind him, making him appear like a superhero to Daleigh. Thank you, Ryan. They stepped inside and settled on the couch beside each other. Daleigh could tell Ryan wasn't happy by his tight muscles and his inability to do anything but sit upright. Finally, he shook his head. I don't like leaving you here by yourself. His jaw flexed, and he crossed his arms. I'll be okay. I'll lock the windows, pull the shades, and sleep with the phone beside me. They should be checking out Danny Harris tonight. Maybe this will be everything they need to lock him up, or at least to bring him in for questioning. He nodded grimly. We can only hope. He glanced toward her, his shoulders finally loosening up some. I'm sorry I didn't call you back, Daleigh. I've had some things on my mind. I need to talk to you about some things. He pivoted toward her. What's going on? She swallowed, her throat burning. She'd had some clarity in her time in the garage. She'd prayed, and she knew what she had to do. I'm going back to Nashville, Ryan. His face looked solemn, almost too still as he glanced up at her. I knew you would. That's where you belong. Is it? Her heart felt like it was breaking as she said the words. Daleigh, you're an amazing singer and songwriter. You have a long career ahead of you. She nodded slowly, thoughtfully. Maybe. Maybe. Of course you do. She stood and stepped toward the window. Thanks for everything, Ryan. I appreciate all you've done. I wouldn't have made it through this time without you. He stepped behind her. His hands circled her waist, and he rested his chin on her shoulder. No, you've helped me, Daleigh. You've stirred up something inside me that I haven't felt in a long time. Why did his words have a certain finality to them? Before she could ask, he turned her toward him and kissed her, long and hard. Like a goodbye kiss. Like a goodbye forever kiss. Then he stepped out the front door. What time's your flight leave? I have to make reservations tomorrow. He nodded. I'll drive you to the airport. Just let me know. Her fingers covered her lips, which still tingled after their kiss. Maybe there were some things she just couldn't fix. Right now, that seemed to cover her entire life. Chapter 23. Daleigh couldn't relax after Ryan left, so she crept outside and sat on the porch. As long as she stayed close to the house, she'd be okay, she told herself. She felt certain that Danny was behind this, and with the police on his trail, she couldn't see him coming back here. She stared over the river before her. The crickets sang in the woods, and occasionally, something in the water leapt to the surface before retreating with a splash. Sitting right here was the closest Daleigh ever felt to heaven. It was so peaceful, so tranquil and safe. This used to be Dad's favorite place to sit too, you know. Daleigh looked up at the sound of Hannah's voice. Her sister approached, wearing jeans and a sweatshirt and carrying 2 steaming mugs. She handed Daleigh one as she sat down in the chair beside her. Daleigh took a sip of the warm coffee and leaned back. Almost every time I came out here to visit Dad, he was sitting here, watching everything around him. He said it was like heaven. Hannah shook her head and looked out at the river, like the notion was ridiculous. The words warmed Daleigh, though. She and her father were very alike. At least he's in a better place. Daleigh took another sip, realizing her words might sound trite. But they were true and still brought comfort to her. And he's with Mom. Hannah glanced at her sister. Do you remember when Mom died? Not really. I just remember having all the people in the house, and they kept hugging me and patting my head. Yes, I suppose you were too young. I guess you were only 3? I remember I kept thinking it couldn't really be happening. Mom couldn't really be dead. My 9-year-old brain kept thinking that at any minute, Mom would stick her head in my bedroom and tell me she was back home, that she'd just taken a long vacation or something. Daleigh swallowed, the saliva burning her throat. It's a lot of grief for a 9-year-old to carry. A lot of burden? Hannah took a long sip. I had to take care of you, you know. That's what Mom would have wanted. That's what older sisters were for. I guess you were kind of like a mom. I still am sometimes, aren't I? She stared straight ahead, a frown pulling down at her lips. Daleigh looked at the ripples across the water that the moonlight illuminated. Yeah, I guess you could say that. But what I really want is a sister. I would never intentionally hurt you, you know. Daleigh didn't say anything. You made Dad so proud. You know that, don't you? Hannah asked. I always felt like the outsider in the family. You and Dad were both the creative, determined type. Then there was me. You were determined to get married. Daleigh forced a smile. Hannah looked at her hands. I wanted to go to college and study art, but I didn't feel like I could leave you. I felt like you needed me in your life. I resented you for that for a long time, you know. Grief squeezed at Daleigh. She had no idea that's what her sister wanted to do. Hannah, you didn't have to stay with me. She raised a hand. I know, I didn't have to, but it's what I did. By the time I realized that my life had taken a different course than I expected it to, it was too late. At least, I thought it was. You met Bruce. It wasn't all bad, right? Hannah nodded. It's true. I have two great girls. Then I look at you. You followed your dreams. You've made something of yourself. You've never settled for anything. Ever. Hannah looked up at Daleigh. I'm so envious of you sometimes. Daleigh snubbed her thumb into her own chest and tried to keep her mouth from dropping open. You? You're jealous of me? I thought you turned up your nose at the way I lived, that you'd rather eat worms than trade places with me. Oh, I thought if I acted that way, maybe my thoughts would follow. But you've always been the happy, carefree one. You weren't afraid to step outside of people's expectations. I always wanted to stay in my safe little box. Hannah chuckled, but the sound faded into sniffles. I'm so proud of everything you've become, Daleigh. Part of me wants to take credit for the way you've turned out. But you hate my music. You say it's whiny and twangy. Hannah glanced over and shrugged. I have every one of your CDs. I listen to them all the time. I even went to your concert once up in Richmond. This time, Daleigh's mouth did drop open. You did? Why didn't you find me after the show? I didn't think you'd want to see me. Of course I'd want to see you. You are my sister. Hannah shook her head. Everything I say you take the wrong way. Daleigh felt her cheeks heat. That could be true. I don't mean to. I just... She didn't know how to finish the sentence even. Hannah sat up straighter. I understand. I've been far from perfect. We both have been. You know that conversation we had on Sunday on the way to church, the one where my family said I was a servant? Daleigh nodded. I remember every uncomfortable moment of that car ride. Hannah shrugged. I felt like a servant for a long time, but you know what I've realized? I'm okay with that. Today, when I was at the pool with the girls, I saw Ryan there with Trevor. I realized how quickly life can be snatched away or turned upside down. Then I started thinking about Dad, and then I came home and realized you were in trouble. She pressed her lips together, as if holding back a sigh. It's okay, Hannah. No, I need to finish. I realized that I can't complain a lick about how my life has turned out. I love being a mom and a wife. I love taking care of my family. Despite the different path my life took, I know where I'm supposed to be. Knowing where you're supposed to be is a great thing, Hannah. All of our lives are important, whether we're known by millions or just a few. Daleigh shrugged. Maybe you should start doing some art. You've got some great inspiration right here in Hertford. I can see some watercolor paintings of these trees and this river. You're right. You're so right. Hannah shifted to face her. I'm really sorry I've been so awful to you since you came here, Daleigh. I don't know what's gotten into me. It's just that we've lost Mom, then Dad, and when you started your private little investigation, all I could think about was losing you. All I've ever wanted is for you to accept me as I am, Hannah. Can we try again? Hannah's eyes were wide and brimmed with tears. I'd love to. They threw their arms around each other and then pulled back, each looking over the river. Daleigh's heart finally felt like it was healing and whole. She'd prayed for so long to find the answers she sought. Finally, life was coming into clarity, and she was incredibly grateful. "It's beautiful here," Daleigh murmured. "You always have a place to stay here. Even if you wanted to move here permanently, you'd have a place. I know I'm not the only one who would like that idea." Ryan. Daleigh's heart ached at the thought of him. "I'm not sure if things between Ryan and me are going to work out, Hannah. There's a lot I don't know about right now. I can tell you one thing. As much as I've given you a hard time about Ryan, both of you light up when you're around each other. That's more than I can say for that Vince guy. I thought you loved Vince. I actually gave him a piece of my mind. In a nice, genteel Southern way, of course." Hannah sighed. "I saw him when I was up in Elizabeth City. He was flirting with this woman. She was all over him, for that matter. And he wasn't complaining. I couldn't believe it. You deserve so much better than that." "That means a lot, Hannah. Thank you." They stared in silence at the river for a moment. Daleigh cleared her throat. "You remember how Dad always told us to be home before dark?" Hannah nodded. "Just like your song talks about." "I feel like I got home just a little too late, you know? Dad was already gone. If I had come home earlier, when I was supposed to, then maybe—" Hannah squeezed her hand. "Dad loved you, Daleigh. More than anything, he just wanted you to be happy." Her lips twisted in a grin. "But I am starting to think that his advice was good. Maybe nothing good does happen after the sun sets." After a few more minutes, Daleigh stood. "Speaking of which, I should probably get inside. I have to head back to Nashville tomorrow, or my career is toast." They walked arm in arm back to the door. Before Hannah could walk away, Daleigh touched her arm and pulled her into a hug. "Thanks for our talk tonight. It really meant a lot." Her sisters smiled. "For me, too." Finally, Daleigh thought maybe their healing could begin. Ryan listened carefully to Daleigh when she called the next morning. She informed him that the chief had called with good news. Danny Harris had been arrested. They'd found Mr. McDermott's journals in Danny's house, and a moonshine still in his backyard. Apparently, the journals had implicated that Danny was guilty of making the moonshine the college student had drunk before she died in the car accident. Danny didn't want to be found out. He still hadn't confessed to killing her father, but the chief felt certain that he would. At least, that mystery could be put to rest. Her next tidbit was that she'd managed to get a plane ticket to leave at 3 o'clock. Ryan picked her up before noon to drop her off at the airport. Bittersweet emotions collided inside him as he placed her suitcases and guitar into the back of his truck. The ride was mostly silent on the way to the airport. The gray, dreary day matched his mood as he turned his thoughts over and over. He hadn't been able to sleep last night as he thought about Daleigh leaving. He knew he had to let her go, to really let her go, and the thought seemed to squeeze the air out of his lungs. "What are you thinking about?" Daleigh's sweet voice pulled him from his dismal thoughts. He looked over at her, wishing their time together didn't have to end. "About how much things can change in a very short period of time." Daleigh glanced down at her hands. He could see the strain on her features. "Ryan, about us." "I know. We need to call our relationship what it is." She stared at him, blinking in what appeared to be confusion. "What's that?" "A fling." Fire lit her eyes. "Is that all we are to you?" Emotions threatened to choke him. He wanted to do what was best for Daleigh. That meant he couldn't even tempt her into staying here in Hertford, not when she was destined for greater things. "You have a life back in Nashville, Daleigh, and I'm here in Hertford to stay. I promised my sister I'd be there for Trevor. I can't let him or her down." "So we're not even worth a shot." Ouch. He had to stay strong. He'd thought long and hard as to why they wouldn't work as a couple. "Why fool ourselves? We both know it's not going to work." She swallowed hard before nodding and staring out the front window. I see. Silence stretched between them as he pulled into the airport parking lot. He felt like scum. But he'd tried to change a country girl into a city girl, and he'd seen the devastating results. He couldn't try to make Daleigh into a small-town girl, not when she was meant for bigger things. And no matter how he tried to rationalize it, trying to make the relationship work always ended up with Daleigh losing out on opportunities. That wasn't what he wanted for her. He cared about her too much for that. He pulled into a space in the parking garage and started to open his door to help her inside, when Daleigh's hand came down on his arm. "I've got this." "I can walk you in." She shook her head, her lips set in a tight line. "I'll be just fine. There's no need to draw this out." "Daleigh." She shook her head again, raising a hand to silence him. "Really, I'd like to go inside. Alone." He got the message. They were over. Why draw it out? Why make it more painful? Just as she stepped away, she paused and leaned inside the truck again. "One day you'll have to forgive yourself for what happened to Jennifer. Until you do, that guilt is going to eat away at every relationship you attempt." She slammed the door. As he watched her walk away, he had the feeling he'd just made the biggest mistake of his life. "Daleigh, you okay over there?" Daleigh snapped her head up and saw Gus staring at her from across the living room of her apartment. She shifted on her plush couch and nodded. She had been lost in her thoughts, as she'd been in the 4 days since she'd returned to Nashville. Her heart yearned to be other places, to be with Ryan, taking lazy strolls, to stare at the river from the gazebo by his property. Instead, she was in Nashville, staring at an unhappy manager on the verge of quitting and a pile of paperwork on her coffee table. She had 2 things to consider: renewing her contract with the label and whether she wanted to stick with Gus as her manager. The man had made headliners out of nobodies. But Daleigh was tired of short-term relationships, of having no roots or accountability. Her time in Hertford had proven that. Thoughts of Ryan crashed into her head. His rejection still hurt. She'd thought he'd at least give their relationship a chance. She'd thought more of him. But Ryan had his own demons to battle. He had to put his guilt over Jennifer's death aside. Until then, he'd just keep working hard to pay his penance by sacrificing his own happiness. Gus stared at Daleigh until she nodded. What had he asked her? If she was okay? "I'm fine." He slid into the chair beside her. "Good, because there's something I want to run past you." He put a piece of paper on the table in front of her. "These are the tour dates we have lined up. The label says they'll offer you another contract on the contingency that you agree to the tour and another album." She blinked at the list in front of her. Another city every night. No stability. No place to call home. Since she'd been back, she'd caught up with a few people. Most of her semi-close friends were in the same boat as she was. They were out of town, trying to save their careers before they ended. What kind of life was this? She shook her head. "I don't know, Gus. I don't know that I'm up for this again." "You're great on stage, Daleigh. People love you. You're one of the hardest working women I know. You could be the next big name in country music, but you've got to put in the time." "What does it profit a man to gain a fortune but to lose his soul?" "What?" Daleigh shook her head. Where had that thought come from? She leaned back into the beige cushions. "I need some time to think." His scowl showed her exactly how he felt about that. "I need an answer by the end of the week." She nodded. "You'll get one. I have to head back to Hertford for the weekend for a benefit concert." "It's on your dime, so whatever you want to do." He paused and pulled something else out of his briefcase. "Oh, and you got some mail at the office while you were out." He tossed it on the table, and a moment later, she heard the door close as he left. Daleigh stared at the stack of letters. She leafed through them. Most of them appeared to be fan letters. She paused at one and squinted at the handwriting. Why did it look familiar? There was no return address. Cautiously, she slid her fingernail beneath the fold and tore at the envelope. When she pulled out the paper inside, tears rushed to her eyes. Her dad. Her dad had written her this letter before he died. She sniffled and threw her head back in disbelief. He'd never been the most organized person. No doubt he'd lost her address and sent it to her management instead, or he'd simply gotten them mixed up. Regardless, this had been written. She checked the postmark, most likely just days before he died. It took her a moment for her to compose herself enough to focus on the words. Daleigh, I missed our visit, but I understand the obligations of someone who's working as hard as you are. I always knew you had it in you to reach for the stars, or to touch the moon. I've had a lot on my mind lately, and I just wanted to take a moment and tell you how special you are to me. These are the lessons I've been learning lately. Always follow your heart and listen to your gut. Don't let anyone talk down to you. Know that those you trust are more than capable of letting you down. Only speak the truth when you know it to be true. Love always, your dad. She wiped away the tears with the back of her hand. Even from the grave, her dad had reached out for her, whether he meant to or not. Did he know when he wrote this letter that something was amiss? Did he have an inkling that he was in trouble? Did he have a sense that Daleigh was unhappy? She drew in a deep breath, trying to compose herself as tears poured down her cheeks. That's when a thought began to grow in her mind. What if her dad had written this with the idea that something terrible could happen to him? She read over the letter again. Know that those you trust are capable of letting you down. Did her dad suspect that a friend was up to no good? And if that was the case, Danny Harris was not considered a friend. That would mean that the Bible verse her father had put at the bottom of his other letter wasn't a mistake. He'd purposely used that verse about a friend's betrayal. Only speak the truth when you know it to be true. Had her father not shared the truths he was learning because he hadn't confirmed them yet? Had confirming them taken his life? She reached into her purse and pulled out the journal entries that she'd torn from his notebook. She flipped through it until she found the drawing he'd made. It never had made sense. Until now. A river. Woods. A moon. Some houses. An X between them. She closed her eyes. Did this mean what she thought? If so, then the wrong person had been arrested. Chapter 24. Daleigh leaned against the doorway leading into the kitchen at Willa's house. She handed Trevor a tower of CDs. I had some friends who really wanted to give you something. Trevor looked through the stack, his eyes widening. They signed the CDs to me. Daleigh smiled. I know, they heard you liked country music. Thank you, Daleigh. All my friends are way jealous. You know what that makes me. It makes me the big man on campus. He wagged his eyebrows up and down and nodded slyly. We're so looking forward to the concert on Saturday. Willa nodded. It's been all the talk around town. I think we're going to have a really good turnout. Just then, the front door slammed and footsteps pounded across the floor. Willa, have you had dinner? Do you want me to run down to the cafe? Ryan stopped in his tracks. Daleigh. He straightened and shoved his hands into his pockets, a sudden aloofness coming over him. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Daleigh shrugged, her heart stuttering for a beat. The concert is tomorrow. Besides, I wanted to stop by to check on Trevor, and I had to get an update on the band situation. Willa put a thumb in the air. We found some musicians who were falling all over themselves to play with Daleigh, for free at that. Daleigh pointed to the CDs in Trevor's hands. Some of my friends donated great items for a silent auction also. You're gonna love some of the mementos. Autographed guitars, t-shirts, pictures, backstage concert passes. Trevor did a little dance and moved and pulled his hands around in a circular motion. Oh yeah, this is awesome, he said in a sing-song voice. As he quieted, Daleigh hated the awkwardness that fell over the room. She nodded toward the door and stood. Well, I should go. Willa slipped an oven mitt onto her hand. Why don't you stay and eat with us? I have some lasagna in the oven. I'm about to take it out now, and I have plenty. It smells delicious, but I've really got to run. I appreciate the offer. She leaned toward Trevor. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, enjoy those CDs. I will, Miss Daleigh. Thank you. After nodding goodbye to Willa, she slipped past Ryan, her throat tightening as she caught a whiff of his aftershave. Her heart squeezed under the weight of his rejection. She'd really thought they could have a future together. She couldn't imagine anyone meaning as much to her. I'll see you around, she muttered. His tortured gaze met hers. Yeah, I'll see you around. She slipped outside. She had other things to focus on at the moment, things like tying up loose ends once and for all. What happened between you? Willa's accusing eyes focused solely on Ryan. Ryan sat down at the table, tempted to leave just to avoid this conversation. We broke up, if you would call it breaking up. I'm not sure we were ever official. Willa placed a plate of steaming food in front of him and shook her head. What are you talking about? I saw you two together. You had something special, something real, something I would love to have. He shook his head. We're two different people. She'd only end up resenting me if she moved to Hertford. Why don't you let her make that decision? He shook his head. Willa placed both palms on the table and stared at him. Not everyone is Jennifer, Ryan. It was horrible what happened to her, and it still breaks my heart when I think about it. But Daleigh is not Jennifer. You've got to realize that in trying to protect Daleigh, you're actually just hurting her. We don't make any sense together, Willa. He slapped his hand on the table. Some of the best couples don't make any sense on paper. You need to fight for what you want. No woman wants a man who just gives up on her. He leaned back in his chair and ran a hand over his face. I didn't give up. I let her go. There's a difference. His words sounded weak, even to his own ears. Besides, I'm not leaving Hertford. I made a promise to you and Trevor that I was going to stay here. I plan on doing just that. Don't be a martyr on my account. I love everything you've done for us, but I couldn't live with myself if I thought you gave up the woman of your dreams for me. We're managing okay here. Some days are easier than others. Besides, Mr. Thorne keeps stopping by to visit. Trevor made an exaggerated kissing sound. Ryan's gaze flung across the room to his sister, who was blushing. Willa was blushing. Did that mean that? You've been seeing Thorne. No, I haven't been seeing Thorne. He's just brought flowers to the house a couple of times. Thorne Alligood? Ryan stood, unable to contain himself. He's ruthless, Willa. Maybe he's just misunderstood, Ryan. Have you considered that? You know how underhanded he can be at times. He thinks he's above everything. She shook her head. No, that's what you think he's like. You don't even know him. He's a good man. He's the one who donated all the money for Trevor's ramp. He's tried to give us even more, but I didn't feel right taking it. Ryan ran a hand through his hair. I don't believe this. We're just talking, Ryan. Don't get your feathers all ruffled. When did you even start talking? Willa pursed her lips in irritation. We go to church together. What about the argument I saw the two of you having the other day? You saw that? She shook her head. Of course. Everyone in town sees everything, don't they? Well, for your information, he was insisting on giving me more money to help with things, and I told him no. That's all there is to it. He pushed his plate away, his appetite gone. He sure run Henry's name through the mud. Henry deserves to have his name run through the mud. There's something going on his land. Ryan's back muscles tightened. Why would you say that? Thorne's had suspicions that something illegal is going on for a while, but since Henry's son is a police officer, he can't actually call someone out to investigate. Thorne is just waiting for everything to blow up in his face, which will never happen if he's elected mayor. What kind of things does he think are going on? Moonshine? But something else, too. Something that he fears he could be killed over. Thoughts collided in his head. Henry, the screams on his land, RJ showing up right on time, the river. Willa wasn't done with him yet. Besides, why don't you worry about your own relationships? Why don't you worry about the fact that you just let the sweetest, prettiest, most talented woman in the world walk out that door. There wasn't anyone else like Daleigh, was there? She ignited a fire in his heart that he hadn't felt in years. He hadn't been able to get her smile out of his mind since she left. He nodded. You're right, Willa. Maybe I should let her decide. That's the spirit. He grabbed his coat. Save that lasagna. I've got to run for now. Go get her, Uncle Ryan. I appreciate you letting me stay here. Daleigh took another sip of her coffee and smiled at Henry from her seat between a wildcat and a deer head in his living room. It's my pleasure. I was a little surprised you didn't stay with your sister, though. Daleigh fought a frown. I figured she might need some space after having me around for an entire week, and you said you had the guest house. Maybe I was ready for a change of pace myself. Absolutely. It's good to see it being used. Anytime, Daleigh, anytime. She shifted in her seat, thoughts of her run-in with Ryan fresh in her mind. Her heart still felt tender at the thought of it. She cleared her throat, ready to concentrate on the reason why she'd come back early. Did you ever find out where that scream came from the night we had dinner here? It's haunted me a bit since I heard it. He shook his head. No, I suspect maybe it was a coyote or a fox. It's been quiet ever since. In fact, I haven't seen any unusual activity on the river. I started watching for it after you mentioned it. Nothing suspicious going on now that there's been an arrest in your father's murder. What was that boy's name? He's been all over the news. Danny Harris. That's right. We can all sleep easier now. I'm so glad that's all behind us. He stood and brushed some cookie crumbs from his pants. I've got an early morning waiting for me, so if it's just as well with you, I'm going to turn in early tonight. Is there anything else you need from me? Daleigh shook her head. No, I think I'll be fine. I'm just going to head over to your guest house. She kept her mouth shut about her plans to snoop around Thorne's property. The less people who knew, the better. At least, that's what she hoped. Chapter 25. Ryan knocked on the door of the carriage house at the back of Hannah's property. All the lights in the house were out, like no one was home. Something about the place gave him the feeling that no one had even been here since Daleigh had left. Odd. He pounded one more time. Daleigh, you there? It's me, Ryan. Ryan Shields, what in heaven's name are you doing? Hannah appeared from around the corner, her sweater pulled tight around her. Where's Daleigh? She shrugged. I wouldn't know. Why? You mean she isn't here? Based on my last phone call with her, I thought she wasn't coming into town until tomorrow morning. She tilted her head. Why do you think she's here? Because I ran into her at my sister's. She came to town early, and I assumed she'd stay here for the night. She is tomorrow night? I have no idea where she is now. Frustration rose in him. I've got to talk to her. Now. Why is it so important? His gaze met Hannah's. I think she could be in trouble. Hannah's face went pale before she looked off into the distance and thought. Check Henry's place. He told me the other day in the pharmacy that Daleigh and I could consider him a second dad. I thought it was kind of weird, but if he's like a second dad, then maybe she would have felt comfortable enough to stay there. Henry's? He had to get there, now. Waiters. Daleigh never thought she'd find herself wearing them, but here she was. She'd bought a pair and stuffed them in her suitcase just for this very purpose. Standing at the door, she felt glued to the spot. Her feet were unwilling to move from the safety of the guest house and tread through the unknown in the woods outside. But what other choice did she have? Coyotes? Foxes? Was that what she'd heard? Coyotes and foxes didn't say, "Help me." And hadn't Henry mentioned black bears as well? Just what was she getting herself into? She wanted to call the police, but she didn't know the truth yet. She needed something to confirm her suspicions, that Thorne Allagood was doing something illegal in the woods. It finally made sense. That scripture her dad had quoted in his letter wasn't a mistake. He'd probably found that verse from Psalms about betrayal and realized just how well it fit in his life. That sounded like her dad. Thorne Alligood had most likely killed her father, not Danny Harris. She had to know the truth, even though her limbs trembled with fear and uncertainty, even though doubt clouded her thoughts, even though the idea of stepping into the unknown caused a growing pit in her stomach. She waited until she saw the lights in Henry's house flicker out. Then she gripped her flashlight and stepped outside. Each pace toward the woods felt like an inch closer to the answers. Or was it an inch closer to death? No, she shook her head. She couldn't think like that. Finally, the trees immersed her, surrounded her, pulling her into their grasps. The forest was alive with sounds, from an owl hooting, to crickets chirping, to leaves rustling in the breeze. No screams, thankfully. No cries for help. No scampering footsteps. She stayed away from the banks of the river, where the land was soggy, and where puddles would reach as high as her calves. Instead, she searched for dry patches of land. She could see why Ryan had said the swampland was the perfect place for hiding things. Who wanted to tread through these mushy wetlands to find something? Daleigh pushed forward. How much property had Henry said he owned? 10 acres. It would be impossible to cover all of this territory tonight. Instead, she tried to walk straight across toward Thorne's property. She assumed whatever was going on had to take place closer to the water, which would explain all of the nighttime activity there. What was going on? Moonshine, she'd assumed initially. But was moonshine worth killing for? Would moonshine cause screams of terror in the night? Just then, she heard another scream, this one muffled. A coyote. She had a hard time believing that. It was time to call the police. That scream was the proof she needed. Ryan turned his headlights off as he approached Henry's property. The pharmacist's truck was parked in the driveway, but all of the lights in the house were off. That was a good sign, right? His gut told him no. Just beyond the main house, he spotted the guest house. He vaguely remembered Henry offering to let Daleigh stay there if she ever needed to. A sedan was parked beside it. Carefully, he pulled off the road, close to the ditch there, but out of sight from the main house. He grabbed a flashlight from his glove compartment and slid it into his pocket. Carefully, he stayed near the tree line and made his way to the guest house. A better look at the plates showed a Norfolk rental agency's name around the license plate. He'd bet anything this was Daleigh's car. He rapped on the door. There wasn't even a hint of movement inside. Where was she? Adrenaline rushed through him. Was she in trouble? He remembered their night here. He remembered the scream in the woods. He remembered Daleigh's utter determination to figure out what had happened to her father. She wouldn't have. With a feeling of dread in his stomach, he crept back toward the woods. Finally, he spotted a footstep leading into the darkness there. Had Daleigh gone in there herself to investigate? Why wouldn't she answer her phone? He pulled his cell out and tried her number once more. To his surprise, her whispered voice came on the other line. Ryan? Where are you, Daleigh? Why are you calling? Daleigh, please, just answer me. Where are you? Taking a walk. Her voice held uncertainty. In the woods by Henry's house. Underbrush tangled around his ankles as he prayed he was wrong, that she wasn't here after all. How'd you know? Her voice caught. Daleigh, I need you to get out of the woods. I need to get you out of here. Ryan, I just heard a scream. Something's going on. Fear strained her voice. That's why you need to get out. I think Thorne is involved in all of this, Ryan. Whoever killed my dad had some type of friendship with him. My dad and Thorne had a falling out only weeks before his death. My dad was trying to find the truth. Daleigh, listen to me. You need to run. Fast. Hard. It's okay, Ryan. I'm trying to play it safe. I called the police. RJ's on his way. The sinking feeling in his gut grew deeper. Daleigh, don't talk to RJ. What was that? Here someone comes now. I'll talk to you later, Ryan. No, don't. It was too late. She'd already hung up. He plunged into the woods, desperate to find her before she became another victim. RJ, how'd you find me so fast? I just happened to be nearby. He stepped from the shadows. He wasn't wearing his uniform, but he did have a gun at his waist. They called me to check things out. You must have been really close. Thank goodness. I heard the scream again. A scream? Where? He only stared at Daleigh, though. Why didn't his head swivel around, looking for the source of the sound? She pointed to the river, pushing away her doubts. It came from that direction. I know it was a woman screaming, RJ. I'm certain it wasn't a coyote. What are you doing out here anyway? She shrugged, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Why wasn't he going to check out the sound? Didn't he realize that someone could be in trouble? I heard something. I was worried. He stepped closer, his eyes seeming darker than usual. I thought you said you just heard the scream, yet you're in the middle of the woods. You're either fast, or you were already out here. The skin on her neck prickled. I'm staying at your dad's place, so I wasn't far away. What are you really doing out here, Daleigh? He stepped closer. Daleigh fought the panic that wanted to emerge. She touched the base of her collarbone, realizing her throat burned. The question is, why aren't you searching for the source of that scream? Someone could be hurt and need help. Why couldn't you mind your own business, Daleigh? Just stop after Danny Harris was arrested. His voice became a growl. She backed up, her shoulder hitting the bristly bark of a tree. What do you mean? I came back here for the benefit concert. You came back here to snoop some more. Tears stung her eyes. Did you kill my father? That would have been me, a new voice said. Daleigh turned toward the sound. Just then, someone stepped through the darkness and joined RJ. Daleigh sucked in a breath. Henry, she whispered, you killed my dad. Henry shrugged. That's when Daleigh saw the gun in his hand also. Cold terror rushed through her. I didn't mean to kill your dad, Daleigh. He was all set to go to the authorities, though I couldn't let that happen. One thing led to another. Push led to shove. You know the drill. He spoke as casually as if he'd just taken his car into the shop after a fender bender. You were his friend. He trusted you. Accusation stained her voice. Friends don't try to report other friends. Henry's gaze locked on to Daleigh's. A new emotion in his voice. Vengeance. The scream ripped through the air again. Daleigh's blood went ice cold. What was going on? Ryan heard the scream. Was that Daleigh? He pushed himself even harder, desperate to find the woman he loved. He loved. He knew it was true. But now he had to tell her that. He watched each step, realizing that even a twig snapping could alert them to his presence. He slowed as he heard voices in the distance, pacing closer until he could make out the words. What are we going to do with her? The voice was clearly RJ's. There's going to be a terrible accident down by the river. It will be no surprise. Anyone could see you were melancholy since your father died and your boyfriend broke up with you. I've heard rumor that your label is about to drop you also. Poor thing. You know nothing about me, Daleigh hissed. Ryan hovered behind the tree. In the distance, he could see RJ, Daleigh, and Henry. RJ's gun was pointed at Daleigh, who stood with her back against a tree. I know you're extremely bright. Too bright for your own good. You are a lot like your father. I take that as a compliment. Daleigh raised her chin. He caught me driving down the road one night. The cover flew off the back of my truck, and he saw my moonshine equipment in the back. Threatened to turn me in. I told him I was going to come clean. His life was worth more than whatever profit you got from your illegal alcohol. Emotion strained her voice. Henry shrugged. It's slightly more complicated than that, but no need to share too many details. Let's just say that he came to check things out at my place. He got a little too nosy, tried to be a hero. You have a respectable business, this wonderful property left to you by your family. Why moonshine? Daleigh asked. Daleigh pulled off her waders, talking as she did so. Was she getting ready to run? Ryan prayed everything would play out as it should, and that no one would get hurt. For the money, the power, the family legacy. Who's screaming in these woods? You're obviously in more trouble than just moonshining. You're in more trouble than just murder, for that matter. Good girl. Buy all the time you can. Ryan remained behind a tree, just out of sight and trying to figure out his best move. The gleam of a gun in RJ's hand reminded him that he didn't have much time. Henry pointed at Daleigh. Let's take a trip to the river. Daleigh shook her head. Even from where Ryan stood, he could see her fingers digging into the tree bark behind her. I'm not going anywhere. We'll see about that, RJ grumbled. He grabbed her arm. You don't want to leave bruises, Daleigh argued. The medical examiner will notice them, and will know foul play was involved. You do your research. I'll make sure you're so bruised from your fall that they won't notice. Now come on. If Ryan was going to do something, he had to do it now. He lunged from the woods and knocked RJ onto the ground. The man's eyes widened. Daleigh, run! Ryan shouted. Just as the words left his mouth, gunfire filled the air. Pain pierced through him, and all he could do was pray. Daleigh ducked before another branch could slap her face. The woods surrounded her, reached for her, sucked the breath out of her. The darkness was an enemy all in itself, and right now, the nighttime stalked her. She couldn't escape its death grip. The trees blended together, morphing into an endless landscape that repeated itself over and over. Where was she? Which direction was help? She couldn't afford to stop and gather her thoughts. The men were on her trail. She could hear their footsteps in the distance, only moments behind her, quick and urgent, in pursuit. A bullet flew past her shoulder. Her breath caught again and perspiration invaded her skin like an army of fear moving in for the kill. Her gaze skittered in front of her as her steps faltered for a moment. A fallen tree seemed familiar, like she'd passed it before. Could she be running right back into the hands of her father's killer? Right back into the den of terror she'd discovered? Right back to the point where her life flashed in front of her eyes? No, she couldn't think like that. She had to keep moving, keep fighting to live. She dodged a cypress tree. A broken, low-lying branch snagged her skin, and pain ripped through her thigh. She yelped, biting back any more telltale groans. She couldn't let the men find her. She chomped down in an effort to remain silent. Blood soaked her taste buds. She had to keep moving. With one hand, she covered the wound on her leg. Something wet and warm saturated her fingers. Her blood. Her throat went dry at the thought. Run, Daleigh, run! Her life depended on getting away. She limped forward, her breath now coming in ragged gasps. How many more people had died? How many people had been casualties in this lust for money and power? Everyone she thought she could trust had let her down. Well, almost everyone. Her heart lurched as unfinished conversations slammed into her mind. A shout echoed behind her. Her heart stuttered as fear wrapped its talons around her again. She had to keep moving, despite the pain, despite the fear. 2 more steps, and her foot slipped. The ground disappeared beneath her. The river, she realized. She'd reached the river, and its black depths waited to swallow her. She gasped, realizing she might not have the strength to fight the watery grave awaiting her. Chapter 26. Just as the water swallowed Daleigh, someone reached in and grabbed her arm. Her skin scratched the root-lined shoreline as she landed on marshy banks. She sputtered as her body forced out the water in her lungs. She didn't have time to relax, to slow down. Her adrenaline pumped through her, warning her that danger could still be close. She glanced up. The watcher stared at her. The man from the black truck. He'd saved her. But what now? "You're going to be fine," he mumbled, bending down beside her. "Who are you? Deranged fan? Moonshiner? Paparazzi?" He shook his head. "I'm Ben Maxwell with the ATF. I've been keeping my eye on this operation for a long time. Whenever I went to find answers, you were there." That would explain a lot. She pointed to the woods behind him. "Ryan?" "He's going to be fine. Chief Rollins is here, as well as members of an FBI task force." "The woman screaming." "It's okay. We've got the girls, and we're taking them to the hospital." "The girls?" She pushed herself up on the soggy ground and coughed again. "Moonshine was just the tip of the iceberg. Henry Snelling had a hunting cabin out here where he was housing 3 women he'd trafficked in from overseas." "Trafficked in?" She shook her head, the horror of the situation coming over. "No." "It's true. The man got in over his head. He's been moonshining for years, but when his wife left him, something seemed to snap inside him. He's mixed up in some crazy schemes and will be going away for a long time." "He trafficked women in. Are they okay? How could he do that?" "One of the girls got away and ended up at Fanny's house. We believe RJ killed them both in order to cover up what was going on." Just then, Ryan hobbled out of the woods. Daleigh dragged herself from the ground and started to run toward him, but faltered in her steps. Things had ended between them. Where did they stand now? They both stared at each other a moment, tension stretched between them. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, EMTs ushered them out of the woods. Silence stretched between them as the paramedics asked them questions about their well-being. 2 ambulances waited at the edge of the woods. As they were being led in different directions, Daleigh looked over her shoulder. "Thank you, Ryan. You saved my life." Was this it? Was this the reason why Ryan had been brought back into her life? Perhaps he wasn't supposed to be a permanent fixture either. Why did her heart feel so heavy at the thought? "Any time, Daleigh. Any time." His tight smile only left her heart more torn than ever. By the time Ryan was released from the hospital and wandered down to find Daleigh, she was gone. He paused outside her empty room and leaned against the wall, letting his head hit the plaster behind him. She'd left? Without even a goodbye? He'd really ruined things, hadn't he? "Ryan." Someone called his name. He looked up and saw the ATF agent coming toward him, his hand extended. "Thanks for the information you gave us." "Anything I can do to help. This whole mess is finally finding some resolution." "I'm glad to hear that. I'm still having trouble fathoming something like this happening in Hertford." "It can happen anywhere." He took a step away. "Get some rest. We'll be in touch." Ryan nodded and started to walk away when a nurse stopped him. She handed him a piece of paper. "Daleigh McDermott asked me to give you this." He stared at the paper a moment before nodding and stepping against the wall to unfold it. His throat went dry at her words. "Ryan, thanks for all you've done. I didn't want to draw out our goodbye any more than necessary. Take care, and maybe I'll see you at the concert in a few hours." A few hours? He glanced at his watch. It was later than he'd thought. By the time the police had questioned him, and the doctor had bandaged up the cut from where the bullet had brushed his arm, the hours had slipped past. He crumpled the letter. This was his fault. He'd made it clear that they wouldn't work. Now how could he make it clear to Daleigh that they could? Daleigh adjusted the microphone once more. Her leg ached, and the pain medication made her head heavy. Still, she was thankful to be alive. The doctor had told her Ryan was okay. She'd wanted to stop by and see him, but the thought of being near him after their breakup weighed too heavy on her mind. Why put herself through something so unnecessary? Instead, she'd left the note, which she knew was a cowardly way out. Still, a girl had to protect her heart sometimes. "How's that sound to you, Daleigh?" one of her texts asked. She squinted against the early afternoon sun. "I could use some more guitar in my monitors." "You got it." People had already begun filing in. They set up their lawn chairs and blankets in the grassy area of the park. She searched the crowds. Was Ryan here? Willa and Trevor sat in the front row. Trevor raised his thumb and offered a wide grin. Daleigh gave him a smile and a thumbs up in return. When Daleigh returned to the stage several minutes later, she was pleased to see the entire park was filled. If she had to guess, there were at least 600 people who'd come out to support Trevor, including her sister and her family. On stage, she felt at home as she began to play some of her more popular songs. She paused at one point in her set and sat on a stool, ready to slow down for a moment. "This is one of my favorite parts of doing these concerts. You see, people are what inspire me the most when it comes to writing songs. Now, I want to hear your stories. Does anyone have a great love story they'd like to share with the crowds here?" Several people raised their hands. She called a few up on stage. One was an 80-year-old man who'd been married to the love of his life for 60 years. Another was a woman who'd lost her husband to brain cancer. A couple came on stage who dated in high school, only to be reunited 20 years later. As she was wrapping this portion up, a voice called from the crowd. "I have a love story I'd like to talk about," a deep voice said. "I wish I could listen to all of them," she insisted. That's when Ryan stepped out of the crowd. "I think you'll like my story." Daleigh's heart stammered a beat. "Do you?" The crowd cheered, urging her to let him tell his story. She let them yell for a minute before grinning and trying to get them to hush. Finally, she nodded. "Why don't you come on up here then?" Ryan bounded onto the stage, his gaze not leaving Daleigh's. She could hardly breathe as she waited to hear what he had to say. She pushed the microphone his way, her throat tight with anticipation. "Have at it." His gaze remained on her. "Once upon a time, there was a man who fell in love with a princess." He paused and the crowd cheered again. "Only, the man was afraid to take the princess away from her kingdom. He was afraid she would resent him for doing it. He knew she was destined for great things, so he pretended like he didn't care for her." The crowd booed, breaking the otherwise tense moment. Daleigh didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so instead, she waited for Ryan to finish. "But the man realized he was an idiot. He realized that the best things in life need to be worked at and required sacrifice on both sides." Ryan stepped closer. "He realized he would do anything for a second chance with the princess of country music." He caught her off guard, and she hardly knew what to say. She gripped her guitar, the audience suddenly just a memory, as Ryan's eyes mesmerized her. "Kiss her!" someone from the crowd yelled. She cleared her throat. "Excuse me, sir, but love stories are supposed to have happy endings. Your ending doesn't give me many warm fuzzies." "I'm hoping you can help me change that." Her heart seemed to stop beating. "How can I do that?" "By giving me a chance to make things right. I think I loved you before I ever even knew you, Daleigh McDermott. Between your music and listening to your dad tell stories about you, you seemed like a friend long before we met face to face. Once we did meet, I knew you were the woman of my dreams. I love you, Daleigh McDermott, and I want you and me to have a happily ever after, together." "Kiss her!" someone else yelled. Another cheer rose from the crowd. Daleigh laughed and tried to shoo the audience, which made them cheer louder. Her grin disappeared when she glanced back at Ryan. "Ryan Shields, I would love for you to be part of my fairy tale ending." The audience went wild. Ryan let out a whoop before pulling her into his arms and planting a kiss on her lips. Daleigh melted in his embrace. Moments like this or just a song waiting to happen. Chapter 26. Just as the water swallowed Daleigh, someone reached in and grabbed her arm. Her skin scratched the root-lined shoreline as she landed on marshy banks. She sputtered as her body forced out the water in her lungs. She didn't have time to relax, to slow down. Her adrenaline pumped through her, warning her that danger could still be close. She glanced up. The watcher stared at her. The man from the black truck. He'd saved her. But what now? "You're going to be fine," he mumbled, bending down beside her. "Who are you? Deranged fan? Moonshiner? Paparazzi?" He shook his head. "I'm Ben Maxwell with the ATF. I've been keeping my eye on this operation for a long time. Whenever I went to find answers, you were there." That would explain a lot. She pointed to the woods behind him. "Ryan?" "He's going to be fine. Chief Rollins is here as well as members of an FBI task force." "The woman screaming." "It's okay. We've got the girls, and we're taking them to the hospital." "The girls?" She pushed herself up on the soggy ground and coughed again. "Moonshine was just the tip of the iceberg. Henry Snelling had a hunting cabin out here where he was housing 3 women he'd trafficked in from overseas." "Trafficked in?" She shook her head, the horror of the situation coming over. "No." "It's true. The man got in over his head. He's been moonshining for years, but when his wife left him, something seemed to snap inside him. He's mixed up in some crazy schemes and will be going away for a long time." "He trafficked women in. Are they okay? How could he do that?" "One of the girls got away and ended up at Fanny's house. We believe RJ killed them both in order to cover up what was going on." Just then, Ryan hobbled out of the woods. Daleigh dragged herself from the ground and started to run toward him, but faltered in her steps. Things had ended between them. Where did they stand now? They both stared at each other a moment, tension stretched between them. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, EMTs ushered them out of the woods. Silence stretched between them as the paramedics asked them questions about their well-being. 2 ambulances waited at the edge of the woods. As they were being led in different directions, Daleigh looked over her shoulder. "Thank you, Ryan. You saved my life." Was this it? Was this the reason why Ryan had been brought back into her life? Perhaps he wasn't supposed to be a permanent fixture either. Why did her heart feel so heavy at the thought? "Any time, Daleigh. Any time." His tight smile only left her heart more torn than ever. By the time Ryan was released from the hospital and wandered down to find Daleigh, she was gone. He paused outside her empty room and leaned against the wall, letting his head hit the plaster behind him. She'd left? Without even a goodbye? He'd really ruined things, hadn't he? "Ryan." Someone called his name. He looked up and saw the ATF agent coming toward him, his hand extended. "Thanks for the information you gave us." "Anything I can do to help. This whole mess is finally finding some resolution." "I'm glad to hear that. I'm still having trouble fathoming something like this happening in Hertford." "It can happen anywhere." He took a step away. "Get some rest. We'll be in touch." Ryan nodded and started to walk away when a nurse stopped him. She handed him a piece of paper. "Daleigh McDermott asked me to give you this." He stared at the paper a moment before nodding and stepping against the wall to unfold it. His throat went dry at her words. "Ryan, thanks for all you've done. I didn't want to draw out our goodbye any more than necessary. Take care, and maybe I'll see you at the concert in a few hours." A few hours? He glanced at his watch. It was later than he'd thought. By the time the police had questioned him, and the doctor had bandaged up the cut from where the bullet had brushed his arm, the hours had slipped past. He crumpled the letter. This was his fault. He'd made it clear that they wouldn't work. Now how could he make it clear to Daleigh that they could? Daleigh adjusted the microphone once more. Her leg ached, and the pain medication made her head heavy. Still, she was thankful to be alive. The doctor had told her Ryan was okay. She'd wanted to stop by and see him, but the thought of being near him after their breakup weighed too heavy on her mind. Why put herself through something so unnecessary? Instead, she'd left the note, which she knew was a cowardly way out. Still, a girl had to protect her heart sometimes. "How's that sound to you, Daleigh?" one of her texts asked. She squinted against the early afternoon sun. "I could use some more guitar in my monitors." "You got it." People had already begun filing in. They set up their lawn chairs and blankets in the grassy area of the park. She searched the crowds. Was Ryan here? Willa and Trevor sat in the front row. Trevor raised his thumb and offered a wide grin. Daleigh gave him a smile and a thumbs up in return. When Daleigh returned to the stage several minutes later, she was pleased to see the entire park was filled. If she had to guess, there were at least 600 people who'd come out to support Trevor, including her sister and her family. On stage, she felt at home as she began to play some of her more popular songs. She paused at one point in her set and sat on a stool, ready to slow down for a moment. "This is one of my favorite parts of doing these concerts. You see, people are what inspire me the most when it comes to writing songs. Now, I want to hear your stories. Does anyone have a great love story they'd like to share with the crowds here?" Several people raised their hands. She called a few up on stage. One was an 80-year-old man who'd been married to the love of his life for 60 years. Another was a woman who'd lost her husband to brain cancer. A couple came on stage who dated in high school, only to be reunited 20 years later. As she was wrapping this portion up, a voice called from the crowd. "I have a love story I'd like to talk about," a deep voice said. "I wish I could listen to all of them," she insisted. That's when Ryan stepped out of the crowd. "I think you'll like my story." Daleigh's heart stammered a beat. "Do you?" The crowd cheered, urging her to let him tell his story. She let them yell for a minute before grinning and trying to get them to hush. Finally, she nodded. "Why don't you come on up here then?" Ryan bounded onto the stage, his gaze not leaving Daleigh's. She could hardly breathe as she waited to hear what he had to say. She pushed the microphone his way, her throat tight with anticipation. "Have at it." His gaze remained on her. "Once upon a time, there was a man who fell in love with a princess." He paused and the crowd cheered again. "Only, the man was afraid to take the princess away from her kingdom. He was afraid she would resent him for doing it. He knew she was destined for great things, so he pretended like he didn't care for her." The crowd booed, breaking the otherwise tense moment. Daleigh didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so instead, she waited for Ryan to finish. "But the man realized he was an idiot. He realized that the best things in life need to be worked at and required sacrifice on both sides." Ryan stepped closer. "He realized he would do anything for a second chance with the princess of country music." He caught her off guard, and she hardly knew what to say. She gripped her guitar, the audience suddenly just a memory, as Ryan's eyes mesmerized her. "Kiss her!" someone from the crowd yelled. She cleared her throat. "Excuse me, sir, but love stories are supposed to have happy endings. Your ending doesn't give me many warm fuzzies." "I'm hoping you can help me change that." Her heart seemed to stop beating. "How can I do that?" "By giving me a chance to make things right. I think I loved you before I ever even knew you, Daleigh McDermott. Between your music and listening to your dad tell stories about you, you seemed like a friend long before we met face to face. Once we did meet, I knew you were the woman of my dreams. I love you, Daleigh McDermott, and I want you and me to have a happily ever after, together." "Kiss her!" someone else yelled. Another cheer rose from the crowd. Daleigh laughed and tried to shoo the audience, which made them cheer louder. Her grin disappeared when she glanced back at Ryan. "Ryan Shields, I would love for you to be part of my fairy tale ending." The audience went wild. Ryan let out a whoop before pulling her into his arms and planting a kiss on her lips. Daleigh melted in his embrace. Moments like this were just a song waiting to happen. Epilogue. After the sunset, Daleigh and Ryan settled on the porch swing at his place. The sweet scent of honeysuckle drifted up from a nearby vine, and fireflies lit the field beside his house. The sun had already set, and a million stars sparkled in the sky. "It's beautiful out here." Daleigh tucked a leg underneath her and gently propelled the swing back and forth with the other. "It is, isn't it? It's my little slice of heaven." Ryan slipped his arm around the back of the swing. Daleigh found herself leaning into the nook of his arm as if she'd done it a million times before. Right then, Daleigh could see herself getting old with Ryan, sitting on this swing with their gray hair and wrinkled skin. The thought made her smile. She never thought she'd feel at home in this small North Carolina town, but she did. After the concert, where they'd raised $50,000, she, Ryan, Trevor, Willa, Thorne, Hannah, and her family, as well as members of the band, had hung out for a couple of hours at the Have a Nice Day Cafe. During their conversation there, Daleigh found out that her dad and Thorne did have a disagreement a couple of weeks before he died. Apparently, her father had refused to take sides on who he'd helped to get elected as mayor. Thorne said he regretted their argument and wished he could go back. He'd also told Daleigh that Chuck Arnold from the Lunchbox was a volunteer with his campaign. Now that all of the excitement of the concert was over, Daleigh and Ryan needed to have a serious talk about their future. Happily ever afters only happened with some work, she'd realized. She wanted more than anything for Ryan to be in her life to help ground her, to remind her of her roots. Suddenly, he stood and reached for her hand. "I have a surprise for you, Hilda Lee." Daleigh's mouth dropped open. Her name. Her real name. "How'd you know?" He grinned. "I have my sources." Daleigh waved a finger at him and stepped closer. "Ryan Shields, you've got to promise me you won't share my secret with anyone." He shrugged, his eyes sparkling. "I think it's a nice name." Daleigh shook her head with enough force to knock down his entire house. "Do you know what kind of names middle school kids can come up with? It's terrible." "Middle school kids can be tough, but I thought you grew up in Africa." "Even those kids seemed to know it was a terrible name." She laughed at herself. "Okay, not really. It's actually a family name, and it was my sister who teased me terribly about it." His eyebrows rose. "Your sister? Interesting." Daleigh's mouth gaped. "She told you, didn't she?" "If it makes you feel better, I had to bribe her with flowers." "Doesn't surprise me." "It does seem like the two of you are getting along better lately. That's good news." They started walking hand in hand toward the pier. "We had a good talk before I left. I think we cleared the air a bit. I have a good feeling about our future. It just took a while to get to the root cause of our issues. Maybe we can start clean now." "I hope you can." Ryan stopped at the end of the pier. A rowboat bobbed in the water. The glimmering water matched the glimmer in Ryan's eyes. "A boat trip?" Daleigh asked. "It's much more than just a boat trip." He grinned and helped her on board. She settled on one of the wooden seats and watched as Ryan maneuvered the boat away from the pier and across the river. "You're going to pretend this is a gondola and serenade me." He chuckled. "I wouldn't be doing you any favors if I did that. No, it would be more like a punishment." The water was black and shimmering, a perfect reflection of the inky sky above. The only sound was that of the oars pushing over the water. The sound was rhythmic. Slosh, lift, plop. Slosh, lift, drip, plop. The gentle breeze ruffled her hair and caused Daleigh to wrap her arms over her chest. She waited, knowing Ryan would speak when he was ready. They had a lot to talk about. He paused beneath a grove of trees and stared off into the distance for a moment, as if collecting his thoughts. Finally, his gaze rested on her again. "I'm sorry, Daleigh. I pushed you away when it was the last thing I wanted to do. You were right, though. I was afraid you'd resent me, like Jennifer resented me." "I'm not going to resent you for a choice that I made. I'm a big girl." "I just want you to be happy." She grinned. "Just hearing you say that makes me happy. Most people don't care about my happiness, Ryan. They care about what I can do for them." He stroked her cheek. "I don't ever want you to think that about me again. I'm sorry, Daleigh, for acting like a fool." She shook her head as she reached up to grip his hand. "You didn't act like a fool. You were just reacting based on your past experiences. We all do that. I've learned that the hard way lately." "Ain't it the truth, though?" They shared a smile. She stared at him a moment as the moon shone overhead. Her heart felt so full and complete at the moment that she wished it wouldn't end. But she knew there was more to talk about. "So, how are we going to make this work, Ryan?" "You said your dad once told you that sometimes to touch the moon just means you have to change your perspective." He nodded toward the water, where the reflection of the moon was close enough to touch. Her throat tightened. "That's right. Instead of looking at this only as a challenge, I'm going to look at things as a blessing. Trevor has given me his complete and utmost permission to leave Hertford, but only if it means you might be his aunt one day." Daleigh laughed. "That sounds like Trevor." Ryan's hand slipped from her cheek as he glanced down. "I'd hate to leave him, but me being around so much has actually scared away a couple of guys who wanted to date my sister, apparently." "No." Ryan nodded. "It's true. I guess I've always been an overprotective big brother." "Just because you love her." He pulled his gaze up, his thoughts obviously heavy. "Daleigh, I'll do whatever I have to." She put a finger over his lips. "I know." "You know what?" "I know what you're going to say. You don't have to say it. But, no, really. I know where your heart is, Ryan. You don't have to explain." She licked her lips before diving into her news. "And with that, I guess I should tell you that I'm not signing another contract with my old label." "But Daleigh—" He started to shake his head when Daleigh raised her index finger, begging him to wait. "Just hear me out. I've actually decided to put out an independent record. That means I won't have financial backing from a label, but I'm okay with that. I can record and sell my songs at online websites and venues. I can schedule my own concerts as I please. I can go back to doing music for the reason I loved doing music." He stared at her, blinking for several seconds. "Wow, you're sure, Daleigh?" Daleigh nodded. "I'm looking for somewhere to set up a studio, somewhere quiet and out of the way." He bobbed his head thoughtfully. "Like somewhere out in the country. Maybe an old farmhouse with an extra room that could be insulated for sound." She grinned. "Yeah, something like that. I could probably help you out with that. I figured you could." His smile slipped. "So you're not going to be tied to Nashville?" She shook her head, watching as his eyes lit up with realization. "No, I'm not. I'm going to keep my apartment there for a while, but I'll have the flexibility to travel back and forth." "Are you sure that's what you want to do?" She caressed his face, trying to soothe some of the lines of worry there. "I'm sure. More than sure. I feel like a huge burden has been lifted." His hand caught hers. "I love you, Daleigh McDermott." She grinned. "I love you too, Ryan Shields." His lips covered hers. No, she hadn't made it home before dark, but she had made it home. At the moment, that was all that mattered. This has been Home Before Dark, Carolina Moon, written by Christy Barritt, narrated by Caroline McLaughlin. Copyright 2013 by Christina Barritt. Production copyright 2015 by Christina Barritt.